T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Roll program.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
a shoulder, puff out your chest, and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. I want to play a little clip for you. Because, you know, we are all about the movies around here, right? So, you loved him or you hated him, but he made some of us smile. Rip Paul Reubens. Pee Wee Herman passed away, I think it was 2 days ago. A little late to kind of notify everybody. He was fighting the fight of cancer and died at the age of 70. And I guess I just want to do like a little... It was funny because I was going through looking for, you know, obviously the song's got to be Tequila, right? But I was going through and I was trying to look for like which version of Tequila I wanted to play, and I actually found a clip of the bar scene that he was in, and I used that on a couple occasions where you got to feel the room. So, but one of the things that I stumbled across as I was searching for the right clip that I wanted to play, I stumbled upon a little interview that he had with Conan O'Brien. And of course, I'm probably going to get, this is probably going to get flagged or something for me playing this. But maybe if I just do the sound and not the you got to see the visual, though, because it's just so funny. But, Pee Wee Herman was a comedian. And he made us laugh. So I want to share this with you guys real quick. Let me see if I can pull it back up here. I don't think I was searching on my phone real quick. So let me see if I can find it on the computer. And then it's like a 5-minute clip, but I think it's worth watching. So let me just pull it up here. Let's see here. Let's see. What did I search for? I guess I probably should just go back to my watched. Oh, here we go. I think this is it right here. This is I should have had this pulled up. I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going to be doing this. I just kind of decided at the last second. He was funny as hell, man. I mean, you may not like Pee Wee Herman because of whatever it is that he did, at some point in time or another, and he got made fun of for it and everything, and he paid the price, but the dude was funny. And if you don't see it, if you don't see the funniness, I don't know, man. Maybe you got a little bit of a black heart, or there's something inside of you that just doesn't like to laugh. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna play it for you guys because you can see my history here. You can see all the different things that I clicked on for getting to Pee Wee Herman. But this is I just want you to see this like 4.5 minute clip here with Conan and Paul Reubens.
My first guest was the star of the TV series Pee-wee's Playhouse and the hilarious film Pee-wee's Big Adventure. His new HBO special, The Pee-wee Herman Show on Broadway, premieres March 19th. Please welcome Pee-wee Herman.
Hello! I'll be right there! Kevin! Here I come! What's this?
That was an incredible entrance.
Oh, thanks. Nothing like water skiing.
And you're dry as a bone.
Dry
it's
as a
amazing.
bone.
It's a miracle.
So nice to have you here,
Thank
Pee-wee.
you, thank you.
You know, one of my favorite things, whenever you come to visit me, you always bring a special toy or a gadget, something that's amusing you recently.
And I will not let you down tonight.
Okay.
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah. What do you got there?
Oh, it's called the phony phone ring. Get off the phone, phony phone ringer excuse. If you're on the phone and somebody's yakking away and you're trying to get off the phone,
Right.
you push these different buttons. You know, you go like, oh, I'm sorry, I have to get off the phone. This one, I can't figure this one. This is for static in your car. You go, I'm sorry, what? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I have to call you back, okay?
Uh-huh. What else you got there? Someone's at the door?
Someone's at my door. I hope they don't wake up the baby. I hope they don't wake up. Oh, no! Shut up! Shut up! Daddy's gonna freak out! Shut up! Here, listen to this one.
Chinese food delivered.
It works every time. Works really good.
absurd. I love that. Okay, well, what else did you bring for us,
Oh,
Pee-wee?
I got one more thing here I wanted to show you. It's my
Okay.
balloon trick. Do you mind if I stand?
No, not at all. It's your Pee-wee Herman. You do what you want. Yeah. Okay. Balloon trick. I'd like to see this. Okay. Wish we had blown the balloon up first.
I'm telling you guys right now, if you have a balloon to take with you to work today, take a balloon to work and just start doing that in front of your coworkers and just just stare at them making this sound, and then maybe even throw out a see if you can't get somebody to laugh today.
This is my favorite part.
All right. Please stop it.
Just kidding.
If you can't laugh, if you can't laugh at that, you just don't have humor in your life. I mean, come on, that's some funny stuff. Oh man. I love that guy. He was funny. So I gotta wipe away the tears in my eyes. I'm a little crying there. That was good stuff. So anyways, that was Paul Reubens for those of you whippersnappers that don't know who he was. The myth, the legend, Pee Wee Herman. I can't. That's funny. This is take a balloon into work day and annoy your coworkers. That is definitely what you should do in memory of Paul, because that's funny stuff. Let's see here. We got about 3 more minutes before I can take a look at the numbers. It's such childish humor, but it's so funny though. Good morning. Good morning to you, Marvin. Good morning to everybody else who said good morning. Let me. I'm sorry. I lost it a little bit there. I gotta take you guys over, and we'll do the numbers here in just a second. I do want to point out one thing real quickly to you guys before I do. There was something that I kind of stumbled upon, I guess, in my morning stupor. I actually was looking at the numbers over here on Ortex, and I was going like, something's not right here. I just don't get it. And so I sent a message out to Ortex because I don't. I'm still laughing here. I don't understand why. I don't understand why they would be doing this. So I did send them a message via Twitter. Oftentimes it's responded to, not always. So we'll see what happens in regards to whether they decide to take a look into this or not. But what do we got going on here? So as far as APE goes, so AMC's short interest of the free float that was reported, and this is, I think, yesterday's numbers, it's 29.59%. With 152 million shares of short interest. Now, remember, this is of the free float, right? These are percentages. The percentage of short interest is of the free float, which is the outstanding amount of shares that are tradable in the marketplace, right? It's not the total outstanding shares; it's just what's being traded in the marketplace. So, if you and it's about 519 million shares, right? So if we take I'm rounding here a little bit, guys, so bear with me. But if you take 519 million shares and you multiply it by 29.59%, you end up coming up with 153.57 million shares. So they must be, and they got 152.77. So that means that they've got 519, a little less than 519 million is reported as part of the free float. Just because you can see my math is a little bit higher than what they came out with by about a million share, almost a million shares. But here's the interesting thing. When you come over to Ape and you take a look at Ape, which I think many of us would agree that the outstanding amount of shares is in the 900 million range, 929 million to be exact. And I think the free float's a little bit less than that. Not a whole lot. I think Weeble's reporting it, and I hate taking the numbers from Weeble because that's not where you should be getting them from. You should be getting them from some of the AMC's more current filings. But if you take a look at Ape, you can see right now Weeble is reporting shares of the free float at 928, which is basically a little less than a million shares than from what is outstanding. So we could do 928.26, right? We'll use that number. We'll use just a flat 928 million. So if we come back over and do the same exact thing with Ape in regards to the 18.55%, we can take. Oh, shoot, I already forgot the number. What were we using? We're using 928 million times the percentage of the free float that they are reporting as short interest, which is 18.55. Come on, calculator. We get a total of 172.1 million shares in short interest. But they're only reporting 95. So, obviously, the big brain that I have, which really doesn't take much more than a kindergartner or maybe a third grader to figure this out, is that they're not obviously using something. They're using something other than the free float outstanding of Ape than what is being reported, right? So if we go back to the 519, 519 million shares, and multiply that by the 18.55%, then you get 96.2 million shares, or 95.76, which is what they're reporting, which is a little bit more accurate. So what this tells me is one of two things, and I think it's probably the first thing, which is that they're not accurately counting the amount of shares in the free float. They're using AMC free float shares to calculate the short share interest of the free float, which is not accurate. So that number is going to be lower. So the real easy math for that is to just simply divide the 95. It's going to be about 10%. Right, it's going to be a little bit over 10%. The 18 when you do the math for this, it should be just a little over 10%, I believe. So anyways, just throwing that out there, I did send them a message asking them why they have it calculated out based off of AMC's current free float. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys know that. And so when I read off these numbers to you, that maybe if anybody had any questions as to why these numbers are the way they are, that you'll understand that they might not actually be accurate. So we'll find out what they have to say. Hopefully. I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes they don't always get back to me. But it is time to take a look at the numbers. Roseanne, good morning. I went back over. I can see what you guys are writing again here. Let's see here. Yucca said, "Did somebody say Big Tramp, Casey?" Oh yeah, I guess he wants me to show. Yucca wants me to show the potential future Big Tramp here. Somebody posted this modified Volkswagen Bug. I don't know if this is this is probably like a concept car or some, fake concept car or something. But it's dang man, that is sweet looking. I would totally buy that. That's pretty cool looking. I would totally buy the crap out of that. That is cool. I wouldn't probably want it really. Somebody said you couldn't have it that low. You'd be scraping everything on the ground. And I'd be like, yeah, I probably wouldn't have it that low, but onto the ground. But you're certainly not going to drive on the back roads of Texas, where I live. That's for sure. Not with it low riding like this. Anyways, there's the Big Tramp. Let's see here. Too many windows, Roadhouse says. I would probably, and I thought the same thing. I thought, that's a lot of windows, but I would probably just tint them all. I'd use like the limo tint on most of them. Wolfie says, Casey, I hope you see the post I flagged up from the Times in the UK from 2018 about arbitrage, VW squeeze, and preference shares. I have not seen it, but when I take my first break this morning, I'll go and look at it, and then I'll perhaps maybe talk about it. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you sign up for it. If they allow you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, not a bad idea, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary, and you'll need another device to be able to receive that access code. So it's a good backup to have. And then the more important thing here that I really want to kind of mention to you guys, and I've mentioned on several occasions, is that if you don't have this already, you need to go out and get a digital or a hard copy of your most recent statement of your portfolio that you hold with your broker. And the reason I say that is because there are going to be brokers that have problems in the future, and I'm quite certain of it. similarly to how they had problems in 2021. And I think it's really, really important for you to have some kind of documentation that you're holding on your own of proof of what it is that you hold. So in case something should happen with you and your broker, and maybe they change the reported amount of a position that you're holding, that you'll have proof of what it was prior to their goof up. We'll call it a goof up. And yeah, I'm just trying to protect you guys. I think it's really safe to do. I don't think there's any harm in telling you to back yourself up and have lots of ability to be able to protect yourself. So yeah, do it. If you haven't done it already, it's too, you're almost too late. So, all right, my glasses are not as clean as I would like them to be. 1 second. Still a little cloudy. Let's see how they look now. Oh, that's better. All right. Let's take a look at starting with the top left-hand side, price prediction tally points. Let me fix my Excel spreadsheet. There we go. Price prediction tally points. We had no clear winners last week. I think everybody got a price prediction tally point for yesterday's numbers. The total price that AMC closed at was $4.97. Ape closed at $1.85. The combined total on that was $6.82. I had a prediction of $6.48. So it was quite a bit higher, about 40, almost 40 cents higher than what I had predicted. But the closest person to price prediction tally for yesterday was, I think it was Einstein. No, Apex. Apex was the closest, but he wasn't even though he was the closest, he was still 16 cents off. So no bonus points awarded for anybody. He needed to be a little bit closer than that, and he would have gotten an extra bonus point for getting it closest and being more than 10 cents away from everybody else's predictions. So 1 point for everybody to start off the week for Monday. I don't even really know if I should really be doing this week for price predictions, since I'm only going to be here for 3 days anyways, but we'll do it. We'll just do it for the 3 days, I guess. Let's see here. Let me change all the points. Remember, this is not financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to figure out what the price is going to be within a $3 range combined between AMC and Ape by the end of the day. And there it is. Short exempt volume. We had 525.8 thousand shares on AMC. And then on Ape, let me run the report and see what it says. Ape had 92.9 thousand shares. A little bit of a increase on that. AMC was up 2.78% yesterday, and I'm sorry, that was Ape. Ape was up 2.78% yesterday, and AMC was up 7.11. Oops. No, I don't want that. Utilization. Let's see what we got here. Utilization for AMC is 80.53%, which is an increase day over day. And then check this one out. You guys are going to like this one because I already did look at it earlier. It updated, and so I got a chance to see it. Utilization for Ape is at 90.44%. Big jump on that. if we have the combined percentage amount here between AMC and Ape was really darn close to a total of 10%. If we have another 10% day between AMC and Ape, I would probably, or actually if we had a combined higher than 5%, I would probably increase the percentage, or I would give this a green and call it 2 out of 3 days in a row. But as it stands right now, I need to see one more day before I would turn this like yellow. And then short exempt volume was really close. I mean, it was close to where we had 1 million. For anytime we're over 1 million shares, I should have turned this probably a yellow color earlier in the week, but I didn't. But that's obviously been dropping down a little bit each day, and we're down to 525,000 going through short exempt volume on AMC. Taking a look at Max Payne. I'm going to guess it's 550. Yeah. No, I'm going to guess $5 still. I bet you it stays at 5. Yep, stayed at 5. Taking a look at off exchange. By the end of the day, I would expect to see about 64% combined between off exchange and EDGX. On AMC, we had 56.74% going through off exchange. EDGX was 6.99. The grand total 63.73%. That's almost exactly what I would expect to see. On a normal day, CHX volume by the end of the day had a total of 3.61% of the total volume going through that exchange. On a 30-day average, that was 2.5. The normal 30-day average is 2.51, so almost a full percent higher volume going through there. It was 1.3 million shares having gone through that exchange. That was very darn near close to the total amount of shares that I told you guys that they needed to have go through. They needed a total of 1.52 million shares. Let's see here. It looks to me like the difference between what I was expecting that they were going to need to find by yesterday is going to be about 181,000 shares. So I'm just going to put 180,000 shares difference. So whether or not somebody's forced to buy 180,000 shares today or not, I guess we'll tend to see in the marketplace. I'm sure they probably could have borrowed some shares. The utilization is pretty low. I'm sure they could have borrowed some shares to return the amount of shares that they needed to. But the amount that I've seen go through CHX in contrast to what was being reported as being due for failure to deliver is almost spot on. I'm only off by 180,000 shares. So it's dang near close. Considering the fact that that's over like a 15-day period of time that I'm counting from, that's pretty damn close. Taking a look at Ape. By the end of the day yesterday, we had about 50.07% going through off exchange, and EDGX was sitting at 5.14. The combined total on that was 55.21%, or 8.79% less than what we should have seen, what we would normally see going through off exchange. So some of the price improvement that we had on Ape yesterday could have been due to the fact that there was more shares hitting the lit market than normal. You can see here, normally the 30-day average is about 9.2% of the total volume going to the lit market, and yesterday we had 13.63%. On GME, CHX volume was 0.03% of the total daily volume, only 522 shares, nothing unusually large going on there. On total shares owned by institutions, yesterday was being reported at 141.545. Today it is at 141.521. It's a little bit lower. Options. Highest amount of open interest yesterday was at a $7 strike. Today it's at a $6 strike. At 7 yesterday we had 34.6 thousand contracts. Today at 6 we have 42.4. And on puts, highest amount of volume yesterday, it was at a $4 strike. It still is that today. It went from 111,000 contracts to 142.9. Market still suggesting by the end of the week we should see a close somewhere between $4 and $6 on AMC. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of music, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data after I move some screens. Okay, the combined price of AMC and Ape is currently at $6.81. You can see we got a little bit of a downtrend since our initial bump up that we had at the beginning portion of the market open yesterday. When we found our peak, ever since then we've seen just kind of this like almost looks like a descending parallel channel here. Hold on a second, let me just check and see. Not quite. Yeah, not quite. Not going to count that. So, but it is on a downtrend overall. And so we've got almost what appears to be an inverted head and shoulders here. The problem is that I'm not sure. Well, let's check it out. Let's do some work here and see if this pans out here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to draw out a what appears to be perhaps maybe the top side of the head here, and then I'm going to make a couple other trend lines here that match the same time period. So essentially what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and play around with this a little bit and see if I can't figure out perhaps maybe where the head and shoulders really kind of begins and ends. And so if this is going to be the period of time in between the shoulder and the head here, what I'm going to want to do is draw a trend line here. And then I can just simply take that and move it to the other side and say that's how long the upwards momentum should take. And it looks like it was a little bit less than that. It didn't. I mean, the price was for the most part moving up that direction. And this is where I would add the other trend line for the shoulder, the other shoulder here to the end. And the problem that I'm already seeing with this that I don't like is that it doesn't always have to be this way. But the trailing shoulder should be a little bit higher on an inverted head and shoulders. So, and this is a little bit lower. Like I feel like the trend that's being formed right now is a little bit lower than that. It doesn't have to be, but I feel like it's more often than not, it will play out as an inverse head and shoulders or a head and shoulder pattern. The more likely it is that it meets some of the requirements for a head and shoulder pattern. So I think in this particular instance right here, I don't like the fact that this retest of this price point back here is lower. It's not retesting. Maybe slightly. I mean, there's a Fibonacci retracement at 703. I would kind of expect maybe that where we should be perhaps consolidating at, because that would put us at a little bit higher, and it would have the trailing shoulder a little bit higher than the leading shoulder. But we'll watch this and see if this is the case. If there is going to be a breakout to the top side on inverse head and shoulders. The end of this pattern here showing by the end of this. It's showing by about the morning of the 2nd tomorrow. So we'll watch this and see if this plays out according to what I'm seeing here, or if it doesn't. Do note the bottom, the leading shoulder price point is right what we tested off of. I would just expect it to be just a little bit higher. This might pan out. This might work out for us. But if that's the case, then we may see a little bit of consolidation, anywhere from combined price of around 670 to perhaps 690. So I can already tell you right now for this morning, I'll be looking for a closing price of AMC and Ape by the end of the day today to be within that 670 to 690 range. I'm going to write that down right now for myself, and see if all the rest of the data is looking like it aligns. Let's see, 670 to 690. So if my AMC and Ape price prediction for the day to day comes in between that range somewhere, I'll probably be comfortable with it. So cool. Moving on. Let's see what's next here. Heading back over to Ortex. Let's see what we got. This morning, Ortex is reporting the estimated short share interest of the free float to be about 29.59%. That's 152.77 million shares of short interest. The utilization day over day is slightly up. We went from 80.32 to 80.53%. The on loan amount increased slightly from 184.3 to 186 even, which is going to be 1.7 million shares. Typically speaking, new shares on loan. Typically speaking, Ortex does about a third of that in short interest, new short interest. So we'd be looking at like just a little over 500, maybe 575,000 shares perhaps. Let's see what they are reporting. Estimated short share interest of the free float increased from 29.47 to 29.59. So we're looking at 0.12. That means that they're estimating about 622,000 shares was in new short interest. It's a little bit higher than I would have anticipated. Yeah. Definitely a little higher than I thought. And then let's see here. On loan average age per day. If they're taking on 1.7 million new shares loaned, with 186 million shares in total on loan, that shouldn't lower the on loan average age per day unless they closed out a bunch of old loans yesterday, and it didn't. The on loan average age per day is now starting to rise from 131.73 to 132.87. That is an increase. That's day number one of an increase in on loan average age per day. One more day of that, and I can start a 15-day counter. Somebody was calling me. Hold on a second here. Maybe I need to look at the screen, find out what's happening. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I wasn't showing you guys the right screen. That's what it is. Got it. There you go. Now you're on it again. Now you're on Ortex. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Short share interest of the free float's at 18.55% on Ape. Utilization day over day is up quite a bit on Ape, and it rose from 83.71% to 90.44%. That means one of two things. It either means there's more shares that were borrowed, or it also could mean that less shares are available to be borrowed, meaning somebody's not allowing shares to be borrowed as much, or they're not reporting as many available to be borrowed as the past. In this particular case, it does look like the on-loan amount increased day over day from 78.74 to 80.44. I'm not even going to try and math that because I'm not of the right mind right now. 80.44. 1.7. Same exact number as AMC. 1.7 million new shares on loan. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise. It rose from 18.42 to 18.55. On loan average age per day. Again, they loaned so many shares a couple days ago that there's no way this number is going to be driving down for a while. They're going to have to borrow like a crap ton of shares in order for this number to start dropping. But on loan average age per day still rising from 7.47 to 10.05. Quite a big jump there. Security lending volume day over day on Ape went from 8.96 to 2.08 million, so a little bit of a decrease there. I forgot to look at security lending volume on AMC. It dropped from 18.37 million down to 10.12 million. By the way, you guys said worst TA ever. That's because I wasn't showing the screen. Sorry. There you go. This is what I was talking about in regards to that. Let me delete some of this stuff here so you can see it a little bit better. Got that just a little bit late there and in the wrong spot. But this is looking a little bit like that head and shoulders that I was talking about. And you can see the leading shoulder and trailing shoulder low points are almost identical retests of the same values. I'd like to see this a little bit higher, but we'll see what happens here. I think today's a consolidation day. Futures for the VIX are up 2.13. That's quite a big jump. That should have the market down. And most of the indices in here are showing down anywhere from 0.14 to 0.47. That's about where I would expect to see it. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. AMC made the list yesterday for the, and this is, by the way, this is only the last 4 minutes of shares going having been traded. It's not the entire day's worth, but we know throughout the day that our buy-sell ratio on AMC was low, and the last 4 minutes of trades were also low as well. We had 46.35% going through as buy orders and 53.65% as sell orders. Now, if AMC happens to make the top 30 most heavily traded stocks again today, I would expect to see that to I would expect that to be a little bit better than what it was. Maybe not a whole lot only because if we're trading sideways for most of the day today, there might not be a whole lot of volume coming in, which is probably pretty apparent in the pre-market volume numbers. SSR currently at $4.47 on for the day today on AMC. On Ape, let's see here. We closed yesterday at $1.85. So SSR would trip on Ape at 1.665. There are 0 shares available to borrow again. I know there was about 220,000 when I woke up this morning at the very least. Looks like yesterday when we closed, we had about 250,000 overnight. They borrowed about 50,000 and then returned those, and now those are all gone. So we're looking at about 300,000 shares having been borrowed. Actually 350 because they did return 50, borrowed 50, another 50 right here, and then took them all. So we're looking at about 350,000 shares borrowed so far for the day today. Yesterday it was about 200,000 is all I recorded. Fees last seen at 153.6%. I'm going to write that down. Those are starting to go back up, by the way. Currently, we have 184.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 24.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 267.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 48.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Nope, I almost did it. I did do it. Taking a look at banks. Let's see which banks are going to be some of our biggest pre-market movers this morning. Got a little bit of red showing up on the ones that are reporting so far, but nothing. I'm only looking for anything that's plus or minus 2.75% or more. Okay, we've got Coinbase down 2.91%. And that's the only thing that I see right now that meets the requirements for me to talk about it. Mortgage-backed, or actually, let's start with Ethereum Classic. Ethereum Classic is down 1.52. U.S. dollar is up 0.34 right now at 102.2, and still it's on an uptrend. SPY is down 0.3 in the pre-market and on a downtrend. Actually, it's kind of consolidating after having opened up and initially moving down. Right now, it looks like a little bit of consolidation in here. And then let's see here. We've got in the pre-market for Tesla down 0.64, an initial drop on pre-market open, and then an uptrend after. Amazon is down 0.34, and same thing with this one. Initial drop with some consolidation. Probably going to see that trend quite a bit here. Cinemark is down 0.06, but has only traded 2 shares in the morning market hours here. Not enough volume to really kind of suggest anything. It is down 0.06% though. Doge is down 1.41%, and looks like it's kind of trending up. Bitcoin is down 1.24%, and it finally tested the 28.7 number. I think the low was 28.777. So I was looking for that 28.7 test. We got that first test on this head and shoulder pattern after the shoulder was completed the day after in reporting. I would expect to see 1 to 2 tests of 28.7 before a potential breakthrough on this. I said my time frame for the drop to the next shoulder down here was is expired, and I said if it didn't happen within 48 hours after, then the likelihood of maybe seeing this happen may not be as much the case. I might be wrong about the 48 hours. I just could be completely wrong on the timing on this, and I may have miscalculated some of the in between spatial period from shoulder to head. So, and if that's the case, I'm not always perfect on this. So I tried the best I can. to get the timing down, but it does look like it's a little bit late here on the move. The initial move to the downside did start right on time. Have a good day at work. The drop below 28.7 though just has not really formed until a little bit later. I would expect to be on the trailing shoulder now. GME is down 0.81% for this morning, and on I think it's consolidating a little bit. It's only traded 945 shares so far this morning, but it looks to be a little bit consolidation going on since the initial morning drop. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a downtrend too, though. HYMC is down 3.58% in the pre-market and continuing to. It's only traded 9,000. It's about 10,000 shares so far. It does seem like it may still be dropping, as it is at the bottom side of the current candle. On NCMI, we're down 2.21% for the morning. Had the initial morning drop in volume, not drop in volume, drop in price. Sorry. HUD is down 0.47 and starting to. I mean, the pre-market opened up low and then it's starting to recover a little right now. Ape is down 2.16 in the pre-market, again on a downtrend in the first portion of the morning market open. And then on AMC, we're up 0.6% and on a little bit of an uptrend this morning. We did initially start down lower and then recovered that for the most part on this uptrend. 30,000 shares traded so far for the day with the pokey stick of volume occurring here in the next minute, which is pretty low volume. And Ape's only traded 6,000 shares so far, so pretty low volume on both of those. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we had approximately $4.2 million more outflow than inflow yesterday. Like I said, 30,000 shares traded so far on a 4-hour chart. We've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure fractionally. RSI is at 54.68, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.99, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure. Oh, I take that back. It just changed. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.08, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, a little bit of more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 61.99, which is above average. Taking a look at the pokey stick of volume here, let's see what we got for volume. We got 121,000 shares in total. The current pokey stick is giving us about 90,000 shares of that 121. I'm going to predict the same thing I did yesterday, 10 to 30 million, even though we were higher than the prediction yesterday of 10 to 30 million. We ended up hitting 37 million total shares traded. I think there was, I don't even know. It was kind of unusual to see volume higher than it was supposed to be based off of what pre-market was signaling for, but I certainly wouldn't guess more than 10 to 30 million again. Sticking to my numbers. I don't mind being low. I'd rather be low than high. On Ape, pokey stick of volume coming in at about 90, also 91,000 shares, giving us a total of 97,000 shares on Ape for this morning. And that's not going to allow me to predict more than 1 to 20 million shares traded for the day today. On yesterday's inflow versus outflow in cash, it looked like we had about $300,000 more outflow than inflow. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53, which is slightly above average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.67, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.77, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.56, which is average. Taking a look at Ichimoto. On a 1-hour time interval for Ape, price is trying to drop down through the green cloud. And you can see that the green cloud is kind of dissipating here going into the future, which means that red cloud would probably form if price did move down through this cloud. Do note that the lagging line is above the price line and the conversion is above base. If price manages to maintain right where it's at about $1.84 or 85, and continues to see higher numbers, this will remain a buy signal provided that it gets back up over 187 by the end of the day at some point in holding that. So 187 is going to be the target number that we're going to want to see for Ape to get additional buying pressure from maybe short-term investors. On a 4-hour chart, we've got lagging line right at price line. Conversion is just a fraction higher than base. In order for us to get buying pressure for the day-to-day, price is going to need to stay above 194 for the very first portion of the day, and then it's only about 189. So those are going to be the two big numbers we got to break past, 187 and 189. So I would say 190 or higher, and we should see a little bit of a we should see volume and extra buying pressure kicking in on Ape. On AMC, on a 1-hour time interval, there is currently lagging line is above price line, conversion is above base, and price is just sitting right on top. Now, I thought yesterday I was suggesting to you guys that I thought price would close right underneath this cloud in the pre-market morning hours, and perhaps maybe into market open we would be rising just above the cloud and breaking through, and then seeing some additional buying pressure. But do note that we've got green cloud already forming ahead of us in just a day from now. Seeing the break above this the cloud for the day-to-day here kind of completes the signal for needing to break through a red cloud. However, if we see price dropping below base or back down into the cloud here, which is around 484, then we will probably see a little bit of a sell signal start to form. Price would probably likely drop below 456 before the day's over, and then we would be starting to form a very this green cloud would be very short, and we would probably see a red cloud starting to form behind it. So to maintain a buying pressure for the day-to-day, we're going to have to see something over 508, and the reason for that is this lagging line's got to stay over price line to keep a buy signal going. So 508 is going to be the target. 509 should be the target to hit. And then we should see some buying pressure kicking in at around 509. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversion is below base. However, we are moving in the right direction towards this red cloud, the thinning portion of a red cloud going into Wednesday. Wednesday was the day that I mentioned to you guys that I felt like this is where we could see breakthrough up above $6 and perhaps maybe 50 cents, $6.50. So we should, based off the 1-hour and the 4-hour chart here, we should be seeing some more upwards potential. So by the end of the day, to turn this into a buy signal on the 4-hour chart for AMC, lagging line's got to get above price line, which is going to be somewhere above 503. But we also need the conversion line to break the baseline. And I think that would probably happen more around 5. I'll say 550. I don't know. $575. So where do I think price is moving to? I think there's a strong chance that we could see something maybe close to 550 by the end of the day on AMC. If that's the case, if I were to guess 550, I already know what my range is that I want for the combined price of AMC and Ape. I would have to just subtract that out of the total amount that I'm targeting. to see what Ape would close at, and that'd be $1.30, and that's not going to happen. So I've got to figure out. I got to figure out how this is going to work out to where I can get my 670 to 690 range. Let's figure out Ape first. I think on Ape, I think price is going to come down a little bit here on Ape. I think we're probably looking at like I'm going with like a 180 close, maybe like a one. It could be 178, 180. Let's go with 170. Let's go with 180 close today, and then try working this backwards. Let's see what that comes up with. That puts us at a $5 close on AMC. I think I could stand behind that. I feel like 550 might. I feel like we would probably hit 550 at some point, and then maybe come crashing back down to that 5 range, possibly. I'm gonna go 501. 501 on AMC, and 178 on Ape. For a total of $679 for a closing price. So I'm going to go 529 to 829 for a price prediction. And let's see here. I see Bell Creek. You know what? Actually, I put in Real Ruggeds. Real Rugged came in yesterday, and I wrote it down. I put it in my notes. He had a 673 closing price. He had 485 for AMC, which we closed a little bit higher than that, about 12 cents. And then Ape, we closed at 185, and he said 188. So he was a little bit low on his prediction, but I think a lot of us really were. So Real Rugged, nice try. I love seeing people participate like that. It's cool. Bell Creek Laser's putting in his 572 to 8. Apex is going 526 to 826. Wow, that's really close to what I got. Bell Creek Laser 572 to 8. I'm gonna give you 872. Let's see here. That's all I got for you guys. Let me put the screen back to the way it's supposed to be. Put those Bollinger Bands back in. How's that order book looking on Ape? Look at that. They don't have that buy. They don't have the sell wall set up anymore at 187. What does this mean? Does that mean they're expecting the price to move down and they don't have to protect for 187? Or does it mean that they're going to allow price to rise above 187? What does it mean? Yesterday, if you guys weren't aware, you didn't see it, at $1.87, there was a massive sell wall of over 500,000 shares there all day long. Jay, thank you very much. My blood pressure is doing good today. I've got came in at 116 over 81, and so, by the way, I was supposed to start this last weekend on the cycling, Jay, but I will be joining you this Sunday. So mark it down on your calendar, bug the crap out of me. And I'll see you this Sunday after I get back from my vacation. I'm going to go hardcore. Jathan says, Casey, you said Ape alone wasn't a squeeze play. With a new short interest, would you consider it a squeeze play now? So, again, like I brought up this morning, that short share interest of the free float's not accurate, unfortunately. As much as I would love it to be at that, what is it, 18% right now? 18.55. It's really only like over 10%. So, I would still say no. The utilization is getting up there. It's utilization's at 90.44%, which is really, really good. It's getting better. Thanks, Jay. I appreciate it, man. Doug says, which catalyst do you think would cause some upward movement or a squeeze on AMC Common? Zern signs off or does not sign off? That's a good question. I would say go back to last Friday. Go back to last Friday, and what happened on last Friday would probably be very indicative of what I think. I think somebody was expecting. I think they were expecting it to be over, and I think some of the truffle shuffle that you ended up seeing on Friday last week, not last week, I think it was the prior week to that. I think that might have been an indication of what you might see have happen when perhaps Judge Zern signs off on it. So I'm gonna go with a sign on. Let's see, signing off on, meaning approving. Magic, good morning. Donna, thank you so much for the comment on the blood pressure. Thanks for talking about my. It's such a weird thing. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad blood pressure. I did something really weird this last weekend. In my older age, I'm not really good about remembering things all that well. And on the 30th of July, what was that, Saturday? Yeah, no, that was Sunday. Saturday. On Saturday, I took my blood pressure medication when I first woke up in the morning. And then later on that afternoon, I could have sworn I had forgotten to take my blood pressure medication, so I took it again. So I took 2 pills on Saturday, and I'll tell you guys, I felt not good on Saturday. It was really, really, really bad. I don't. That's not a good thing to do, apparently. My blood pressure got to 108/78 on the 29th, and that was in the afternoon. So that was pretty low. So what I ended up doing is I skipped taking my pill on Sunday, and so that I would just let it get out of my system, and everything's back to normal. Blood pressure is about where it was before, but that 108/78 was scaring me a little bit. I was afraid I was going to have to go into the ER or something. I was like, oh, this is not good. Mental note to self: must remember what days you take the pills. And I figured it out because I went back on Sunday and I looked. I dumped out all the pills in there, and I counted backwards from when I first started to see if I'd taken an extra pill, and I had, and I was like, dang it. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I should have gone in there and checked first before it, because I couldn't remember. Buzzin' Buzzman says, looking forward to doing my first triathlon with you, dude. Heck yeah, man. I'm down. Trevor says you need a pill box. I have one. I don't even really take any pills, but my wife got us a pill box because there was a point in time where we started taking some, vitamins and stuff. It was, fish oil and, the vitamin C and all that other good stuff. And we kind of got on this like kick of like taking some good vitamins and stuff. And it only lasted for a little while. and then I just stopped. And, so I don't use the pill box. It's like sitting in our medicine cabinet. And it's just, you're right. That's what I need to do. I need to use a pill box. Ooh, Glenn says flip the bottle upside down after taking. I'm doing it right now. Here, that's my pill. I'm flipping it upside. That's actually I actually like that better. That's actually. But what if no? But that doesn't really work for me though. Because if I come in the morning and I look at it and I go like I didn't take it, or I think I took it already. I look at it in the upside down and I go, oh, I must have taken it. Yeah, I think I can forget both directions. I think the pill box is probably the better idea. That's probably that's probably not going to work for me. $7:18, guys. We will take. I'm gonna take off for break here in just a little bit. Go check out. I gotta remember to check out what Wolfie sent me. And make sure these charts are set up correctly. It looks good. Looks good. Do we have two apes up here? No, we have one ape, one AMC. Who said that? Bell Creek Laser says, getting old sucks. I have a 7-day pill box. I don't really take anything. I don't, this blood pressure medication is the first thing that I'm taking on a regular. So I'm not used to this whole pill thing. This is new to me. The problem, hell yeah, is that I don't usually think to take my pills first thing in the morning, so I leave them sitting here at the desk where I'm at right here doing the live stream. That way, when I'm throughout the day as I'm doing the live stream, I constantly see it there, and it's always in my, it's like always facing me, and it's like you have to take me. So I don't put them by my bed, because if I put them by my bed, I would never ever take the pills ever. I don't like having. I'm one of those people that doesn't like having like an open glass of something that I'm going to drink sitting next to the bed. I have done it. I do take to bed water with me every once in a while, but if I don't drink it before I go to bed, I am not drinking it because I don't want floaties. You never know when you're going to get floaty in there, and that's just gross. And so I'm like, there's no way I'm taking pills anywhere near my bed. So. Jim says, set a timer for them, same time every day. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea, Jim. But you know what ends up happening? I end up, like, the alarm will go off, and then I'll just be like, I'll take it later. Nope, don't have any of those, Andrew. Don't need them. Not yet. All right, 7:21. I am going to put up the message and head out to break. I will be back at 8:15 Central Standard Time. About 15 minutes before market opens, so I can kind of relook over my numbers, make sure everything looks right to me, make sure I'm happy with the price prediction that I have for the day today at 679 close combined. And speaking of which, our current combined prices right now is at 679. And yeah. Jathan says, make it a part of your. See, that's the problem though, Jason. Jathan, I don't always grab a glass of water with me. Like I don't have a glass of water just sitting here all the time. So, if I did it when I clean my glasses, I would have to remember to bring a glass of water with me every time, and I forget. So, you know what I have been doing though. I have we have these cool kids cups that change colors when you put cold or hot liquids in them, and I use specifically that cup for water, cold water from the fridge, so that when I do take the pill, I can see that if the cup's color changed, if it's changed recently, I can see it, and it's just like, oh yeah, I took a pill. Glenn says, saw a tweet last night about the studios wanting to start talks again with WGA. Good news. That is good news. All right, I'm going to head to break. I will leave you guys with a little bit of music here, and I'll see you back 15 minutes before market open.
First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Real Rugged said, I think that's really funny, Real Rugged. He wrote, my wife just walked in thinking I was watching some softcore 90s adult film with music. Good morning to you. Did she say, ah, I knew it. Oh, boy. See, let me go through the numbers real quick here. So I have a price prediction for the day today of 501 on AMC, 178 on Ape, for a total of 679. I quickly put my pants back on. Oh, great, thanks. 679 is our is what I've got down for a closing price for the day today on AMC and Ape. And I think I'm seeing a little bit of a potential inverted head and shoulders on a 10-minute interval on AMC and Ape's price combined together. The end of that pattern signal would be around 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. It's not very often that we see price moving upwards at 10 a.m. in the morning, unless something's. I mean, I guess yesterday was a good example of a day where we've seen price running around that time of the day, because it actually did start running around 10 o'clock. But it's not very usual. So we'll see what happens. Maybe it's not very good technical analysis, but that's what I'm seeing right now. Let me pull it up on the chart here. And that kind of tells me, oops, that's the wrong thing. That kind of tells me that if this is correct in this pattern analysis here, it tells me that today's very likely going to be a consolidation type day today. Do note that on this head and shoulder pattern that I've got drawn up here, you can see that the previous shoulder low was the same exact low that we just recently hit here in the pre-market this morning. So price is kind of stabilizing. The one thing I don't like about this pattern here is that I feel like more often than not, you tend to see the trailing shoulder higher than the leading shoulder. But for the most part here, I think there's a very strong possibility that this plays out. And so that kind of leads me to believe that we'll probably see closing price somewhere today, somewhere between 670 and 690, which is about 690 is about the top from where we were kind of consolidating since we had this little bit of a run up here back up to these levels. So I think we'll see a good consolidation day here between those two prices around 670 to 690. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I'm willing to guess that this is probably going to be the case for the day. Nice little consolidation day. As far as the markets go, we've got the VIX showing in the pre-market up 3.14%, and any of the indexes here are showing down as much as anywhere from 0.28 to 0.56 down for the day today. So we're definitely seeing what appears to be a down day in the markets. Sometimes that impacts AMC, sometimes it doesn't. If I go to a 1 hour chart with Ichimoto, which we'll take a look at this later, but I think the idea here is if we're going to close on AMC at about 501 for a close, I think that's certainly possible. That would kind of keep like a continuation of price upwards momentum, but not keep us too far above the cloud. And do notice that there's green cloud forming ahead, so maybe perhaps a little bit of a downtrend after hitting 550 at some point today, or not 550 but 5, and then leading to a drop below 5 before or some point tomorrow. So I think we're kind of teetering with that $5 price range right now. And lagging line is above price line, conversions above base. We'll know if 5 is going to be held or not based on whether or not price is going to come down and meet that base, which is about 484. On a 4-hour chart here, there's definitely red cloud ahead. With the red cloud that's coming up ahead here, I would expect to see price moving upwards. I'm thinking there's a chance we could see as high as 550 today at some point, and then maybe coming back down to meet around $5. But I feel like there is going to be this kind of movement towards a breakthrough of this red cloud that's forming in the futures. So seeing a 501 close today doesn't seems like it's within the realm of possibilities. And then on Ape, a little bit of the opposite kind of going on here. We got green cloud right now. Usually that means price is going to be moving down through the cloud. 178 is the bottom of the cloud for the day today. On a 4-hour chart, you can see green cloud ahead. That means price should be moving downwards. So I'm kind of suggesting, perhaps like a 178 close. However, we're not that far away from kind of a key major buying pressure point, which would be at about 187 to 189. If we hit 189 or higher and maintain that, I feel like we could get a lot of buying pressure coming in and helping to boost the price up with short-term investors. So that's what I'm seeing for the day today. $4 million Gorillas says, I thought the number one rule of the Fight Club was you don't talk about the Fight Club. Well, you're talking about it. Joe says we don't talk about Bruno's. Matt Schapp says, I'm calling 7-Eleven. Nice. I won't be disappointed if we see that. Real Rugged wants it to gap open. Gape open. Even. Taco Bell sued in a false advertising class action lawsuit claiming the Crunchwrap Supreme is grossly misrepresented in their picture ads. That's my wife's favorite thing from Taco Bell is those Crunchwraps. Roseanne says, everything has gotten smaller, but I think... Oh, tell us about it, Roseanne. I think that us Americans will benefit from it. Yeah, I mean, we could certainly... I mean, the whole era of, like, the Super Size Me was probably not good for us. More than likely. Just guessing. So seeing us kind of get back down to normal portion sizes is probably not a bad thing. Let's see here. Yukon's saying something about evidence. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely does not look like that. Yeah, that's... Let me take a picture of what he took there. That does not look like this. Does not look like this. Agreed. I feel like it kind of depends on where you go to get food, though. I mean, I'm not saying that you would ever even get this right here, but depending on which Taco Bell you go to, I always feel like sometimes the quality's better. I know we have one Taco Bell that's a little bit closer, I think, over here where we're at, that we refuse to go to because they either miss a taco or something ends up happening to our order like every damn time, and it's like, and the worst thing is when you get home, nobody's gonna go back out and pick back up. You don't want to call up the place and like go pick up food or something like that they forgot, because everybody wants to eat, and so it's just like it sucks for the person that didn't get their burrito or whatever it is. So we don't go there no more. That's good for you, Roseanne. That's awesome. Keep it up. That's good for you. Pro Julie says, "Don't be disrespectful to the taco." Matt, don't worry about it. It's not that's one thing I have never really cared about at all. Hit the dislike button if you want to. It doesn't matter to me. I don't get anything from it one way or the other, so it doesn't matter. It's just it's a metric that doesn't even count. We've got about 30 seconds left here before I start the intro for the day today. I mean, you see what the title is for the day. It's You Loved Him or You Hate Him, but He Made Some of Us Smile, Paul Reubens. You can only imagine what the song for the day is going to be today. I'll have a little 4.5 minute interview I guess I should say Pee Wee Herman did with Conan O'Brien that I want to play for you guys. I think it's pretty funny. You'll like it. See you guys on the other side of Market Open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and APE, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day, you loved him or you hated him, but he made some of us smile. And sometimes that's all you need in life is just a smile. It gets you through some of the hardest times you can have. Rip to Paul Reubens as Pee Wee Herman. He was a comedian. He was somebody who performed and entertained and brought smiles to people. And so I'm paying him a little respect here. And I just want to show you guys, because I never really, I guess growing up as a kid, him being kind of like a person who is an entertainer for children, I never really thought of him as a comedian. But I saw this clip when I was searching for the song that I was going to play. I mean, it wasn't really hard to search for Tequila, but I wanted to see if there was like maybe a different version of Tequila that I could play. And I did find something that I kind of considered but didn't really play at all. But I want to show you guys this clip. And of course, y'all are going to sit here and go like, dude, if you cover up this price movement right now, I'm going to hate you forever. So I'm going to try and make this small for you guys. Let's see here. Let me just make it nice and small like I do for some of the other things that I do here real quick, because I don't want you guys hating on me as we're moving in price here. There we go. This way you can, let me make sure you can see them. This way you should still be able to see this. But I think it's best if it's watched on a really big screen, because seeing some of the facial features of Pee Wee is kind of crucial to his act. But man, he was funny. Check it out.
Was the star of the TV series Pee-wee's Playhouse and the hilarious film Pee-wee's Big Adventure. His new HBO special, The Pee Wee Herman Show on Broadway, premieres March 19th. Please welcome Pee Wee Herman.
Hello! I'll be right there. Kevin! Here I come! What's this?
That was an incredible entrance.
Oh, thanks. Nothing like water skiing.
And you're dry as a bone.
Dry
it's
as a
amazing.
bone.
It's a miracle.
So nice to have you here, Pee-wee.
Thank you.
You know, one of my favorite things, whenever you come to visit me, you always bring a special toy or a gadget, something that's amusing you recently.
And I will not let you down tonight.
Okay.
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah. What do you got there?
Oh, it's called the phony phone ring. Get off the phone, phony phone ringer excuse. If you're on the phone and somebody's yakking away and you're trying to get off the phone,
right.
You push these different buttons. You go like, oh, I'm sorry, I have to get off the phone. This one, I can't figure this one. This is for static in your car. I'm sorry, what? I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I have to call you back, okay?
Uh-huh. What else you got there? Someone's at the door?
Someone's at my door. I hope they don't wake up the baby. I hope they don't wake up. Oh, no! Shut up! Shut up! Daddy's gonna freak out! Shut up! Here, listen to this one.
Chinese food delivery.
It works every time.
That's
Works really
absurd.
good.
I love that. Okay, well, what else did you...
I love this next part, guys. If you wanted to memorialize, you should be taking in a balloon into work today and doing this next bit in front of your coworkers, just to get a laugh out of them. To honor Pee Wee. But this next part is great, man. It had me rolling.
You bring for us,
Oh,
Pee-wee?
I got one more thing here I wanted to show you. It's my
Okay.
balloon trick. Do you mind if I stand?
No, not at all. It's your Pee-wee Herman.
Right.
You do what you want. Yeah. Okay. Balloon trick. I'd like to see this. right. Wish we had blown the balloon up first.
This is my favorite part.
All right. Please stop it.
Just kidding.
Oh man, that was priceless. Man, I started thinking about it. I think it was earlier this morning when I played it for everybody. One of the things that it made me think of a little bit as I was playing it, I was going like, in a roundabout way, Pee Wee Herman was almost like it was America's Mr. Bean. Like if Mr. Bean could have said something or would have said something, like he was kind of the U.S. version of Mr. Bean. And man, and I know a lot of people love Mr. Bean. So, anyways, we love you, Paul Reubens. We got about 15 more minutes here left, guys, before we take a look at the numbers for the first time since market open. Let's see, we've got 5. We had a nice little run up there at the beginning. We're up 2.57% at $5.10. We found a rejection off of $5.17. I told you guys earlier this morning that 509 was the price point at which we should see additional buying pressure kicking in. If we can maintain or find some support here at this 508 level, which we have a Fibonacci retracement from the past, if we can find support there, then we should see price continue to move upwards, as that's the key point that we need to hit to kind of get a little bit of a buy signal here for short-term investors. However, the problem is we ran really hard up on the way up here and hit the Bollinger Band the entire way up. And usually what happens is price will come back down and retest the simple moving average as that occurs. So we'll see the simple moving average likely moving upwards and the price coming back down, and they'll converge at some point and either find support or won't. And if it finds support there, then it'll likely rebound and go for continuation move upwards. Let's see here. Reading what you guys are writing. Ape is down 2.16. The only thing that's really green on my screen right now is the VIX and AMC. Those are the only two things. I've got everything else is showing red right now. Let me look at the dollar here. Dollar's up 0.42 for the day today. Ethereum Classic's down. Everything's down. SPY's down. Everything's down. What about banks? Big bank movers. Yeah, a lot of red in here. There's only one green one right now. Everything else is red. Looking like a nasty kind of day today. Let's see here. Jana White, don't cry. It's supposed to be happy. It's supposed to be happy, Jana, not crying. I had to watch Pee Wee twice. I almost played his. So I was choosing between. Well, initially I was like, well, I have to play the Tequila song, right? Like I felt like that had to be the song to play. But when I had opened up looking for different songs, I got the Pee Wee Playhouse song, and I thought about doing that one for the opening intro. And I was like, nah, I'll just do it. Yeah, I always do usually like full songs and stuff like that. So I was like, I'll just stick to the Tequila because everybody knows that one. So. VIX is up 3.89% at 14.11. Point Break Thor saying losing Pee Wee and Gilbert Gottfried too close together. Texas Aggie says, yes, play that one too. I could play that one too. I mean, if you guys really want to hear it, throw up a bunch of ones if you really want to hear that. If I see a bunch of ones going up in the comment section, I'll play it. Eric, don't worry about the like button, man. It's not a big deal. It doesn't do anything for me. Point Break Thor says, I played the Pee Wee Playhouse song and video for my 4-month granddaughter yesterday. She gave me a befuddled look to me. I watched it this morning and was sitting there thinking to myself, like, man, that was some, like, what were we on back in those days? All right, I'll play it. I see a bunch of ones. All right. Let's see. It was in my, I could probably just go to my history and find it, but here we go. Let's play it. I almost played this one because of the apes in the beginning. It's almost got a SpongeBob SquarePants kind of feel to it, doesn't it?
And pull yourself up a chair. Let the fun begin. It's time to let down your hair. TV sure excited. Those friends have been invited to the wacky TV Playhouse. There's a crazy rhythm coming from Puppet Land. Dirty do a cool cat, Chicky Baby, or the Puppet Bear. You got a couple of talking fish and the genie who ran the wish. Chloe is cuckoo at TV's Playhouse. Chloe's spinning, Mr. Windows winning, horse carries flying by. Flowers are singing, the picture phone is ringing, and the dinosaur family goes hi. Mr. Kite soaring, Conky's still soaring, there's a flashing magic screen. The countess is so classy, Van's kind of sassy, a nuttier establishment you've never seen. Spend the day with TV and you'll see what we mean. Come on! Get out of bed, there'll be no more napping. Wake up! 'Cause we're living in a place where anything can happen. Now we giving you fair warning, it's gonna be that kind of morning. We're being wacky, we're getting nutty. Now it's cuckoo at TV's Playhouse.
we were I think when we all if you guys are my age and you watched that growing up, I think we had like residual drugs from our parents doing drugs when we were being when they were pregnant with us. 'Cause What were we thinking? That was some weird stuff back then. And it didn't seem weird at the time though. I remember watching it and going like, acid rules. I want to know how the adults came up with that though. And that's the part that I want to know is like how in the world does an adult come up with those kind of things and like just go like, oh yeah, this'll definitely pull well with the kids here. They'll really like this stuff. Buck the Nar says this is a stock channel, right? This is where we fling poo and eat crayons, sir. Welcome to the channel. I know you've been here for a while. Good times. We got about 8 more minutes here, guys, before we take a look at our first numbers for the day today. AMC is at $5, up 0.6% for the day today. Ape is down 2.16 at 1.81. Everything is red on my page over here except for VIX and AMC. Roseanne says, yes, but we are diverse in our thinking, so yes, it's a stock. It is a stock channel. We like to have fun as well. Absolutely. Casey, I'm at work and people agreed to listen in for the first time. I bigger you up as one of the smartest and nicest apes in our community, and it's turned into a hard sell right now. Yeah, I get it, man. You know, here's the thing. Here's what you got to tell your coworkers, or if your coworkers are listening, this is the thing. There is a lot of pain in our market here right now. A lot of pain. And I'm telling you right now, one of the best ways to deal with pain is humor. If you can't use a little bit of humor to get past the painful parts, then you're just probably going to fold at some point, right? It's just going to become overwhelming and too difficult to continue to watch. And so sometimes humor is what's needed to try and get through or push to the next level. So if I can provide a little bit of happiness in your day for just a few minutes or maybe a few hours, since I am here streaming for 9.5 hours every single day, I got to do that. That's what I got to do because that's important for us to have that laughter, the fun. But we do get serious too. Because after all, this is a very serious topic. Yeah, Buck, I know you're kidding, man. We're good. 6 more minutes. 6 more minutes. We'll take a look at the numbers. Then it may not be as so much of a hard sell. Then earlier this morning, guys, I did touch on a couple different things. One of the things that I touched on was the fact that Ortex is reporting our short interest for Ape as being at about 18.54%. That is a little bit higher than I think it should be being reported as, and the reason for that being is that the outstanding shares, or not outstanding shares, the free float, which is the amount of shares that can be traded in the marketplace, is larger than what I think they're estimating as they're only showing that the short interest is at 95 million shares. So they're reporting too large of a number because if you take that 18.54% and you multiply it by the total amount of shares in the free float of AMC, you come up with 95 million shares. So Ortex has been misreporting some data here, and I sent him a little bit of a message on Twitter this morning, kind of asking him if they could please comment on that because they should get it right. People pay money for that information, and they should be getting the information right. So we'll see what they end up saying. As far as I know, I have not received back any kind of comment in regards to it. I'm just checking to see if I did. I may have received something. Let me just check here real quick. I do see that it has gotten some following a little bit, but it does not appear that I've received any feedback here. All right. No feedback yet. I don't see anything. Jathan says, "Dear Ortex, what gives? Sincerely, Casey." I tell you what, man, I feel like I should be an auditor for those guys. I feel like I could go through a lot of their information and go through an audit for them and help them out. But, you know, I feel like I find a lot of mistakes that they make in some of their reporting. But I'm going to go ahead and give you guys my two-factor authentication speech right now because I just feel like logging in just a few minutes earlier because we got just a couple more minutes before we take a look at these numbers. For those of you who may be new to the channel, every hour on the hour, I go through the numbers for the day-to-day and kind of give you guys like a rundown of what's going on and you know, maybe give you like an insight as to why what's happening is happening. So every hour on the hour you can tune in. You don't have to watch all day long and get that information when you feel like you want it or you need it. Give me 1 second here. With that two-factor authentication with your broker, it's really important to do as it kind of helps protect you. It keeps somebody else out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to do that. You never know when your primary device is going to get destroyed or malfunctions, and that'll give you backup access to get into your account. One other thing that I'd like to mention to you guys is that if you don't have a copy of your portfolio statement from your broker, you're doing yourself a massive disservice. When the market starts to have problems similar to like it had in 2021, a lot of brokers did some shady stuff. And there were a lot of people that were reporting that there were changes in their accounts that were unexpected. And if they didn't have anything to back up what it is that they thought it was supposed to be, they just had to roll with the punches. And they had no other way to prove it. So make sure you get backup copies of your statements from your broker. That way that you can have proof of what it is that they're saying that you have right now, and it matches what it may be in the future. I say these things for a reason. I fully expect there to be some weird stuff happening when the market does start tanking massively. So, having said that, let's head on over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at what's going on here. All right. Starting with the top left-hand side of the screen. Let's see, Alpha Exchange data is kind of highlighted there. Let me get rid of that. Top left-hand side of the screen, what you're going to see is 4 different people's names there, and it's tally points for price prediction. This is 4 different apes who are just trying to get price as close as possible to being accurate within a $3 price range every single day. Everybody got a point for yesterday. We got the price prediction target for AMC and Ape combined. And for the day-to-day, we've got price predictions are in. I've got hold on a second here. I forgot to put in Einstein's. I've got 529 to 829. Eric has 6 to 9. Apex has 526 to 826, and oh wow, Einstein's going with the same thing as Apex, 526 to 826. So 2 different guys don't even know each other than here on the channel. Went with the exact same price prediction for the day today. So, cool. That's doesn't happen very often. It does happen on occasion, but not very often. And I'm only 3 cents higher. So I think we're all pretty much in agreement on which where we're kind of heading here. Eric's been hitting that 6 to 9 for a long time. I think he's just waiting for it to hit one of these days. Short exempt volume for AMC for the day yesterday was 525.8 thousand shares. Ape was 92.9 thousand shares. Utilization for AMC and Ape were both up. AMC marginally Ape was up by quite a bit, almost like it was like a little over 6%, I think, for the day. But utilization is reporting at 80.53% for AMC Ape at 90.44. Day-over-day price increase was a 7.11% increase for AMC Ape at 2.78. Max pain is $5 again. It was $5 to start the week off. It's $5 again today. No change in that. Let's take a look at off exchange, which is sitting right over here to my left. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 10 and 11%. As it stands right now, off exchange for AMC is at 60.9%, EDGX at 6.33%. The combined total in that 67.23%. That's about 13.23% higher than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day today is at 2,917 shares, which is 0.07% of our total daily volume. Nothing unusual happening there yet. On Ape, off exchange is at 45.88%, EDGX at 11 to 19%, or 11 19%, 11.19. Man, which is the total on that is 57.07%. That's about 3.07% higher than I would expect it to be. So heavy price suppression on both AMC and Ape this morning, on trying to keep those prices down. CHX volume for the day today is at 0. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 0.07%. It's only 164 shares, nothing unusually large going through that exchange at this time. Institutional ownership of AMC earlier this morning was reported at 141.521 million shares. It is now currently 141.521, so no change. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today so far is coming in at a strike price of $5. That's where it was yesterday. But we have a very close runner-up at 5.5. At $5, there's currently 4.9 thousand contracts. On puts, highest amount of volume is currently at a $4 strike. An hour ago, or currently, there's 9.5 thousand contracts. The market is currently suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at the combined price of AMC and Ape, it's currently at $6.83. And as you see from this chart right here that I've got, this is the combined price of AMC and Ape. Earlier this morning, I identified what appears to possibly be an inverted head and shoulder pattern going on right now. I do like the fact that most of this information is kind of trending the way that it should trend if this truly indeed were a inverse head and shoulders. The only part that I don't like about this is usually I feel like the trailing shoulder should be higher than the leading shoulder, which is over here. When this plays out, the price should start moving upwards further. I would suggest at least a retest of 715. More than likely, a breakthrough that would be likely, and perhaps maybe even retesting of levels around $8 a share combined. But currently, we are consolidating, and that's what I would expect to see happen for the rest of the day today. More than likely, probably somewhere between $6.67 and $7.03, as those are two different Fibonacci retracements that I have from the past. Taking a look at Ortex data. Ortex logged me out. Give me a second while I move that to the other side here. Ortex doesn't. They're like, oh, you're going to question our data now? We're going to log you out. It's like never happens. Let me pull it back up. It's so weird. It's showing that I'm logged in, but still had everything, all the images kind of jacked up or something, fuzzed out so you couldn't see it. There we go. Now it's reporting correctly. Let's get this to refresh here as well. All right. So far this morning on AMC, we're seeing about 1.06 million shares having been borrowed for the day so far. That's obviously going to have the effect of raising the short share interest of the free float to 29.66%. Cost to borrow min is 306.03, average is 340.6, and max is 359.31%. Let's take a look at what we got going on here for utilization. Day over day utilization on AMC went up from 80.32 to 80.53. On loan amount went up by 1.7 million shares from 184.3 to 186. And then the estimated short share interest of the free float as a result went up from 29.47 to 29.59. That means that Ortex is estimating of the 1.7 million new shares on loan yesterday, about 622,000 of that was in new short interest. On loan average age per day, we've got so many shares on loan right now, 86 million shares, with shares being borrowed at 1.7 million on a day, on a single day. There's no way that's going to cause that to go down. And it is indeed starting to head back up again here. On loan average age per day went from 131.73 to 132.87. That's day number one after having seen a decrease in a move on that on loan average age per day, which is one of the biggest key indicators that I see. When you see that drop, you usually know there's a price increase incoming soon. When it hits the bottom, once I see 2 days of upwards momentum on that on loan average age per day, that usually starts the ticking timer of 15 trading days before seeing a significant price increase. I mean, you could almost say that we had it yesterday. It hit the bottom. On loan average age hit the bottom the day before, and then the very next day we started moving up. Security lending volume day over day decreased from 18.37 million to 10.12. And then on APE, so far for this morning, we've had 136.4 thousand shares having been returned. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to maybe drop by 0.01 to 18.54%. Cost to borrow, average, and max and min are not reporting due to the fact that there's been no reported borrowed shares yet. Utilization for the day-to-day, day over day is a pretty big jump up here. I was telling you guys it was about 6% or so. It went from 83.71% to 90.44%. That can mean one of two things. Either somebody's reporting less shares available to borrow, which would cause your utilization to go up, or somebody borrowed enough shares to be able to raise that utilization rate up. One of the two. The amount of shares that were borrowed yesterday was the exact same amount on AMC as 1.7 million shares. So the total on loan amount went from 78.74 million to 80.44 million. That's obviously going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 18.42 to 18.55, and the on loan average age per day is rising from 7.47 to 10.05. Remember, guys, I just got done telling you this 18.54% I think is wrong. I think this number needs to be closer to 10% because they're reporting this based off of the amount of this percentage, based off of the amount of shares that AMC has in the free float, not what APE has in the free float. So I think this number is a little misdeceiving on the on that short share interest of the free float. Security lending volume on APE day over day dropped from 8.96 million shares to 2.08 million. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC APE, GME are the only three I'm looking for on this list. Likely due to low volume, none of the three have made the top 30 most heavily traded stocks. SSR's trigger price for the day-to-day for AMC is at $4.47, APE at 1.665. Shares available to borrow has jumped back up again. They had zero earlier. They had borrowed them all out and returned 700,000, and then an additional 50,000. And you can also see into the ETFs also shares being returned. Fees since the returning of those shares, the fees have dropped from 153.6% to 142.4%. This morning, there's 184.3 thousand contracts in open interest out of the money on the calls versus 24.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 267.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 48.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.56, Dow Jones is up 0.21, and the S&P 500 is down 0.23. We have 3,797 decliners to 2,394 advancers. The market's more declining than advancing currently. Big bank movers for the day today. What do we got going on here? I'm only going to be looking for banks that are plus or minus 2.75% or greater in a move for the day today. So far, the only ones that I'm seeing on the list here is going to be Zion, which is down 3.4% currently. Coinbase is down 8% right now. There's only 2 green bank stock tickers. Everything else is within the margin of less than 2.75% of a move. Currently, Ethereum Classic is down 1.32%. And let's see if it's trending here. Trending up currently. The US dollar is currently up 0.34% for the day-to-day. You can see it had a little bit of a dropout here not too long ago, but still up for the day. Up 0.35. Oil is currently down 1.83% and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.59 to 0.61, and I'd say on a slight downtrend currently. SPY is down 0.3, had a early morning market uptrend, including an up to market open, and then we're now starting to kind of pull back a little bit on that. You can see that on my Bollinger Band here that we did top the upper Bollinger Band, which usually means price is going to come back down and meet the simple moving average and either find support or not. And in this particular case, not. Starting to head down. VIX is up this morning, 2.49% and trending down. VBR is down 0.4% for the day today and consolidating. That is one of the largest ETF holders of AMC shares. That's Vanguard's one of Vanguard. I got 2 different tickers here. I've got VBR and VB. Both of those 2 are the largest holders of AMC shares. The last time I checked, I haven't checked recently. I need to check again. But VBR is down 0.41 and consolidating. VB is down 0.75 and consolidating. Tesla is down 2.06 and trending down. Amazon is down 1.35 and trending down. Cinemark is down 1.2 and trending down. Doge is down 1.34 and starting to take a little bit of a dumping here. Bitcoin finally retested my. I have my Fibonacci retracement set at 28.7. 28.744 is close enough. But it finally retested that within the range of what I would suggest is, this test of this Fibonacci retracement. And I don't know if it's going to break through or not. I kind of expect to see about, 2-3 tests of that range before perhaps breaking down to the other side of this head and shoulders. So if you look at the pattern on the daily here, you can see how this is the first test of 28.7. This is a little bit of a test back here, but not quite. So I think that this could very well break down and meet to the other side of the shoulder down here, to which point we should meet the larger signal that we had a while back where we have an ascending broadening wedge, and we should see price kind of trade sideways or consolidate for a little bit, followed by a breakout of this ascending broadening wedge, and then retesting the secondary touching point on the bottom at around 19.4K a coin. GME is currently down 2.27% for the day-to-day on a downtrend. HYMC is down 0.11 and consolidating. NCMI is down 2.83% and on a downtrend. Hood is down 2.14 and trending down. Ape is down 1.62% for the day today. It is currently trending down, but it's kind of consolidating at this time. I think it's trying to turn around here and consolidate a little bit here. I'm looking at the order book right now, and I see a little bit of a sell wall at $1.85. So, but it's not as nearly as big of a sell wall as it was yesterday, which was like over 500,000 shares at $1.87. On AMC, we had the initial run up to 517, and then the hard rejection, and you can see here that we did come back down to the simple moving average after bouncing off the Bollinger Band and testing and holding for a little bit until finally finding no resistance on the breakthrough on this and heading down further here. So AMC is now in the negative territory with everybody else. We are down 0.4% for the day today. Inflow versus outflow on AMC, we have currently almost $2 million more inflow than outflow. It's 1.9 right now. 8.04 million shares traded so far. We're actually getting a pretty decent volume day today. The only problem is we're heading down at the moment. So hopefully before the end of the day is over, we'll see a reversal in that, and we can see higher volume for the day compared to what we're currently pacing for. Currently, we are 47 minutes into the trading day with 8.06 million shares traded. So looks like we're on pace for about 66.88 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares. I do expect these numbers to come down, but these are eerily close to yesterday's volume numbers, which means we may end up hitting about 37 million shares traded as a very likely possibility, which would be higher than my prediction of 10 to 30 million. On a 4-hour chart, we've got currently, and I'm only looking at the Vortex indicator down at the bottom of the screen here, and RSI. We currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.81, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.81, which is slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.79, which is average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.02, and this crossover on the divergence on the Vortex indicator currently occurring. On Ape, so far for the day today, we've got about $150,000 more outflow than inflow. 2.61 million shares traded so far for the day today after 48 minutes worth of trading. Puts us on a pace for about 21.2 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million shares. I think we will hit that. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last 8 hours. RSI is at 48.04, which is pretty much average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 42.39, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 40.63, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.54, which is below average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. For those of you who are new here, I know it's not really called an Ichimoto cloud, but everybody thought it would be more funny to call it an Ichimoto cloud. That way everybody can remember what it is. It's the itchy booger. But it's really Ichimoku cloud. So this indicator is a good indicator. It's got a lot of different signals that can tell you where there's strength and support and buying pressure. The lagging line that you have right here is currently at price line. When this lagging line comes down and runs into price line, that usually signals a sell-off. So, and then you can see that the conversion has also crossed the base here within the last hour. That's another signal that would institute a sell-off. So we're seeing a little bit of a sell-off period here going on, and we were moving into a green cloud. Whenever price is moving, price likes to move down through green clouds, up through red clouds. So we're getting a little bit of this downwards momentum, which is kind of what I've anticipated for the day today. I had it set a close at about 178. Which would put us just down below the cloud by the end of the day today. But do note, this green cloud is thinning out going into tomorrow by the end of tomorrow, which means we may be seeing a reversal as early as the pre-market tomorrow morning and heading back the other direction as we start to see a red cloud forming. In order to see a buy signal for the day-to-day on Ape, two different things need to happen. We need to get we need to keep the lagging line above price line. Conversion has to be above base, and price needs to be heading up, have an uptrend. So to get that today on Ape, we got to see about 187 on the 1 hour time interval. So we're about 7 cents below that. On a 4 hour chart, we've got lagging line right on price line. Conversion is now above base, which is a good thing, but that lagging line's not above the price line. And price is starting to come down towards this green cloud and wants to probably try and start heading towards moving through this in the thinner portion of the cloud. Price doesn't like to move through thick portions unless there's something happening that's unusual. So I'm kind of expecting like a 178 close for the day today. I think we're going to be coming down and getting ready to test on perhaps maybe breaking through this cloud. On AMC, on a 1 hour chart, we've got lagging line above price line, conversions above base, but the price is stuck right inside the cloud. Now the cloud does come down a little bit as the day continues on here. And you can see that, when we break out of this, if we can maintain a price above the baseline, which is sitting at about 489 right now, if we can keep our price above that, this will remain a buy signal as price kind of breaks out into the open area above the cloud. As we've never, the only time we really broke through this cloud here was just at market open today. So there's still a chance yet that we may see price moving up. Just note that tomorrow is already a green cloud forming. Price doesn't have to go through the front side of a green cloud. It can go through the back side. So if we did see price moving upwards, we may see a break through a green cloud at a later date, not necessarily tomorrow. To get buying pressure here, we need to see a price above 509. And we hit it, but we didn't maintain it. So not maintaining 509 will not continue to see, more than likely will not see buying pressure. On a 4 hour chart, we are heading towards a red cloud, the beginning of a red cloud in the future. Lagging line is below price line, conversion's below base, and conversion looks like it's about ready to cross base here. If we can get lagging line above price line and conversion above base, which would put us in the range of about 575, I think we could see some buying pressure. But that's a pretty significant jump from where we're at right now. But I think we would see significant amounts of buying pressure and a very strong possibility of breaking above the cloud going into late tomorrow and breaking past like 652, which seems pretty lofty of a price to suspect that may happen, but that's what the cloud's showing. With that, that's all I've got for you guys. I'm going to take you back over to the main page. This is where Wolfie's friends all look at him and coworkers, I should say, look at him and say, dude, he went from he did a 180. He went from being funny, goofy funny, to being completely serious. What the hell is this guy on? How in the world does he flip like that? Something's wrong with this guy. It's not like I haven't heard that before. We've been around for a while. We do get goofy sometimes. Point Break Thor, good morning to you. Let's just say I like to go to extremes, Wolfie. That does seem to be the case, right? It goes straight from you. How do you take a one? How do you go from How do you go from Pee Wee Herman to Charles Payne? Or somebody else? I don't know. Pro Jeweler says, "What's wrong with you?" Many teachers asked me when I was growing up. Me too. I think we both know why we have that in common, Pro Jeweler, though. I got it. I had two different types of teachers growing up. I had the type of teacher that would say, "What's wrong with you?" And then I had the other type of teacher that would actually spend the time to take care and try and figure out, like how they could help me the best that they could to learn without completely focusing all their attention on me, because obviously they still had a full class. And let me tell you, man, I look back fondly on the teachers who cared enough to spend that extra time, and not so fondly on the ones that didn't. So, and man, I'll tell you what, teachers can make or break an entire student and their future and their success, just by whether or not they make it a positive learning experience or if they make it kind of a negative one. Yeah, it is. It is so true. I mean, I took exception. This is gonna rile up some feathers right here. I took exception a little bit. You know that new math? I can't ever remember the name. The new math that they're teaching kids in school. It's like somebody help me out. It's like core some. I can't remember what it's called. It's this new style of math where they're teaching kids how to learn math in a different fashion. And I was like, I looked at it and I was like, there's so much easier ways to figure out the answer than Common Core. That's what it was. Nobody put it in there. I got it before you guys. Yes, point for me. Common Core is what I think it's called. And they sit there and they teach these kids these weird ways of figuring out math problems. And I'm just going like, they made it kind of like weird and complex. And my initial thought process is like, that's so stupid. But I had to take a step back and I looked at it, and the more I looked at it, I was like, holy crap, they're literally trying to teach math in a different kind of way, to where they're teaching about concepts and not and relationships of values and what they have, or how they have an impact on each other. And to be honest with you, that is so much more better. This is my grammar here. This is a way better way to teach kids about the fundamentals of understanding how numbers interact with each other, than teaching them, throwing down a times table chart in front of them and saying like, here, memorize this. I can't even begin to tell you, like, I am a firm believer in the idea that once a child understands or has a firm grasp on why one number can affect another number in a certain way, depending on how you choose to use a formula to manipulate those numbers, math becomes this open world of, holy crap, I can figure out things I never knew I could figure out before. And so it's like, yeah, much more excellenter. Go back to school, Casey. But this is what, and so I had to pull myself back, because initially I looked at that Common Core crap and I was like, that is just so stupid. And because there's such easier ways to figure it out. But when I started to dive into it and understand what it was all about, and understanding why it was important to teach kids those, I guess, understanding of relationships on numbers, it made more sense to me that what teachers are, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it easier for kids of different learning abilities to be able to pick up those common understanding. Whereas some kids, it might just be natural, right? Some kids might find it really natural to just pick it up and just understand how math works, whereas for other kids, they may struggle for it. And so it was a roundabout way of being able to teach everybody how numbers interact and function together, and gives the teacher the ability to be able to. But it's difficult, though, because I can't even imagine for the teachers, because I'm sure it's really, really difficult for them to teach something that they're not even used to teaching. So, but it is, I think there's a possibility that it might be good for growth, though, in the future. I know Buy and Hold says Common Core, really? I know, man. I'm telling you, I was the same exact way. And I'm not pushing Common Core. I'm not going to sit here and tell you like, oh, we have to have Common Core. I mean, I kind of feel like in school, you have to teach kids based off of what their needs are. And some kids have different needs for learning than other kids. And so it kind of sucks a little bit because Common Core, I think, might not necessarily be beneficial to all kids. But I do think there are definitely kids out there who would massively benefit from learning math that particular way. So it kind of depends, right? Einstein says Common Core math is what they use to adjust inflation. Yeah, that's no wonder it's transitory. Oh, man. Hey, when you guys see Donkey Kong, let me know. I'm waiting to see, because he was supposed to give me a song, because he had his birthday, I guess, not too long ago. And I was going to ask him, I asked him what a song he wanted to play, and then I never saw it posted up, so I never got a song from him. Tech We Love says, I excelled at the times tables. The kids would race to see who would finish the packets first. That was the most fun I had in third grade. Everything else was hard for me, like stupid class projects. Yeah, like I said, some people excel with learning one way versus another. So maybe math was just your thing. ProJuler says, I couldn't understand why Johnny had to walk so far to buy so many damn apples in the math stories. I know. I'm sitting there. I whenever we would get those ProJuler, those the verbal math equations or questions where you had to build an equation for it, I was always focusing on the wrong parts. I was like, why is he giving up his apples? What if he just wants to keep them? I'm always sitting there thinking about this. Those were terrible. I hated those. Oh, sweet, but Donkey Kong. I need to see. You want Hello Mother, Hello Father for the song for the day? Come on. Come on, man. You have all the choices you have, and that's what you want is Hello Mother, Hello Father. There's no way. I mean, if that's what you really, really want, I can do it, but, I mean, come on, man. Einstein says, I have no issue with different methods of calculating, but the result must be constant or none of it makes any sense. I agree. Glenn says, my birthday is August 9th. Song choice is last song I put in the Discord. Let me write you down for August 9th. Holy moly, I don't know where. You know what? It's not that far away. That's going to be this Wednesday next week. All right, I will put that down. Hold on a second, Glenn. Give me just a second. All right, I got you down. Daniel says, am I a poser if I want to be a math type of guy? Of course not. Okay. But Donkey Kong says, I think he's having a stroke. But Donkey Kong, are you okay? Yinghui Malmsteen Black Star. All right, let me check it out here. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna look it up and see if that's really what you meant or if that's a typo. This is gonna be hardcore. I can just feel it already. This sounds very, very. This is probably like. Is this German? Is this like German metal? German hate metal? I feel like that's what this is. Let me check it out here. I'd call it German angry metal, but they're not angry. They're just, oh, yep, it's a real thing. You didn't even, okay, yep. What is this? All right, I got it queued up, so I've got it sitting in here. Maybe I'll play Hello Mother, Hello Father instead. I got to give it a listen first. Notice the 10-year yield lately. Last time it was over 4%. We had banks failing. I have not looked at Einstein, but let's give it a look together, shall we? I actually stopped kind of watching it a little bit just because it was, I don't know. I'm not sure if I want to say depressing or... there was a reason why I stopped watching it. I don't remember why it was exactly, but let me pull it up on the screen and share with you guys. Let's see what we got going on here. I got to change this first. Oh, you know what? It's just going to show today's dates, isn't it? I got to put last month. 2023. Apply. Eesh. Okay. So the this is really difficult. The 10 years, the third one from the right, and the 1 year is going to be. Is it directly in the middle? 3, 4, 5, 6 one over. So it looks like we briefly hit over 4 on the 27th of July, and then it went down to 396 and then 397. The 1 year dropped from 5.4 to 5.37. So they're kind of moving in unison. But you know we were hitting down like at 3.76 about midway through July. So it's definitely shot back up. It's trending upwards. And let's see about the 1 year. It went from 5.27 to, it's trending upwards as well, to about 5.4. Yep. It's kind of weird. Kind of crazy. Pull up the chart, US 10Y. All right, hold on. Actually, I think I already have, maybe I rebooted my computer since then. Let me look and see. I had the US 10Y and the US 1Y overlaid on top of each other at one point. Let me see if I still have that chart pulled. No, I must have rebooted the computer since then. Let's go to a daily. And then we can overlay this with the 1 year. It's it's called something else. US. What is it? Is it just US 1? You're texting me. US 0. Oh, I always forget the 0. That's right. US 01. Thank you. Let's do new price scale. Actually, we should do same price scale. Let me delete that real quick. So the inverted yield started around July of 2022. So we're literally like a year into this inverted yield and never managed to make it back over. It looks like it, the yield dropped both at the same time on the 1 year and the 10-year around the same time. But these are still, I mean, I would say the gap's almost getting worse currently than what it was. And, but yeah. Oh, sorry, I have you guys on the wrong screen there. Sorry. This is back during 2018, and then going into 2020. You can see the yields almost matched up for a temporary period of time, and then the 10-year was way up. Going back in the history. This is 06 right here, when the yield was inverted. 07, and then it actually went back to normal in around 07. And let's see if we can go back further. 81. Let's go back to 2000. I don't think we've ever seen. Let's pull this back out to like a yearly or a monthly. There's probably only been one other time in history where we've seen inverted yields as much as they are currently. Maybe two. Well, maybe a couple times. Back in 73, 1973, and then it looks like maybe also around 1980 and 1981. Those would have been the largest inverse yields that we've ever seen, not including current. Daniel says, Casey, I think you should monetize, man. I commend you for your position in doing in it to document history, just to make sure you understand. It is okay to get paid for doing what you love. I'm glad you think I love doing this. I don't mean to sound. How do I say this? I don't love doing this. That's probably the quick and easy thing I can say is that this is way outside my comfort zone. I don't love doing this at all. This is not what I want to do for a living or anything like this whatsoever. I mean, I'm not even close to kidding to you when I tell you that I can't wait for this to be over as much as everybody else. That way I can get back onto a normal life, doing normal things and something other than this. I can't imagine ever YouTubing or doing a single live stream after this is over in the future. It's not what I want to do in life. I'm not saying that I don't care to do this for the help of others. That's not what I'm trying to say. I just don't want to do YouTube. And as far as the monetization goes, I appreciate it, but I know that the only way that I can continue to do what it is that I'm doing and allow people to trust in what it is that I'm doing and knowing that I'm not here to do anything else other than benefit us as a community is by not monetizing. So it's something I have to do as much as I would love to get paid for doing this. It's going to change how you view. Well, money does weird things to people, guys. It does really weird things to people. And I'm telling you right now, the minute that I monetized, I would not be the same. I couldn't promise you that I would be the same person. I would think differently. I would do things differently. And even if I did, even if it wasn't for, think about clickbait titles, right? Think how often people put clickbait titles in the top of a thing just so they can get people to click on their thing. I can write whatever the hell I want to. I can talk about Paul Reubens because he passed away, and I don't have to care about whether or not it's going to make me money. I just can be me, and I don't have to worry about it. There's no pressures. I don't have to worry about people feeling like I've wronged them in some kind of way. I can just be me and truthful and do what it is that I think is right. But the minute that I throw money in there, it's going to change everything, and I can't do that. I got to stay away from it as much as possible. So, and I say as much as possible because, you know, I've had, believe it or not, I've actually had some people who have been a part of this community and still are a part of this community who have sent me things. And it's like, I didn't ask them to do it and they did it anyways. And it's just kind of like, you know, I can't stop them from doing it, but it's like, you know, don't do it. I don't want you to send me, don't give me anything. I don't want anything at all from you. I just don't. It makes it so much easier for me. Like when somebody comes to Austin and I say, hey, we can go out and get a drink, I buy them the drink. Because I don't want them buying me a drink, because then it's me taking something. I feel like I'm taking something for doing something here, and that's not what this is about. So you can buy me a drink and I'll buy you a drink, but I'm not going to take from you. So I appreciate it. I really do, but I just can't do it. Peter says, man, AMC is dumping, and if it breaks the 200-day MA, we're going to see a negative like 6%. I mean, I wouldn't put a whole lot of faith into some of the MA movement, although I understand what you're saying when you say that. How much capital is needed to make a day trading a job? You'd think you'd have to net profit more often than not, bills, etc. I mean, I feel like most, especially in a bull market, I feel like you could probably make a lot more than this. But I think probably a decent day trader can probably pull in 4 to 6% on average a year. Now hear me out, because you guys are going to be like, what? That's it? This is including bear markets, guys. You have to include bear markets that happen in cycles, right? So if you can average 4 to 6%, then you're probably doing pretty well for yourself. So, figure out from there. It should be pretty easy for you to figure out, Daniel, whether or not you could do it based on how much money you're starting with. If you can figure that you can make 4 to 6% on average every year. I feel like a lot of people in a bull market feel like they can pull in like 20% a year. That's great. If you're pulling in 20% a year, and that's awesome, but I guarantee you it's not going to happen every single year. I've had over 20% years before. And those are great years, but then you got to take those years where you take losses and you have to account for that. And you have to say like, no, yeah, my averages are probably a little bit lower and I have to be realistic about what it is that I'm making. But nobody ever talks. It's the same thing in poker. Everybody always talks about their wins and they never talk about their losses, right? And they don't want to talk about those years where they did really bad. But if you can pull a good year, that'll help you out for some of the years where you're not doing so well, and you have to take some of that money and you have to put it aside. Genius says, I'll gladly take a drink. Well, come on down to Austin. I say down because I don't feel like we're too much. There's not too much further down below us. I'll be more right than wrong about saying come on down to Austin more often than not. So come on down to Austin. Ah, yes. Janice says, we will be buying your wife a lot of beers after this to show our appreciation, and I have always said you're more than welcome to buy her a drink when this is all over. I will let you do that all the time. Paul says you can make 4 to 6% daily shorting AMC. When it goes up, it always drops, never holds. Yeah, until that one day, right, Paul? Like that, until that one day, and then when that one day hits and you lose everything, then what? So much for all those 4 to 6% that you made daily. It's all wiped out completely. Food Dog says, Casey, does having a high-speed algorithm with customer data to see before you trade make any difference? None whatsoever. Of course it does. Yeah, it helps just a tad, I'm sure. They're not supposed to communicate back and forth about what's happening, but yeah, it helps. David says, the price you see right now is not real. They just want you to see. Wait. The price you see right now is not real. They just want you to feel, to make you feel in the way so you could sell. Just hold, not financial advice. I'm 18K down and still holding and buying. There's only one thing wrong with that entire statement, David. You're not down anything until you sell. So I don't know what you're talking about in regards to that, but everything else I totally agree with. Any2 will do says, will do Waldo. How's it going? Pro poker players have a 2 to 3% average win rate a year after all is said and done. Man, there's so much truth to that. I don't know if that's the exact correct numbers, but I can tell you right now that poker players don't win nearly as much as a lot of people seem to think that they do. A lot of them are playing off of other people's money too. Well, you guys come on into Austin anytime. Don't just come on my part, but if you come down here for whatever reason, let me know, and We can connect, and apparently it's not hookup. You don't call hookup. Apparently, we can connect. And oh shoot, I forgot to open up the back of the Big Tramp today. Son of a gun. I'll do the 10 o'clock numbers and open it up. But yeah, we can come. You can come on down here. We can connect and buy each other beers or something, or I'll buy you one. That's okay too. DM says, Casey, have you had a chance to go see the F1 in Austin? I've had multiple chances, and I turned them all down. I don't have any desire to see cars racing around on a track. That just doesn't seem like fun to me. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make fun of it or anything. It's for those who love the sport, that's great. That's awesome. I'm glad you like the sport. I personally just don't get any satisfaction out of seeing cars go by. I can go to the freeway over here and go watch for a while. It's probably get just as much of a kick. So, because actually they're bad drivers, and the bad drivers are more fun to watch. Isn't that what we all? I feel like that's why half the people go to see those races in the first place, is because they just want to see an accident. It's like, just go sit down by the freeway over an overpass. You can just sit there and watch them all day long. You'll see something happen eventually. But I'm not trying to. I literally am not trying to make fun of it. Like, if people, my brother-in-law is actually really into it and loves going down there, and he hangs out. He goes down to the F1 track all the time for all kinds of different stuff, and he's invited me along and everything. And I just not really into it. Yeah, any two will do says 99% of high rollers only have 10% of themselves in buy-ins, ranging from 10K to 50K. That's straight out of Chris Ferguson's. That's like his whole thing. He did that. What was it? Was it $100 to $1 million challenge or something like that? And that his rule, like one of the main rules that he had was set up for that, was only you never ever buy in for more than 10% at any given time, ever. Whatever your bankroll is, you never go in for more than 10%. And it's such a good rule to have. It's an amazing rule to have in poker because it saves you. Everybody goes on losing streaks, and when they happen, if the most you can lose is 10%, it happens. You're gonna have upswings too. Weather-wise, what's the best time of the year to visit Austin? I would say spring and fall. Never come in the winter. Never come in the summer. Spring or fall. And if it's spring, make sure you do it after. Like, look up to see if we've had any snow here. If we haven't had any snow, then it's not. Spring may not be over yet. If we get snow at some of the weirdest times, and I know technically speaking, I think winter's like December, January, February, or something like that. Because I don't think it's January, February, March. But sometimes we get snow in the late portion of March or even early April, and it's really kind of odd to see have happen. It's 10 o'clock, guys. It's about time to... Mitchie the Fish says F1 is an experience. It's like a festival. It is. And if you're a car lover, those guys love going down there and hearing the cars and, seeing them and stuff. And I'm not into that. Casey, what made you think of the Big Tramp, the term connect or hookup? Oh, yesterday we were talking about... Hayden was saying he was here in Austin. He was like, hey... maybe we can get together for a beer. And I said, yeah, we can hook up. Just let me know. I said, hook up. And then everybody's like, hook up, make sure you wear a condom. And I was like, whatever. I use the word hook up and interchangeably. It doesn't really matter. It's just kind of like, I don't think of it as like a date. I just like, connect, hookup, to me, they're the same kind of things. I see it interchangeably. I call dates dates. I would never say I hook up with a girl. I don't know what I would say. What would I say if I hooked up with a girl? I would a woman. Because I don't hook up with girls. I did when I was a younger kid. That's why I think of hookup as like hooking up with a girl. I guess I would have called it way back in the day. I would have said scored. I totally scored. But that's where that came from. It was a yesterday topic. Will Bowler says, I go to the Indy 500 every year. I used to have a boss. His name was David Parrish, who used to the Indy every year. It was like him and his brother, I think, or some of his family. I'm not sure who exactly. They would all go down there and meet up every year. Same time, same place. It was a family tradition. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I won't see that. Let's see here. All right. Refreshing some pages. Let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 49% going through off exchange and EDGX to be somewhere between 11 and 12%. As it stands right now, off exchange is at 61.16% and EDGX is 6.62. The combined total, and that's 67.78%. That's about 7.78% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume for the day today on AMC is at 10,734 shares. Nothing unusually large going on right there. Taking a look at APE, 39.2% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 7.95. The combined total, and that's 47.15%. That's about 12.85% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume, 2,932 shares. It is a little elevated on volume for the day, but because the volume overall is low, it's not a big number. 30,000 or more is a big number. CHX for GME is at 164 shares. Nothing going on with that one. Taking a look at Ortex. An hour ago on Ortex, it was reporting 1.06 million shares borrowed for the day on AMC. It's now 860,000 shares. That means some shares have been returned, and that will lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 29.65%. Cost to borrow mins at 306.03%, average is 340.61%, and max is 359.31%. Shares on loan for the day today is at 186 million shares. That's 1.7 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex estimated that about 622,000 of that was in new short interest. On APE, an hour ago there was approximately 136,000 shares returned so far for the morning. It's still the same value. That's going to leave that estimated short share interest of the free float at 18.54%. No shares borrowed yet for the day-to-day on APE, and so there is no cost to borrow numbers being reported. Shares on loans at 80.44 million shares. That's also 1.7 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. The same exact amount that there was on AMC. And on options, highest amount of call volume for the day today. As of an hour ago, hold on a second here. There we go. As of an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at a $5 strike for calls. It's now a $6 strike for calls. There was 4.9 thousand contracts at 5 an hour ago. There's now 9.7 at 6. On puts, highest amount of volume is still at a $4 strike. There was 9.5 thousand contracts earlier. There's now 17.9 thousand contracts in volume. Do remember, guys, that volume doesn't necessarily have to mean that it's always opening positions. It can be closing of positions as well. And there is over 142, almost 143,000 contracts open in $4 puts. And so if perhaps maybe somebody thought that the price was going to start rising from here on out for the rest of the week, potentially. Then they may have closed out positions earlier this morning when price may have been closer to 4. So that could be part of the reason why we're seeing so much volume at a $4 strike. Do note, the market is now suggesting a closing price on AMC and APE somewhere between $4 and $6, which puts us in that $5 range. I'm guessing a 501 close today, by the way. Combined price of AMC and APE is at $6.69. We are finding support here and consolidating at the top portion of my shoulder that I've got up here. We're just a little hair below it right now. Finding some support there. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, APE, and GME are the only 3 I'm looking for. We do have a lower quantity of volume today, so I might not. We might not see those on this list. Yep, AMC, APE, and GME are not on here. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is at $4.47. APE at 1.665. Shares available to borrow is at 700,000 shares. I think that's what it was an hour ago. They did return 50,000 shares and then borrowed out another 50,000 shares a little bit ago, and the ETFs are gone as well. So there's been some borrowing of shares going on. In total, reported through Stonko Tracker, I've seen about 400,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. Fees are at 142.4%. NASDAQ is down 0.47. Dow Jones is starting to head down. It's down 0.01. And the S&P 500 is down 0.33. We currently have 4,118 decliners to 2,095 advancers. The market is definitely more declining than advancing than it was an hour ago, and almost to the point to where I call it hot lava fire because it is getting really close to less than 2,000 advancers. Taking a look at some of the banks here, let's see what our biggest movers are. I'm only going to count anything that is plus or minus 2.75% or greater. And if it's really, really close, I'll probably say it anyways, like Pac West right now, which is down 2.69%. Western Alliance is down 3.14%. First Horizon is down 3.01%. Zion is down 3.45%. Coinbase down 8.23%. And those are the biggest movers for the day today so far. Ethereum Classic is down 1.75% for the day. Let's check and see what it's looking like right now. It looks like it is. It was consolidating earlier, and then had another dropout. And you're probably wondering why the screen is grayed out here. I do have this set up for a breakout. Let me see if it's on a 1-hour chart here. Nope, daily. My daily chart here, this lowering level of support that's had multiple touch points from the past, and this rising level of sorry, I said it backwards. I always do that. This lowering level of resistance and this rising level of support is kind of coming to what I would consider to be an end of this wedge, and I do believe that we're going to see a breakout somewhere, but and this is a really big box, but somewhere between 725 and 812. It's not quite a month's worth of data, or not quite a month's worth of time frame here that I'm suggesting, but I do think that there is going to be a breakout in here within this box. Whether or not it's going to be up or down might be difficult to determine. Usually what I would do is I would scroll back out and I would try and take a look and see where the trend channel specifically for current price movement is pointing, and also take a look at things like volume. In this particular case, the trend channel is pointing to the bottom side of this wedge. Ignore this. I'm just going to delete this. Gets confusing. When it points towards the bottom side of the wedge, oftentimes that means that it's going to break to the top side. It breaks the opposite direction. Not always, oftentimes. And then other times, I also will take a look at volume, and we will, for some reason or another, doesn't track volume on here, so I can't really tell you. I would check volume and price movement. In this case, we have a downwards trend in price. If we saw that the volume was trending over time for Ethereum Classic, I would suggest that that would also be a breakout to the top side. But it looks like it might be heading down to retest this bottom side of support here. The US dollar is currently up 0.39% for the day today, and seems to be consolidating currently in between these two different Fibonacci retracements. I've got it 102.19 and 102.46. And right now, with the dollar, with the consolidation, it doesn't really suggest anything. But we have been seeing this on an uptrend from the past, and that usually does signify that there's going to be downwards momentum in the market with the dollar up. Oil is currently down 2.63% and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.7 to 0.69 and trending down. SPY is down 0.35 and trending down. VIX is up. You know what, guys? By the way, I know you guys aren't dummies. I know that. Whenever I say the stuff that I'm saying, I mean, it's pretty easy for you to probably see the trend. I just started adding that more recently, and I don't know why, but I do know that there are people who are listening and not watching only, and so I say I'm starting to say the trends so that people can kind of get an idea or maybe picture in their heads what it is that I'm seeing. So I'm not trying to. I know you guys aren't stupid. I know you're not. You guys are incredibly smart. The VIX is up 3.89% right now at 1416 and is trending up. VBR is down 0.68 and trending down. VB is down 0.85, trending down. Tesla is down 1.57 and consolidating with maybe a slight trend upwards right now. Amazon is down 1.12 and consolidating with maybe a slight uptrend after having opened up down this morning. Cinemark is down 0.63% and starting to trend up after having been in a downtrend since market open. Doge is down 1.79% and trending up. Bitcoin is down 1.43 and trending down currently. GME is down 2.3% for the day today and trending down. It does look like it's starting to. Hold on a second. Let me go back to GME. It looks like it might be rolling into a period of consolidation. HYMC is down 1.28% and for the most part consolidating. NCMI is up 1.25 and consolidating. HOOD is down 1.4 consolidating. APE is down 2.43 consolidating. And AMC is down 1.61 and on a downtrend since the market opened. I mean, I shouldn't say since the market opened. Since the initial bump up in price up to 517, it's been on a downtrend. Currently for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately almost $2 million more. No, it is. It's $2 million more inflow than outflow. 12.15 million shares traded so far for the day today after 104 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 45.56 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. We'll see if that hits. On a 4-hour time interval, there is currently more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 50.3, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a little bit of whipsaw here on this indicator, on the Vortex indicator, with a lot of crossovers on buying and selling pressure. But currently there is more selling pressure. RSI at 50.55, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.38, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, a little bit more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.96, which is below average. On APE, there's approximately 2.5-ish, close. It's close. It's more like 2.4. 240,000 dollars more outflow than inflow. 3.31 million shares traded so far. After 105 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 12.29 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in the pre-market. On the 4-hour time interval, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last 8 hours. RSI at 47.59, which is just slightly below average on a 1 hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.17, which is below average. 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.95, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.87, which is slightly below average. Somebody's going to tell us why our stock's down today. Oh, Cineworld emerges from Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Looks like they took on new Cineworld Group, said it has emerged from Chapter 11 bankruptcy after 11 months, coming out with lower debt and a slate of management on board. The world's second largest cinema chain operator behind AMC Entertainment said it has appointed former chair and CEO of Warner Brothers Ann Sarnoff to its board, along with 4 other members to join Chairman Eric Foss and CEO Eduardo Acuna Matata. I should have just totally just read it and not even laughed. Come on, Casey. Let me open up the back of the Big Tramp. Preacher says, I spent a lot of time listening and not watching, so really appreciate you doing that. You're welcome, man. I really don't want people to think that I'm treating them like idiots when I'm reading off some of the information, and I try to remember to read off AMC and APE's price more often because I don't do it enough, and I've been told that several times. And I try to remember, but I always forget. And another thing I thought, visually speaking, for those who are, it's just be easier to visualize it if you tell somebody what kind of trend there is. All right, yeah, I'm going back to the back of the Big Tramp. I'm coming. There's Preacher. He's back there. Preacher, how's it going, man? He's probably busy. Oh, there you are. Glenn saying both Ape and AMC have solid buy-sell ratios so far. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate that. Ooh. Polito said, post. Polito, I appreciate that. The last thing that I want to do is be a part of, I guess, maybe making a judge feel threatened. So,
bad idea.
Yeah,
Real bad idea.
Yeah, especially when she's like ruling on a case that has to do with the company that you're invested in. So, I just removed that comment, Polito. I'm not trying to. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I would prefer that not to be a part of that, I guess.
Well, if I can add, I don't know what the intent of that was, but how would it make sense for anyone to come and share anyone's address in a public space like that? That doesn't make any sense for me.
Yeah, I mean,
Got bad actor written all over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Polito, I understand, and you're trying to back up. You're just trying to say that she has got a $1 million home. Do you know what her husband does? Is she married? Does she have a wife? I don't know. Doesn't necessarily mean that all the money is coming from her. It could be coming from a spouse as well. I don't like to make assumptions about people's financial statuses because of the fact that I don't know what their situation is. I mean, you don't know my situation. I've had a lot of people come on here. This is terrible, and I think I've mentioned this privately. I think on Discord before. But I guess I'll just say it live here. Like, I have to worry about the fact that there's going to be people who judge me for taking a vacation to Florida. I literally have to worry about that. Like, that's going to influence people into thinking something terrible about me. And I shouldn't have to fear that. If I'm in a position to where I can take a trip, because I've worked hard throughout my life, because I have money that I can spend for vacations, that's my choice. Nobody else gets to tell me how to spend my money or where to spend it. It's the freedoms that I have for working hard, for my wife working hard, for everybody working hard. So, I don't know.
For starters, having $1 million home in the DC area for an attorney isn't really a big red flag. It's not like a stretch.
But I would just be careful, Polito. I get it. I understand that you're, just saying that she has $1 million home is enough. I would have believed you if you just told me. I promise. Tendies Plus Plus says my house is worth $500,000 and I'm an idiot. I'm gonna throw myself in that boat with you, Tendies Plus Plus. Not that my house worth $500,000, but I'm an idiot too. I'm a schmuck. Yeah. It's there was a period of time in my life where I envied others who had more than I had. And I guess I just worked really, really hard to try and get to that point to where I felt like I could, maybe have things, to have nice things. And I guess I kind of got to the point to where I looked back on, all the hard work that I did to get to where I got to, where I am. And I think back to where I used to be and how I used to envy others for what it is that they had, and I go like, I was kind of selfish back in those days. I didn't see what it is that those people put in to get what it is that they had, or what kind of work they had to do, or how hard they may have worked to get there. All I cared about was the fact that they had more than me. I think everybody goes through that at some point or another in their life, and maybe they either grow from it or they don't grow from it. But I think I can tell you this: you probably won't ever grow from that idea of envying people who have more than you and feeling like you should judge what it is that they have until you decide to change that for yourself. Like going out and actually physically changing that for yourself. And then judging after you've done it. Because then you see things a little differently. But nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that at all. Everybody wants to just judge and yeah. And I'm not saying that.
One day.
Go ahead.
One day I'm gonna be like you, and I'll be able to afford like boxes for medicine, to put my pills on. One day.
Yeah, one day. Yeah, one day. If only we'd all afford boxes to put our medicines in.
Yeah. Then we would take our medicine and we wouldn't talk shit or think.
I don't think it's a real stretch of the imagination to say that people who go to college and then pass the bar exam, as a general rule, they don't live in a van down by the river.
Right? Yeah.
Well, there goes my bubble.
Do you mean like a big tramp?
I don't know if that's the type of van that Pirate was referring to.
Yeah. Chat James says
there are vans, and then there are vans.
Chat James says, that's hating Casey, laugh out loud. I mean, I know it, you probably think of it as hating, but I feel like it's just kind of a stage in life. I think it's just a stage in life. I know it is, technically hating, but I feel like everybody goes through it at some point or another. Or maybe some people don't go through it, right? There's people who are born into money and they don't go through that. But I think there are people out there who, lots of people who go through that stage in life where they see people who have plenty when they have little, and resent those who have plenty. And you can choose to continue to resent, or you can choose to change things for yourself in a way where you have plenty. It's a choice you have to make. Some people think that they're stuck on, this goes right where my wife, I keep telling her, I'm like, we could just move to another state. And she's like, how am I going to find a job in another state? I have a great job that pays well. I have insurance. I have everything that I need. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, if you want to move to someplace else and see things differently, you can just move someplace else, go there and find a new job. And she doesn't seem to think that it's possible to just move and go someplace else and find work. And I'm telling you guys right now, I'm living proof of that. You can absolutely move and go someplace else without a job and find something. If you're willing to do it, you can make it happen. But you have to be willing to work at it. I'm not sitting here telling you it's going to be easy, but you can make it happen. You just have to be willing to do it and sacrifice and work hard to get there and make something of yourself. But you have that power.
I know envy is one of the 7 deadly sins. I learned that from the Brad Pitt movie 7. I did look it up yesterday though to see what the other 6 deadly sins were, and I'm proud to report that I have 5 of the 7. So clearly, I have some work to do to check the last 2 off the box. But my personal best so far is 5 out of 7 deadly sins.
You said you checked 5 of the 7?
Yeah.
Did you see the movie 7?
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a good movie. I'm glad you saw it. It's a great movie.
It's amazing.
Tech We Love says, sometimes you have plenty of trash when you live with a hoarder. We just unloaded a 27-foot U-hauler depositing 3,800 pounds of trash from our home 2 weeks ago. We've done this several times. Holy crap. I mean,
whoa.
No pun intended, but holy crap.
and normally household debris is really light. I mean, 4,000 pounds of dirt or concrete's one thing, but 4,000 pounds of household trash, that's another.
Dang.
That's another mass. Yeah.
Wolfie, I sent you back a message in on Twitter in a DM. If it's the railroad story, I actually when I was first getting involved, I say we because my wife's involved in this too, but when I was first getting involved in this, I did a lot of research, tons and tons of research on past historical squeezes from the past. So if it was the railroad story, I've definitely been all over that. I went down that rabbit hole a long time ago. It's a fun read. Okay, if it's about VW, I couldn't find that on your Twitter. I was going through and I was looking and I couldn't locate it. I didn't see a. Do me a favor and like link me to it somehow if you can. Oh, you posted in the Discord. Oh. Well, no wonder. That would make sense why I couldn't find it. Okay, I will definitely take a look at it on my next break here in about 45 minutes. Cuz I thought it was something. Okay, yeah, I think I see it right now. Let's see here. Interesting. Wow. I did not know this. I'm gonna have to look into this. So, what Wolfie posted up here is it looks like he actually there's an article here from the Financial Times talking about the VW squeeze and specifically in reference to two different types of shares that were out there. There was the ordinary and then the preferred. It's hard to see. It looks like preferred shares, and I guess I gotta look into this, but it says with such relatively riskless profits on offer, investors began scouring Germany for similar situations. Attention quickly turned to Volkswagen, where the preference shares traded at a significantly discount to ordinaries, in part because Porsche's takeover demand would target the latter rather than the former. Here's the chart from 2000 to September 2008 showing the discount between the two share classes expressed as the preference shares value relative to ordinary shares. It goes on to say, as you can see, the discount undulated throughout the naughties. It says throughout the naughties. Providing plenty of volatility for nimble funds before falling below 50% as Porsche began to bite up the voting shares from 2006 onwards in its takeover bid. This created a bizarre split in the two share classes, particularly as the preference shares began to fall as the financial crisis began in mid-2008. Analysts were perplexed by the divergence, particularly as Porsche did not disclose buying more shares after a previous announcement that it had acquired 35% of them on September 16th. And so I should look into that some more there. I can try to do that. Doug just posted in the Discord his kid. Some pictures in here. They're so cute. That's awesome, Doug. Scarlett. Her name finally popped into my head. Sorry. Doug. The fact that I can remember a name like that, that's really impressive for me. I don't usually remember names very well, so sorry about that. But I got it out though. I reached it back into the dark depth regions in there and pulled it out. She's beautiful, man. You're gonna have to get one of those big old beating sticks for those boys later on down the road. I'm sure you've already got it though. I would imagine. Not gonna be a problem, I'm sure. Yeah, Paul, I read the article off a little while ago, for the Chapter 11 on Cineworld? I know you're probably not here all day long, so you're probably just trying to share information. But yes, that is true. That news article came through. It did list AMC in that news posting, where it said Cineworld Group Cin.L said it has emerged from Chapter 11 bankruptcy after 11 months, coming out with lower debt and a slate of management on board. The world's second largest cinema chain operator behind AMC Entertainment said that it was appointed former chair and CEO of Warner Brothers, Ann Sarnoff, to its board, along with 4 other members to join Chairman Eric Foss and CEO Eduardo Acuna Matata. I can't say it. I can't say it. It literally says Acuna. I can't say it with a straight face, though. I'm sure he has never heard that in his entire life. Oh, don't worry about it, Paul. All good. Oh boy, Doug. I mean, you can start with a stick. You don't have to start with a grenade. I mean, they don't usually get like frisky until after the first date anyways, so man.
You set the tone. You set the tone. You set the tone of the meeting right off the bat,
I mean, yeah, I guess. A grenade seems a little maybe aggressive. Yeah. But I guess if that works for you. Sam says he has a problem-free philosophy of management. That's great. Jathan says, back from lunch, with all that we're trying to expose with the market finally making its way into the mainstream media, they, quote unquote, they got to be closer to ready for the squeeze. Thoughts? I don't think so. I think we need to see a little something major happen in regards to like the banks first, and then I would imagine that we're going to see some aggressive moves on enabling like a digital currency to make it more desired as a way to maybe fix things, and then perhaps maybe then, but yeah, that may not take too long though. That could all happen very, very quickly. And Doug actually said fall. Yes, Richard, I'm in the back. Well, it's the Discord, but I'm in the back of the Big Tramp, and anybody can join there that wants to join. Preacher's in here, and so's Pirate. How you guys doing, by the way, today? You guys doing all right?
I'm pretty good. How about yourself?
Not bad. I'm really excited about tomorrow. Leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll come back again.
Or if.
But yeah, I think tomorrow I'm probably going to do a half day on live stream. I'll probably quit around 11-ish in the morning. Like do the 11 a.m. morning numbers and then probably call it a day. I'm gonna try and pack tonight for the trip, and have all my stuff ready to go, and then that way Melissa can just pack up her portion tomorrow when she wakes up. But we still have a grocery shopping trip to make for the kids, so they're not out of anything, and they got everything they need while we're gone, and yeah, just got some stuff to get done. So I don't want her to feel like it's all on her. Oh, Doug, man, me too. I wish for a beard shaving as well. Nana says I'm grumpy. Uh-oh. Why are you grumpy, Nana?
Because it's Doug's birthday in 2 days, I guess.
Huh. I hope you have a great birthday, Doug. We can toast you early, since I'll be gone during that time. I'll write you down here. I'll toast at the end of the day. Yes, I will be back for earnings. I actually get back on the 5th, so I'll only be gone for a short period of time. Oh, you got me beat, Doug. I just turned 47, so you got me beat by a full year, buddy. You old geezer. Did Nana say why she said tired? My arm has been hurting. I slipped real funny on my arm a couple weeks ago, and my thumb was hurting, and my wrist felt like it was broken. Is this what it's like to get old?
Think so.
Yeah, it must be. Everything just starts hurting all the time.
Remember a joke? It's basically when you're a kid, you fall off a tree and nothing happened. When you're, past 30, you stand up from a chair too fast and everything hurts.
Mm. Yeah. Yep. Kind of crazy.
By the way, you mentioned earlier about digital currency, and I don't know if you saw, but I saw a short clip from DeSantis where he was promising that he's going to basically try to stop CBDCs and allow people to get Bitcoin and to get their own keys and stuff. No, not that I support him in any way, but it's surprising that that in a way that's admitting that CBDCs are like net negative for people, and it's not in their best interest to have it if it's used as a promise in a campaign.
Who was saying this?
DeSantis. What's his
the Saudis. The Saudis?
No, DeSantis.
Oh, DeSantis.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
I don't have I don't have my American accent turned on.
D's. He kept trying to squeeze the D's joke in there.
DeSantis.
No.
DeSantis. Yucca's gonna come popping in here any second now. I can feel it already.
That's what I said. He's trying to get cool points from Yucca, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
I wasn't. That wasn't the intention. It's just
I didn't fall for it. I should have said DeSantis who?
Wait, yeah, if you want, I can try to find that clip and send it over, tag it on Twitter or something.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Doug, how's it going?
Good. I have to come in here for a brief second and tell you who you calling old. I ain't got a beard. Old.
Hey, you got me beat by a year, buddy. I get to call you an old geezer. Oh man, It's fun.
Yeah, my wife gonna take me to Mission Impossible. Hope it's good.
Oh, nice. Very, very nice. You mean you didn't want to see Barbie over Mission Impossible?
No.
It's breaking numbers, man. It is absolutely just like it's killing it right now. And I think you should go. I think you should change your plans and go see Barbie.
Nah.
You never know. I mean, did you play with Barbies when you were younger?
No, sir.
Well, then, see, how do you know what you're missing out on then?
I'm missing a bunch.
I know what's going to happen, though. Somebody else is going to drill me on this later and be like, well, how do you know, Casey? Did you play with Barbies? And I'll be like, yes, I did.
Define play.
That's funny.
Depends on what the meaning of the word play is.
This has gone bad. These Sandies.
Well, let's see. When I was with my sister one time, I blew up her Barbie dolls.
There you go. Did she hate you for that?
I still think she talks about it when we go to Thanksgivings and Christmas dinners because I had a bottle cap rocket, you know, one of those black cats or whatever. I lit it and threw it.
My sister had a Ken Barbie. I think it was my sister that had a Ken Barbie. I can't remember if it was her or somebody else. But anyways, she had a Ken Barbie. And you know, I played with GI Joes back in the day, and their knees, well, like a normal person's knees shouldn't do this, but and their knees would not bend forward, right? At the knee it would only bend backwards, right? Well, you could take her Ken Barbie and you could actually bend his leg forward at the knee because it was on a hinge underneath the plastic, and it was like the most fascinating thing I had ever seen. I like the idea of seeing somebody with their knees bent forward was like the most fascinating thing to me. I was like, that is it was so funny. So I'd always go into her room and I would bend the knees forward and then just leave her Ken Barbie just sitting around with his knees bent forward all the time.
Oh my goodness gracious.
It looked like he got his knees broken. I thought that was funny.
Mm-hmm. Where's food today?
Sometimes he sleeps in a little. I think.
Oh.
Might be fooling around.
No, he's around.
Yeah, Yuka's gone too.
Just tagged you in that, like on that post, so you should have it on Twitter.
Sweet.
And Pritchard, how's your little one doing?
Well, I need to keep muting myself because she's having some fun around. Like my daughter is having some fun around. My son is mostly sleeping and crying and sleeping and crying. So. What toddlers do, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Disney is going to try to compete by rolling out the film Klaus Barbie. What is that?
What? Well, I'm going to stay in here for a little bit, Casey. My baby Scarlett's teething, so she found her voice. So when it starts to hurt again, I'm going to have to go.
Ooh, you know what the best thing for that is besides I think it's called Oragel. There's one other thing that's better than that. Is it's a frozen teething ring.
We haven't got one of those yet. I've been putting the pacifiers in the freezer for 1 hour.
Yeah, get one of those frozen teething rings, and it's a lifesaver. I'm telling you right now, a father of many kids. I'm telling you, it is probably one of the best lifesavers ever when they can get their gums all numb on a frozen teething ring. It's amazing. It's like the only thing that's probably better than that would be maybe, and I have never done this, by the way. I'm just saying the only, I'm just saying it may be better. The only thing that may be better is perhaps coating the pacifier with Kahlua. That may be.
Oh no.
That may be the only thing that's better.
Casey, you'd get me in trouble with the wife. Nope.
Paul T says Jack Daniels. And then Nana says, yep, teething ring and whiskey. I'm telling you to, I mean, that's,
wow.
No. See, I didn't do this, right? I'm just throwing this out there. I never did this, but, I mean, when you look at, you're not trying to get the kid drunk. You're just trying to give them some gentle relief of the area that is perhaps in pain, right? So if, and alcohol will do that. It will relieve a little bit of the pain that's occurring in that area. Now, I would never, ever suggest that to anybody. In fact, I would say don't do that. Please do not do that by any means. Because the freezing the teething ring, the chew toy, I call it a chew toy. the teething ring. When you freeze the teething ring, it's like dogs, kids are all the same, man. Chew toy, teething rings, beer all day. But yeah, it's
right?
like, yeah.
Tell we got animals.
But those frozen teething rings really help massively. I can't even. I would get on Amazon. If I knew your address, I would get on Amazon and spend the couple bucks that it costs for one of those and send it to you personally. Because I can't even tell you, it's night and day difference.
I'll just go to Kroger's or Publix and find one.
You know what I always, whenever I am a part of a baby shower, or I get invited to a baby shower or something like that, or we have to give a gift for a baby shower, there's two things I always get, and one is the teething ring. And even and it's funny because every single one of the new parents always look at it along with some of the other crap that they ordered that is nothing that they'll ever probably use. There's like three things I think that every parent needs more of, and it's onesies, teething rings, and diaper rash cream.
That diaper rash stuff comes in handy.
Oh yes. Because every once in a while, you don't change that diaper soon enough, and that stuff will clear it up right away.
Well, it's weird. I mean, if it's okay to talk about it on live, she can't stand a little tinkle. Oh, she screams bloody murder to get changed on that. But if she poos, oh, it's all fine and dandy. She loves it. You don't know when to change her on that. Exactly.
Doug, you're going to like this one. You know what I used to do whenever I changed my boys' diapers? I would try to sing the national anthem in one breath, or as few breaths as possible.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think I ever made it through in one breath, but I tried to sing it in as few breaths as possible, and so I would only take breaths through my mouth. I would never breathe in through my nose, and so if you sing the national anthem, and you're doing two things: one, you're giving your kid that national pride, right? And then two, yeah, they get to hear it every time they get in their under regions washed out. And then the second part, hey, I got a kid that's in the military, so it works. And the second part to that is that you don't breathe through your nose, and so you never have to smell it. It's probably one of the best tricks I ever did for myself. Didn't have to smell it.
10-4. You'd laugh at me if I told you what I do. I just came up with the fact of wearing a shirt, and I put my shirt over like a mask, but I do one spray of cologne before I go at it.
Before I started doing the national anthem thing, I would take a T-shirt and I would spin it around a few times and tie it around my face like a bandana. And, so it would smush my nose in so I couldn't breathe and all I could smell is shirt, detergent or something. Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to be that bad. I looked at my wife and I said, man, I got this. I'm ex-military. I got this. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I started doing after the black tire with the hospital poop, that was fine. But when she started getting an odor, Oh my goodness! That first diaper I opened up, I almost gagged and fell on the floor.
The joys of being a parent.
Yeah, just wish I would have done it at a younger age, but I wouldn't trade it for the world.
No. Yep. I hear you. You'll savor every moment.
You better believe it. I'm already kind of, when we go out, Casey, got these little kids looking at my daughter, trying to get close and say hi and all this good stuff. I already say, we ain't starting that right now.
You have little kids looking at your daughter already. Come on. There's no way. Like, can I share the pictures that you shared with us on the Discord?
Sure, yeah.
All right, because I want everybody to understand, like, what you're saying. You have kids looking at your. Come on, man. Look at this. Look at this little angel over here. He's saying this little angel over here is already getting stares right now.
Yes, she is.
Those dirty dog boys.
Church is that.
Oh, look in the background. Oh man, look at the. Oh man, I love this picture. That's cool. That is such an awesome picture.
Yeah.
You got the stocks in the background. That's so awesome. That's really cool.
Well, that's a funny story right there. You see that Mickey Mouse right there?
Yeah.
It was on the bottom, and she lifted it up because I wasn't paying attention to her. I was looking at stocks, and she ran it up in front and kind of blocked it.
You're looking at the wrong thing, Dad. I'm over here. Look at this happy smile. It's so cute. Oh.
Yeah, it is. And
It's
she's
awesome, man.
talking too. She knows she's on TV.
That's awesome.
her, Scarlet Rose.
Nana says, "Put Vicks Vapor Rub under your nose." Oh my gosh! Don't do that. Don't do that.
No way.
Don't do that. You know, I had somebody tell me one time when you're having a hard time sleeping, you put Vicks Vapor Rub underneath your eyes. I tried it. Yeah, that doesn't work. That was my ex-wife that told me that.
That's why she's ex. No.
I was like, put it. I'm like, that doesn't. It's just. I don't know. Never mind.
Too much for live.
Yeah, I'm done.
He says you won't smell poop.
Nope, you sure won't. You won't smell nothing.
You're gonna be on fire though.
Uh-huh. All right, guys, it's time to take a look at the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, oh, son of a gun. I can do it tomorrow. By this time of the day on off exchange, I would expect to see about 62% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 61.16% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 6.62. Combined total on that 67.78%. Hold on a second. It's like every time I see it go into numbers, it's like I get like acid reflux, and it's like it's every time. Combined between off exchange and EDGX, that's about 5.78% higher than it should be for the day-to-day. CHX volume is only 10,734 shares so far. On Ape, we have approximately 41.12% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 7.88%. The combined total on that's 49%. That's about 13% lower than I would expect to see. 0.09% of our volume going through CHX for the day today. The 30-day average is 0.05. That's 2,932 shares so far. Nothing unusually large going on there. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume for the day is at 164 shares. Nothing unusual going on there. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago on Ortex, we had about 860,000 shares borrowed for the day today. It's now 678,000 shares. This can have the effect of lowering the short share interest of the free float to 29.64%. Cost borrow mins at a negative 1.16. A lot of people go like, what does that mean? Typically speaking, it's probably a little bit of a misreporting because I don't really think there's any way to have a negative value, but anytime you ever see a really low cost to borrow min, it's because usually they're borrowing and returning shares in the same day. So it's just going to report like a really super low rate. Cost to borrow average is 340.61 and max is 359.31%. Taking a look at Ape. As of an hour ago, there's 100. Actually, as of 2 hours ago, there's 136,000 shares returned for the day. That has not changed at all. Still no borrowed shares, which means we have no reported amount in cost to borrow. And that also leaves our short share interest of the free float at 18.54%. Shares on loans at 80.44 million shares. That's 1.7 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. I think I just forgot to read that to you on AMC. On AMC, it was we're at 186 million shares on loan. That's also 1.7 million shares more today than yesterday. Ortex estimated about 622,000 of those were was in new short interest. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today. Coming in at an hour ago, it was coming in at a $6 strike. That is still the case. We went from 9.7 thousand contracts an hour ago to 12.4 now. On puts, highest amount of volume is at a $4 strike. That was 17.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 20,000 contracts in volume for the day. Market's still indicating a closing price somewhere between $4 and $6 by the end of the day. Combined price of AMC and APE is $6.74. And we are getting that consolidation for the other side of the shoulder from what I believe may be an inverted head and shoulder pattern that's kind of occurring currently. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. Let me refresh this real quick here. I don't feel like that refreshed. I guess it did. AMC, APE, and GME are the only three I'm looking for. Due to low volume, we're not on the list, obviously. I just looked through it. Let's see here. Shares available to borrow is sitting at 700,000 shares. It's about where it was an hour ago. We'll see if they borrowed and returned any. SSR trigger price for the day is at 4.47, and APE is at 1.665. Doesn't look like they've borrowed any new shares other than what's been returned in ETFs. That's the only change I see here. Fees at 142.4%. NASDAQ is down 0.46, Dow Jones is up 0.03, and the S&P 500 is down 0.36. We have 4,130 decliners to 2,135 advancers. The market is slightly more advancing now than it was an hour ago, but not by much. Let's see who we got for big bank movers today. All right, the biggest bank movers, we've got Western Alliance is down 3.79, First Horizon down 3.04, Zion is down 3.37, Coinbase down 6.63, US Bank Corp is down 2.79, And that's it. Ethereum Classic is down 1.32 and trending up. If I look at the whole day, though, I would say that it's pretty much consolidating on maybe more of a slight uptrend. But it did, it did drop down momentarily. Ethereum Classic is kind of recovering from that drop down. The US dollar is up 0.48 and trending up. Oil is down 3.31 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.61. Both of them are down 0.61 for both BlackRock and Vanguard. And I would say maybe starting a slight uptrend. SPY is down 0.4, consolidating. VIX is up 4.04% and rising. VBR is down 0.59%, has an uptrend. VB is up, or down rather, 0.83 and on an uptrend, slight uptrend. Tesla is down 2.03 and on a downtrend. Amazon is down 0.83 and on a very, very slight uptrend. Cinemark is down 0.51 and on an uptrend. Dogecoin is down 1.09 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.92. Looks like it dipped down to as low as 28.5 and rebounded. This would be what I would consider to be probably the second or third test of that 28.7 range now. Yeah, this is the third test of 28.7, and it's got when it hit 28.5 this time, it got a really strong bounce and it started heading back upwards here and is sitting at 29K a coin. We'll see how long this lasts for, but we were really close to seeing this break below 28.7 here. And if it did, it probably would have started moving down pretty quickly. The next time it hits 28.7, it may break through. GME's down 2.43% at 21.66 a coin. And consolidating, HYMC is down 1.57 and on a downtrend. And CMI is up 2.15 and consolidating. Hood is down 1.48, consolidating. Ape is down 2.16, consolidating. AMC is down 1.31% and slight uptrend. Inflow versus outflow on AMC for the day-to-day so far. We're looking at about $1.7 million more inflow than outflow. 14.13 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. We're on pace for, let's see, after 158 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for 34.87 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is getting much, much closer to the 10 to 30 million I predicted in the pre-market. There's starting to look like a chance that we hit that now. On a 4-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 51.15, which is below average. Sorry, that's average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's slightly more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 52.26, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a lot of whipsaw going on here on a 30-minute time interval. RSI at 47.91, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with a divergence looking like it's going to occur within the next 5 to 10 minutes. RSI is at 44.56, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there's approximately just about $120,000 more outflow than inflow. 3.56 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 159 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 8.73 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure, with divergence on the vortex indicator occurring within the last 4 or 8 hours. RSI is at 48.34, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI at 44.92, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.06, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.47, which is average. Pirate, I got to ask you a question. Are you still here?
He dropped out, but
Oh man,
maybe he's gonna join back.
Doug, you're not in Florida, right? He looks like he may have had to drop out too. All right, for those of you who are
No, I'm here. I was muted.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Fort Myers,
No,
Florida.
oh, you are okay. So I got to ask this question because I don't understand what the heck happened. So I signed.
Everyone's here.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Who's this?
Jumped in.
Yuka.
Everyone's here.
Yucca's here, folks. Yucca is here. I knew it was you, Yucca. I was trying to buy time so I could get to the claps. All right, I got to ask this question for those of you who live in Florida because I don't understand what happened. But so we're flying into Fort Lauderdale, not Miami. We're flying into Fort Lauderdale, and so now I'm starting to understand like why I screwed up my reservation for a car. Originally, when I had scheduled for the car pickup, I had put in Fort Lauderdale, and it automatically changed it to Miami. And I don't know. I think I have an idea as to why it may have occurred, but I'm not 100% certain as to why it did. But the time I'm supposed to be picking up the car is midnight, and I think that may have had part of the reason why it rerouted me to Miami because I think the Miami car dealerships are open or reported open all the time, whereas the Fort Lauderdale ones are reporting opening at 12:01 a.m. So I think what was essentially happening was it was rerouting me to a place where I could pick up a car, the closest place I could pick up a car at that time of the day. And so
That's exactly what happened.
is it okay? Because
some airports their rentals closed down before midnight. And then other places, airports in Florida, like Sarasota, zip code area, Naples, Boca Raton, Florida, all on that side are different times than the other side. It depends if you're East Coast or West Coast.
okay.
There you go.
So
You see, you don't need pirate.
it was pissing me off because I called them up to ask them. I called them up and I said to the car agency, I said, look, I don't know how it happened, but somehow I managed to rent the car from Miami when I'm flying into Fort Lauderdale. Can you switch me to the other location? And she's like typing in her computer like I do. and she goes, yes, I can switch it for you. It would be $200. And I said it didn't even cost me. I'm like, it didn't even cost me $200 to rent the car in the first place. Why in the world would it cost me $200 to change it to a new location? I'm not doing that. And so I said, forget it. I'll just get an Uber to the other airport. And then, huh? That's how they, yeah, they got me. So then I, huh?
Well, if they're closed, it automatically reroutes you. What you do next time moving forward is you set your time for 7 a.m., 8 a.m., and it won't reroute you when you come to that airport in Florida.
Well, I figured
What
this.
about-
Yeah.
I got a solution for you.
No, wait. I'm
try
not done with my story. Let me finish my story. Hold on a second. So then I get this idea. Well, maybe I'll just pick up the car in Miami, but when we drop it off, I don't want to drop it off in Miami and then drive, have an Uber back to Fort Lauderdale. That'll waste some of our time. So I'm like, why don't I just have them change the end destination? So I call them back up and I'm like, hey, all right, look, can you at least change the drop off point to Fort Lauderdale instead of the drop off at Miami? How much would that cost me to change it? She's like, yeah, that will be a $18 fee to change it. 1 second here. And it will be $400 for the rental. I said, you're telling me I got to pay 3 times the amount that I paid for the vehicle to begin with to change the end destination? Yes, that is the case. I'm like, cancel my reservation. So I canceled.
What did you end up doing?
I canceled my reservation, and then I went back in and I started to sign up for a new rental of a new car at the right airport. Right, I put in the right airport again, and it did the same thing to me. And I was all the way back to the checkout again, and I went through and I was checking and verifying everything, and it said Miami, and I was like, "You son of a bitch!" They like almost did it to me again, and so I deleted it. I went back out. I went back in. I kept putting in Fort Lauderdale, and it kept rerouting me to Miami. Finally, I had to go to like a different website and change. I don't remember what it was I changed exactly, but I think I left. I may have changed the time slightly, or I don't remember what it was, but I used a different website for getting the car rental, and it didn't reroute me. So now I'm picking up my car in Fort Lauderdale, and I was just sitting there going like, I wonder how many people run into that problem.
A lot. You'd be surprised, but that's how they make their money. To be honest with you, tourists and snowbirds.
Told you, wouldn't it be cheaper to just completely change the flight?
No.
No way.
No.
Unless he had one that could cancel the flight.
No, get this. My
Second
flight was cheaper than my rental car. Round trip for 2 people.
That's what I'm saying. Wouldn't it be cheaper to just have Pro Jeweler pick you up?
No, I would never. I would never do that to anybody. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
It's too late now.
Yeah.
His kids would be saying stranger danger. No.
No, it's just gonna be me and my wife on this trip. But it was funny because she didn't really want to do an Uber from Fort Lauderdale to Miami because she's like, what if they decide to murder us? And I said, hon, I think they have more to be I think those Uber drivers have more to be afraid of us than we have of them. So, yes. But I don't know. She was all paranoid about it. So I thought, well, I'll just fix it and make sure we're picking up from Fort Lauderdale, and she didn't have to worry about it.
So when are you going?
He's there already.
I know, right? We leave tomorrow night.
Oh, wow. Tomorrow night. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you're going to Miami, or are you going to Fort Lauderdale?
We're landing in Fort Lauderdale, and then we're driving immediately. We pick up the car at midnight, and we're driving straight to Casey Keys and staying in place. Huh?
It's like your name.
Yeah. That's as soon as I saw it, I was like, dude, I have to go there. I mean,
it's just code. It's code. I know what it means, Casey.
Casey Keys, yeah.
So you're going to the Keys? Is that what it is? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, Casey Keys, and then we're gonna spend Thursday at Casey Keys Beach, and then on Friday, that night we're gonna drive up to another place that we're staying at in Sarasota, and then on Friday we're gonna go to Siesta Beach. And do Siesta Beach on Friday, and then spend the night in Sarasota on Friday night, and then we'll drive back on Saturday to Fort Lauderdale and fly back out.
That's nice. Yeah, you're gonna love Sarasota Beach, but it's not one of the nicest ones. If you wanted the nicest one, and if you had time, would be Naples Beach. It's kind of high class, but it's the cleanest beach. It's better than Miami and Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, it's you're gonna have a good time out there, huh?
I hope so.
Well, Casey,
Lucky.
Well, do me a favor, Casey. Do you like stone crab?
I like almost all seafood, I think.
Okay, good. While you're there, since you're from Texas, you need to try the stone crab because it only comes out during season.
Oh, okay.
And you would love it. It's very rare, very soft to the texture, goes down very smooth, and it's called stone crab. Ask for it.
Ooh.
Ass?
Ass?
Ask for it?
Ask for it. You need your ass.
Man, I'm selling myself apparently for this crab. Okay, will do. Got it. Understood. Good stuff. Good shit.
The best way to experience it, just stick it up your ass.
I don't know what they're talking about, Casey. It might be, a different kind of way of eating, but.
Oh, man.
Pro Jeweler knows.
He knows. What does he know? Oh,
He knows a lot about.
What do I know, Yaka?
he knows. He
You
knows.
know a lot about Florida.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he meant sticking it in his, you
Hey.
know.
Oh, not that. I don't know about that.
Hey, Yucca.
He might not.
Have you heard? Have you heard of? You know who DeSantis is, right?
Oh,
He's our
God.
president.
Is he like the president of Florida?
You don't know who?
Yeah.
You don't know who he is?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
You've heard of DeSantis? You've heard of DeSantis?
Vicente. Isn't it Vicente?
No. DeSantis.
I don't know what that is, Casey. I know where you're going with that.
He's nuts. That didn't work. That didn't work out like I wanted to.
I know he's going somewhere. D's.
Well,
I should have put myself on mute. It would have worked if I would have stopped laughing.
Yeah, I was about to fall for it. I was like, what is he trying to pull here?
Oh man.
I hope Foo's doing all right.
Yeah.
Where is he?
Maybe.
Did he go to the urologist?
Oh yeah. He had an appointment, didn't
asked him about it.
he had an appointment, I
Huh?
think. Yeah, he had an appointment, I think.
Well, that's what. Yeah, he's. I think he's attending Pee Wee Herman's. The viewing.
You know, I saw a Twitter post from somebody who was talking about an experience. No, Twitter. X, I guess now, right? X. I saw an X post that somebody put out there, and they were talking about their experience with it was a dad who had been in a terrible divorce, and him and his daughter watched a bunch of the Pee Wee Herman shows because that's what he enjoyed as a kid, and so he sent him this message, and anyways. Paul gave him his personal phone number, told me he really was touched by the story that he had, and invited him to come to his parents' house, who live in Sarasota. I read that this morning. I was like, holy crap, what are the chances that I'm going to Sarasota for this? So, I mean, it's just like, it's weird how like all these things, it's really weird how like all these things kind of like I've never, like Sarasota is not a place I've like typically heard of all the time. And all of a sudden it's like, now that I'm going there, I feel like I hear all over the place. It's like, what the heck's going on?
Casey, you planned it all along. Kenny G has his place over there.
He has it in Sarasota?
Yeah.
It's in Sarasota.
No, he's in West Palm Beach.
Oh,
That's what he tells everybody, but Casey knows.
Look.
Oh, his secret hideout.
That's it.
You're gonna start these rumors, Yucca, and then people are gonna start saying stuff, and it's not gonna end well. It's
okay, not. We're gonna jump everybody, man. Don't mess with Casey. We're coming strong.
Casey, but he's okay with people saying stuff about you because it's not about him; it's about you. So it doesn't matter for him.
It's a misdirection, Casey.
He said coming strong. I'm not even gonna go there on live. But anyway,
we're coming strong.
Fred Juilliard's like a minute later.
Oh man!
I'm
worried about Casey running into Kenny.
Dude, if I
starting rumors,
if I saw him, I don't even know. I don't even know what I would do. I don't even know what I would do. I would probably get in trouble for throwing sand at him, right? I can't throw sand. Can I kick sand at him?
Probably throw whatever. You'll just take off your slipper and throw it at him.
I mean, he wouldn't
your sandals.
There's no way he would just be on a public beach like I'm going to be. I'm sure he would do like some kind of private beach kind of thing, right? So, but if I saw Kenny sitting on the beach, I'll tell you what I would do is I would go up to the top area and buy a football or frisbee. I would walk down and I'd tell my wife, I'd say, give me the poorest pass you possibly can over the top of that person laying down right there. And I would go for the pass. I would go for the pass with all my efforts.
No, but you'll be surprised, Casey. I've seen 3 celebrities just in my lifetime living in Florida in Boca Raton Resort Club and Hotel. I saw the Eddie Murphy white dude that's with Eddie Murphy with the big ears, and he's real tall and kind of goofy. I got to see him.
Me?
No, I forgot his name. It's in Beverly Hills Cop, the old ones with Eddie Murphy, and he's a white dude, and he's real tall with big ears.
Oh.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know what his name
Forgot
is.
his name.
Hold on a second.
But then I got to see
Is he fat or the skinny? The
Chuck
fat or the
Norris.
skinny guy?
The skinny guy, long, skinny, slanky.
Yeah, with the curly hair.
Yep.
Hold on a second here.
Chuck Norris.
Kind of goofy looking.
His name is
Dog.
No.
Where do I get his?
He's probably listening to us right now.
Oh man.
Okay, here we go. Cast. Judge is his first name. That's his name. Judge Reinhold? No, that can't be his name.
He's got blonde curly hair. And
yeah, that's
big
him.
ears, and he's real tall.
Yeah, that's him. It's Judge Reinhold.
Yeah, I got to see him in person, and it kind of frightened me because I looked at him and I said, "Where's Eddie Murphy?" And he goes, "Oh, we're not on set."
His name in the movie was Detective Billy Rosewood.
There you go. Yep. And then the other one was Chuck Norris. Believe it or not, at an AMC movie theater.
Chuck Norris leaves Texas?
Chuck Norris was in Florida. I don't know how, don't know why, but it was in the 90s, and we were at an AMC movie theater, and we went to go see Jungle Book. That was a long time ago, God, before the revised one.
Foo's in here. Foo's in the chat, by the way. Sorry. Keep going.
Chuck Norris was the second one I got to see at the AMC movie theater in Boca Raton. And then when we went to Naples, I got to see that funny-looking dude that's on the 70s show.
They're all funny looking on the 70s show.
Yeah, I forgot his name, too.
Fez?
The Spanish kid.
I called it the first one. He was like the only one that wasn't funny looking. The rest of them were all normal. Like the rest of them are all funny looking. Fez is probably the only one that looks completely normal, and you called out Fez.
But that's what I've seen in Florida so far, so I was amazed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh man.
So who knows? You might get to see yours when you're down here.
I want to know who in the world names their kid Judge as their first name. I mean, that can't. I mean, like, what do you? I don't. Why would you do that? That can't be his real first name.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no way.
Maybe it's his acting name.
It's got to be. There's just no way that's his real name. I mean, that's like Hot Koch. There's no like there's no way his name's Hot Koch, and it's like, and then you find out it was what did I say his first name was? It was another
Howard.
H. Howard. Yeah, Howard. No, was it Howard or was it? Yeah, Howard. It's like, yeah, he didn't like Howard because he probably everybody called him Howie Koch. Howie Koch. So he had to change it to Hot Koch.
When you went to go see Adam Aaron and you handed him a broken mug.
Yeah.
I did the same thing with that guy, Judge.
Oh, did you?
I was like overexcited, and I had a towel, and he was walking to the beach, and I was walking to the beach with my sister at the time, and his towel dropped in some muddy sand right next to the little pier thing, and so I said, "Here, you can use mine." When there's right there. There's brand new towels that you can go get from the little lady that gives you towels. And I'm like, oh man, what am I doing?
That's funny.
Yeah. So that's all I've seen in my lifetime, but that's pretty good, I guess. 3 celebrities.
BioLife Hemp wants a point. He said, I hate to break it to you, BioLife, but I don't think you were first. The first person to put in Judge Reinhold was actually Jim Eagle.
What about me?
Ooh.
I said it.
Point.
You knocked out Pro Jeweler.
Did you say it before he put it in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said it when you asked the question.
All right. Point to
You
Pro
want to give away my points. It's your prerogative.
Point to Pro Jeweler.
I don't have to have a point.
and a point
Drop liver.
And a point to Jim Eagle.
Hey, Foo's with us now. We were talking about you, Foo.
Really?
Yeah, you were on our mind.
I was saying nothing about you. So, what is that?
I don't know why. I don't know why, but I decided that was a good, appropriate Foo entry call.
Okay.
I'm teasing you, Foo. It was literally the first thing I could pick. Good morning, sir. How you doing today?
Pretty dang good. I was confused at a post that Brandon S. put in Discord in the Nut House. And he's like, if you don't, it's a picture. And it says, if you don't see the dog, there's something wrong with you. And I was like, come on, I'm Food Dog. I have to be able to see the dog. And I looked and looked. I could not find the dog. And then I finally blew it up. And I was like, oh, there's the dog. That son of a gun.
Okay, I'm looking at it right now, and I don't see a dog.
Good. So,
Now
I gotta go see this.
Now I'm blowing it up. Oh, he's in the bottom left-hand side. Okay. That's funny. I couldn't see it because I didn't have it blown up.
I turned the computer, the iPad. I was like, come on, I gotta be able to see this.
Oh, wait a minute. Now I see it. Wow.
So how do you make a dog out of it? I see doggies kind of. There's some stylish doggy in there, but
I don't believe this. Do you guys?
Is it like doggy style?
Oh Lord, here we go with you.
Are you guys reading what Joe Pounds put in here in the chat? There's no way. I don't believe that at all. I feel like that's such a
What is he saying?
that's
He's
such a
always making
faux.
up stuff.
That is such a
True
fake
story.
story. Yeah, it's fake. I don't believe it. I don't think it happened, Joe. You got to read it.
It's called Pussy, I think. Pasai? Is it Pasai? How would you say that name? Pasai?
I know how I would say it.
Is it Puss? Or Puss? Puss in Boots?
Puss in Boots.
Joe says your mom was
He
in
said
here
Pooh's
earlier.
dog mom was in
What
here.
the heck, man? He's coming right after you.
Oh, that's not nice. Who? I'm gonna go in there. Someone's gonna get shanked.
House is coming hard.
Joe is feisty today.
You know what, Joe? Go eat Skittles.
Taste the rainbow.
Yeah, go taste the rainbow.
How's it going, guys?
Who's that?
Pretty good yourself.
I just went and got a Crunchwrap Supreme. I told him extra beefy.
Who is this? Yukon?
That was Yukon, yeah.
Yeah.
And
Did you want to go hell?
how did they give it to you?
Famous person.
You have to put a pause in between the first syllable and the last syllable of his name. So you con.
You con the man.
Condom for a Crunchwrap Supreme.
You condom. Ooh.
What was
Now,
the?
why did Pooh Dog change his picture to Clint Eastwood?
Is that a twist for Wakanda? You say you condom?
Yukon, how was extra beefy?
Well, I'm about to open it up and check it.
Ooh.
What's he wearing?
Casey's excited. He wants to see how beefy it is.
I'm worried for him, quite honestly. No. I'm kind of worried for him. I feel like it's like one of those situations where you ask for it extra beefy and you get a little something extra.
Tell us if it measures up.
The beef. The chef's
No,
beef.
that's Arby's. Arby's got the meat.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, I can't say it on live, but Arby's sandwiches look something like something else, but we can't talk about that.
Arby's got the meat. They got the
Like
meat
what?
sweats.
Meat sweat for sure.
I can't say that here, huh?
No, you can't say that on live. It's lips, the wrong kind of lips.
Uh-oh.
I don't hear no crunch.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, over and out.
Roger that, Pro Jeweler. Let's go. Did he quit us?
Yukon's still eating?
Does it taste good?
He's got the meat in his mouth.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's liking it.
I'm trying to find a damn parking spot.
Yeah, you need to be at peace when you eat that meat.
You guys couldn't hear that.
Preacher.
You couldn't hear that, but I just played something that everybody else could hear.
So you're not going to be streaming tomorrow?
No, I will for the first part of the day.
First part of the day.
Yeah, till probably about like 11 or so. They're probably about 11.
About when you wake up, yeah, when he'll quit.
I woke up this morning and I seen him streaming videos of Pee-wee.
Oh, yeah?
Did you really go to Pee Wee's funeral?
Fool? Yeah, fool, he went. He just got back.
On the Pee-wee Pornhub.
Le Pee-wee. How long are you going to be out for, Casey?
I will be back Monday. I mean, I come back on
time.
I come back on Saturday, but Monday is when I'll start streaming again.
Now, is this like a honeymoon kind of thing to spice up things with you and your wife again, or what is this?
No,
beach time.
Yeah, she needs like a certain level of beach time every summer, and I didn't feel like she got enough since she kind of mentioned that she didn't get enough. And so I thought, like, I couldn't. I don't know what made me think of it, but I was like, it would be really fun to just take her to a really nice beach. I wonder what flights look like going to Florida, where I'm sure there's some nice beaches out there, right? And because she likes to travel a little bit too, and get out and see stuff. So I looked it up, and the flights were like it was like $165 for round trip for two to Florida, to like several different places in Florida. And so I was looking at that. I was like, "Holy crap, that's an amazing price!" And then the tickets got cheaper, and they went down to like 140 something, 145. And I had to pull the trigger. I had to pull the trigger at that point. $20 less, and it's like, oh, it's go time. so I bought the tickets.
Are you gonna be saying? Are you gonna be actually walking around the beach?
I don't know. I mean, sure, yeah. I don't know why not.
Do you plan on saying "beach me off"?
At the end of every day, we will definitely be beaching off.
That's only if you've seen Barbie, you can you know what that is.
Oh, a beach off? Yeah. I actually saw it in the previews.
Well,
yeah.
you just said that it's just you and your wife, right?
Yeah, just her and I. Yeah.
Do y'all like steak?
Yeah, we do definitely.
No one likes steak.
You said you're going to be in Sarasota, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Go check out Hyde. Write this down. Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse.
Ooh.
I actually have it.
It's on 35th South Lemon Avenue.
By Figueroa.
When you get to Sarasota.
Okay.
Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse. You won't regret it. It is on the expensive side. It's like average, but it's worth it.
Okay.
Kenny's paying for it, so
So
nice.
much for that $20 discount on the flights.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you can walk in there and split one, Casey.
No splitting steaks. Not this guy. Not my wife either. She would probably look at you funny if you said you could split steaks with her.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you want to, I'm sure you can look it up. But basically, I was going to bring your attention to the size of their steaks.
Yeah.
And it's prime cut. I'm talking real prime cut. This is a 5-star restaurant.
I see. I'm looking at it right now. They claim to be on the link here says oh, never mind. I thought it said the best steakhouse in the U.S. Excuse me. But it's not. It doesn't say that.
No. It's just a 5-star for Sarasota, but it's one of the best in Sarasota. If you want to try a good appetizer, you can get the Carminali. I'm probably saying it wrong, but it's a Calamari. It's very good as well with the sauce.
I think it's calamari. Calamari, yeah.
Yes.
I went to menus and it's not. Why is it not showing me the menus?
Carl J said to make sure you ask for the Big Tramp discount.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they say no, then you say to speak to the manager.
Yeah.
Who runs this damn place?
Basically, they have Wagyu beef, if you want to try that too. But it's Wagyu. It's the best, cut you could buy. And let me see if I can find it real quick.
I've had Wagyu on a couple occasions, and I don't know if I really prefer it over, I don't know, maybe like a tomahawk or. Actually, the best steak that I've ever had in my entire life is called Chateaubriand for two. I don't think that's what it's called. It's called Chateau. It's Chateaubriand, but I had it for two, so that's why I call it Chateaubriand for two. And it was by far the best steak I have had in my entire life. There was no pricing on the menu. It was the special. I had no idea what I was getting into. That steak was over $100 a person for the steak. It was like $110 a person. I paid $220 for that meal.
Same thing. It's a long bone tomahawk ribeye, 35 ounce is what they got for $105.
Yeah.
I was going to tell you could split that if you wanted to, but
I can't. For some reason or another, I can't seem to pull up their menu. I go to Sarasota and their menu doesn't pop up.
Oh, basically just go to Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse. Google that.
No, I know. I'm on their website, but I can't pull it up. I can't pull up their menu. It doesn't. Doesn't want to pop up for some reason.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Well, they got that you're talking about if you want to try that, but that's what I wasn't going to recommend you because that's $105. What I was going to recommend you is, hold on, clearing my throat. I don't know if you're a T-bone steak kind of guy or if you're a filet mignon kind of guy or.
For me, I'm a ribeye. I really enjoy ribeyes. Those are probably some of my favorites.
Okay, heavily marble. That's what they got for the ribeye. It's a 16 ounce. I think it still goes for $60, but it's called a heavily marble ribeye. They glaze it with 3 different flavors.
Hopefully not mushrooms.
No.
Glaze it with truffle butter.
That Chateaubriand that I had it came with garlic butter that they said something about, they infused garlic butter into the steak, and oh my god, every single bite was like a buttery garlic melt in your mouth kind of piece of steak. I mean, every bite just melted right in your mouth. It was so yummy. It was great.
Well, my wife likes the lobster mac and cheese at that place.
Oh, that sounds good.
We go like twice a year because we got cousins, down there. But if you want to get your wife to try the lobster mac and cheese, that's only $24.
She doesn't like fish or seafood.
Oh man.
I score on that, man. That means it's cheap.
Is this a separate conversation?
Huh?
Well, you said she doesn't like seafood, and then you say I score on that, and I was like, wait, where did you?
Yeah, I don't. It's cheap. I don't have to pay a bunch of money for seafood.
Oh. Olive Garden has the lobster Alfredo fettuccine or whatever. That's pretty dang good.
Oh man, that place is fake Italian bullcrap.
AC, Taco Bell really is rigged. Straight up rigged.
Why? What happened?
Holy crap!
Go look at the evidence.
Oh,
I posted a picture in the Discord.
Okay, I'm looking.
I said extra beef. They charged me an extra $1, and it didn't make a damn bit of difference.
Holy crap, dude! That's like nothing. What the hell's on that thing? See, this is what I'm talking about. You got the extra sauce, is what you got.
I had to do it for science. Just to prove if the class action has any backing.
Oh my god! You even ordered extra beef. Where is the beef? I mean, not to like bring back the 80s or anything, but where is the beef?
Pretty bad.
That is so bad.
It looks like somebody sat on it before they gave it to you.
Yeah, like pounded it. They just beat the hell out of it.
They're like, extra beef my ass, and then
Had a big old fart on it and said, "Here you go, sir. Have a nice day."
Love you guys. I gotta head out. I'll catch y'all later.
All right, man.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Hope you don't stay hungry. Oh, he's gone.
Well, I gotta feed my baby, guys. It's about that time. But just remember that, KC. You won't go wrong. It's called Hyde Park Prime Steakhouse, and you'll love it.
I'll suggest it to her. The problem is if she feels like she has to dress up for a place, she won't go. So I'll suggest it. But if she looks it up and sees 5 stars, she's gonna be like, no, let's go somewhere else. Because she doesn't.
It's 4.5. It went down half a star because of COVID.
Yeah. But she doesn't like getting all fancy to dress up to go to eat. So she's a real.
Oh, who cares? Show up in shorts and a shirt. It's Florida, and sandals.
Okay, perfect. I'll let her know.
Yeah, Florida's casual.
Yep.
Casey, we have a saying down here. We have a saying down here that you're never going to be the worst dressed person wherever you go.
That's right. And Florida is, key everywhere. I don't care if you got to wear a suit and tie. You still show up. You're going to get looks. but you still show up in a short and sandals and a t-shirt, they'll kind of leave you alone. You're a tourist.
That's funny.
But y'all have a good one. I really appreciate all of y'all. And just remember what we're here for, man. We hold both. We don't sell one to get more of the other. I just want to put that disclaimer out there.
No financial advice.
Hold both.
No financial advice.
Not financial advice, but hold both. And don't listen to anybody that's telling you to do anything different, but hold.
Take care, Doug.
Because
I like that.
Well, last time I checked, we came here 2.5 years ago, didn't we, Casey, to buy and hold?
Yep.
You know? So why we got to change it? You know what I mean? So just buy and hold. Hold.
Hold these.
Hold these.
I got to go for y'all. Make me say these. Y'all have a good one, Casey.
Take care, man.
See you, Doug.
AMC customer support has a joke for us. He says, "Hey guys, I got one before I go back to work. What is 6.9?"
Uh-oh.
I feel like it's the period that keeps you out. I don't know. What is? I'm afraid.
Dang, actually, that was pretty good. You better have a better punchline than that.
Yeah, it's the period that keeps you out. I don't know. What's 6.9? A good thing ruined by a period. I was close. It was really close.
That because I saw it. It was from Anne Hathaway, I think. She did the joke.
Oh, really?
It's a good thing messed up by a period, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has a very well, let's just go ahead.
We should just say nice.
Nice. Yeah.
Model 3 dude says, "What spooked the market today?"
Bees.
So there's a little bit of a, I guess, I think probably if there was going to be anybody out there that would probably suggest that there might be something that's occurring right now, it sounds like the Bank of Japan. Actually, let me pull it up here. I always forget this guy's
They got their
name.
money printer out.
No, so they're buying bonds. So let me pull up his tweet. This guy tweets so much. I don't understand how he does this much tweeting. No, I'm almost there. Where is it? So much tweeting. I really should just save this somewhere so I can read it out loud. This guy posts so many articles. It's like I can't. I'm scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and I'm still not even on day 2 yet. Like, what the hell? How do you post that much? I'm having a hard time finding it.
Are they selling treasuries or buying?
They're buying. They're buying their own, which is making them more expensive. Here we go. Black Swan in the making. Market bloodbath? Question marks. Why does the Japanese yen matter to global markets? Well, you may not know this, but the Japanese yen is a funding source for a ton of movement in public markets. Why? It's called the carry trade. Here's how it works. The Bank of Japan keeps the yen artificially cheap to borrow for all kinds of reasons, to keep exports flowing, to manage inflation, and most importantly, because they don't have a shitload of debt that they owe to themselves. So what do institutions do? They do a carry trade. A carry trade is where a bank borrows one cheap currency in one country and swaps it to buy something with a better yield in another country. For years, institutions have been doing the yen carry trade, where they borrow yen and sold U.S. bonds or bought U.S. equities. They made the spread on bets that would pay more than the cost to borrow the yen. Did you notice the market pump recently? Many speculate that this was mostly driven by this carry trade. But something happened recently. The Bank of Japan tried to issue bonds, and nobody wanted to buy them. So what did they do? Well, they did what they always do. They bought their own debt. This causes the carry trade to become more expensive, and the Bank of Japan sells USD to buy Japanese bonds, causing the yen to rise against the US dollar. Now, the old carry trades have lost value when marked to market. All of a sudden, your cost of doing business has gone up on the bets you made with what you thought was a cheap source of money. So what happens next? Will this cause a flight to the USD or a flight from the yen? What would you do if you owe dollars with borrowed yen or vice versa? Remember, in order to borrow the yen, you have to set up a short position. Could this set up a short squeeze on an equities route? Nothing at all? Question marks? Nobody knows. One thing is clear, the U.S. government last year was very, very determined and successfully set up swap lines for U.S. dollars for the Bank of Japan, ensuring that in the event things go really south, the Federal Reserve could act to ensure Japan keeps access to U.S. dollars. This gentleman wrote, I've been talking about the dollar milkshake for some time. It's still on like Donkey Kong.
Milkshake, the hell?
So it's a credit crunch, essentially.
Well,
and
shouldn't that be a good thing? Isn't it like stocks when like let's say AMC is buying its own shares back? Isn't that like the same thing?
Well, it's a
Not
source.
really.
It's a source. It's a source of revenue for institutions to be able to buy equities in the market, right? So if they can have access to money, right, with these carry trades, then it gives them access to money that they can start buying equities with, and that's when you start seeing them pumping. You remember how we've been seeing like the tech sector, and we've been seeing a lot of the blue chips really going up in value. Well, they've been protecting their collateral, right? Because they hold all their positions in these either in the tech stocks or in blue chip companies, and that collateral that they're holding needs to be worth something. Otherwise, if it's not worth something, then they're going to start failing because they're holding positions against. They hold short positions against the entire market that they have to hold collateral against. So when that dries up, when that money dries up on that ability to be able to continue to buy and raise the prices, those artificial raised prices on those assets, then they start to tank because they can't support it anymore. It's unsustainable at that point, and so you end up seeing the collateral disappearing, and then everything goes belly up.
Understood. So basically, you have to provide some sort of service for money, or your crap's going to go down if you try to buy it back, right?
Right, yeah, and they can't, right, or they need an income, a flow of money coming in to be able to raise whatever it is that they're holding positions in. Otherwise, they got to start selling, right? Because if
it's taxpayer money, then you have to raise taxes, which that's going to be make a lot of people unhappy, and you might get voted out.
Well,
so
the Fed could be. Powell's already talked about buying security. The Fed already buys securities. So if the Fed has to start propping up the market by buying securities themselves, I don't even know. This is out of the realm of how far I would normally think. So I mean, this is very involved, very, very involved.
But they're printing money, and then they're taking the money they print, and then they're buying bonds.
Right.
So the money goes back into. So now they have the bond with the money they printed. Why don't they just print bonds?
Probably because nobody wants to. Well, the yield on short terms are high.
Well, you have to have a for a bond. When they create a bond, you have to find an outside buyer. Printing money is just inflating prices. So something that cost $1, you print money, now it costs $3. But a bond, you have to find a buyer, and if you're not attracting the buyer, you can't just make more bonds because no one's buying them. You need that outside money coming in, and they know that. But you look, for instance, on the flip side, you look at something like Berkshire Hathaway. They provided a service, and the service was paid for by the investors in Berkshire Hathaway. So they had money coming in, but then Berkshire Hathaway started getting shorted. So what did Buffett do? He started buying back Berkshire Hathaway stock. And if anyone has ever taken a gander at what Berkshire Hathaway stock is worth right now, one share, it will really pique your interest. Pique. Pique.
Berkay is $534,434 a share right now. It's on it's on the screen.
What Casey's talking about. He's saying you can't just say, here's some more money and here's some bonds. You need people buying it. And that's why when Berkshire Hathaway, they were offering an excellent service, but also they were buying their stock back because they were getting paid for that excellent service. And that's why their shares are over, $500,000 per share. $500,000 per share. And that eliminated shorting.
Eliminated farting?
Mm-hmm.
Shorting. Did you say sharding?
Sharding.
No. I heard farting.
Oh. I heard shorting.
Same difference, I guess.
When nobody buys your bond, you'll be sharding.
There went the order book. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, look at the order. I just looked at the order book and I was like, what happened? Well, you were looking at Berkshire.
I'm listening to you.
I know, right? Can you imagine if can you imagine we all you would be shorting.
I would be shorting.
Yeah, you would be shorting. That would be crazy. Not happening.
I've tried to tell people this, that the originator of buy and hold is Warren Buffett himself.
I don't know if he's the originator, but he's definitely been doing it for a long time. I think it's, I've been accused of being the originator of buy and hold, which I think is absolutely ridiculous to think that that's the case. Yeah, I've been accused of that, and it's like, wow, that's kind of crazy. I guess I must be. I'm really smart. Smartest guy around. But it's been that's actually.
Casey Easterbeast has a really good question for you. Who would buy a share for $500,000?
Yeah, who would? It would only be somebody who would absolutely want to hold a position that would be held as collateral. You know, you're looking for safety for your storage of your money.
Now, do you realize why you're Easterbeast? That was excellent. You're looking for a place that will your share price will likely never go down because no one can manipulate it at that price, and it's going to slowly go up. Now, a couple of years ago, it was at like $490,000. So in 2 years, it's gone up $40,000 or so.
Yeah,
that's a pretty good return.
Definitely a smart place to save money, that especially if you needed to hold it against another asset that you may perhaps own or something that would be like a leveraged position or something like that.
That's why I get bothered when people say, well, after the reverse split, it's going to be $30, $40, $50. Who's going to buy it? I just want to slap my forehead, you know.
You want to slap your forehead?
I want to slap something. You know, if you could have gone in on Berkshire Hathaway at $500 a share, would you have bought it, knowing what you know now?
Oh yeah, of course.
Nope, never. There was
not financial advice.
Yeah.
Oh, good God.
There was a point in time.
This is one of those math questions.
There was a point in time where I suggested that something similar to what you're talking about is kind of a possibility with AMC. If AMC were to become you have to realize AMC is the largest movie theater in the world, right? We're not just talking about a small company here. And if AMC were to have that status of stability, right? And they showed that they had, with the stability, they had also money to back this, that stability as well. You could potentially be holding on to shares of a stock that's worth very large quantities of money to a lot of investors because they would look at it as a safe hold or a safe haven for their money to be able to invest, and knowing that it was going to grow because the company had tons of capital to be able to spend how they needed to grow and do different things. And you would literally start seeing your shares in a much different light than how you normally would see them, because much like people who own things like Bitcoin from the get-go, when you start seeing exorbitantly large amounts of numbers on your position that you're holding, it's no longer about how fast can I get in and out anymore. It's more about how long can I potentially hold this for and how much could it go up to, right? You start seeing things a little bit differently. You're like, this now becomes a savings bank for me, and I can sit here and ride this as long as I possibly want to. And whenever I need money, I just cash out a share or two here and there. It has that kind of potential. It just depends on how AMC goes forward in the future and how the stock market sees this entire play rolling, or I guess coming to fruition. But it certainly could become a situation like that, to where you might just decide to hold your position for a very long time, knowing that it's potentially your savings account for your life savings. And whenever you need cash, you just cash a little out. It's a possibility.
With long-term tax implications on it. So, yeah, you could hold a couple shares for 3 or 4 years, or even just 366 days, and you save 20% when you cash out.
Yeah, but you have to be forward thinking in order to think like that, though. I mean, you can't, if you're always, see, this market's been always, this whole market is turning it into a casino was the attempt to try and steal your money. But people don't, and we were conditioned to it in a state to where it's like, oh, you must constantly be chasing the money as fast as you can, because if you're not chasing the money, then you're never going to make any money. When in actuality, what it should have been the whole time is an investment, a place to invest in companies who are growing, and a place to put your money for future growth for yourself. And so, with this attitude of like, I'm going to get in and out as fast as I possibly can, wherever you go, then you're just simply creating that scenario where the market's always feeding off of somebody ends up always being a bag holder, and somebody's always losing and somebody's always getting their money stolen. It's just whether or not today's going to be your day or not your day, right? And so that's what a lot of this is all about here. And this idea behind buy and hold is kind of going back to the basics. It's not looking at the market of, I need mine first, and I'm going to care about me more than anybody else. It's about looking at it from how can I invest in something and make it grow? How can I see positive returns? How can I save a company It's bigger. It's way, way bigger, but you have to think outside the box, and you have to see things
It's
differently.
Yeah, it's a the old saying is just transfer of wealth from the impatient to the patient,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
You can't just be impatient. I mean, you could be, but you'll lose money.
You know who coined that phrase, Jessica?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
The great fool.
The great Fool Buffett. Warren Buffett.
That is right.
It's so true. It amazes me that people don't see it that way. That it's it's like chickens. They loved eating. You feed them, and they're just running around eating and having a great time. Woo! I got to get as much food as possible. And then in the end, they're running around with their heads cut off, and they don't know what happened because
chicken heads.
They're too busy chasing.
They're too busy chasing. Yeah, they didn't realize what they were into.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Right. There was a bunch of chicken heads at that event.
I know.
That I went to.
Did like fried chicken heads or what?
No, chicken heads, like
mushroom heads, mushroom
chicken heads,
mushroom chickens.
Do we have any ladies in the chat right now? Let me see.
Why is that something?
How are
that
you
you're-
looking, Yuck?
I'm looking because I don't want to get in trouble here.
There's
That's what I
people
mean by
listening.
chicken head.
There's people listening.
I sent an appropriate comment.
That's different. It's not like they're gonna come in here and say, "Yucca, what the?"
Yucca will be here.
Yucca.
Yucca, thank you for being here.
He gets the 5% applause.
I'm going to do the numbers now. I'm going to save Yucca and do the numbers now and change the subject matter. So let me take you guys over to the other screen. Let's go ahead and take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying. So all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Give me just a second. Yucca, man, I love you. Full FOMO.
Right back at you.
Thanks, man. Need a little love every once in a while. All right.
Gay.
You know what, Food? Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. It's
don't be
so
jealous.
unbecoming.
Just-
I love you too, Foo. Okay,
If
that's all right.
if I went on vacation with you to Florida, wherever you were going, I would say, you know what? What is it? Beach me off.
What do you want? Beach off?
Beach off.
I'm gonna beat you off.
That was so wrong. It sounded so wrong. I know what they were going for. Yeah.
All right.
Let's do the
Numbers. Yeah, numbers. Yeah. Okay. Where are we at here again? Oh yeah, I remember. Off exchange for the day today on AMC. We expect by this time of the day to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 58.34% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.74%. The combined total, that's 65.08%. That is approximately 2.08% higher than what it is that we're at right now. CHX volume for the day today has been about 18.9 thousand shares. Not a whole lot going through there right now. They did make delivery on the large quantity of shares they needed to by the deadline for the most part. Taking a look at off exchange for Ape, 43.82% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.87. Combined total is 50.69%. That's 12.31% less than it should be. About 2,900 shares going through CHX on Ape. Nothing unusual. GME CHX volume for the day today is 364 shares so far. Nothing unusual in that either. On AMC, As of an hour ago, there was approximately 678,000 shares having been borrowed for the day. It's down 970,000 shares. That will increase the estimated short share interest of the free float to 29.66%. Cost of borrow mins at negative 1.16. A lot of times when that number is really low like that, it just means that there were shares that were probably borrowed and returned in the same day and had a maybe didn't even get borrowed, and that's why they're showing a negative number there. So I wouldn't expect that to be an accurate reporting. Cost of borrow average is at 344.21 and max is at 370.63. Maybe they did like a locate. They could have done like a locate on the shares and then didn't actually borrow them. I don't know. I don't know how they would get a negative number in there. It doesn't make sense. Shares on loan for the day today is at 186 million shares for AMC. That's 1.7 million shares more on loan today than previously, yesterday. Ortex estimated about 622,000 of that was in new short interest. On Ape, for the most part of the day today, we've had about 136,000 shares having been returned. It's now 199,000 shares. It's going to maybe slightly adjust. It should leave the estimated short share interest of the free float at the same number, 18.53%. There has been no borrows, so no cost to borrow numbers for the day. Shares on loans at 80.44 million shares. That's also 1.7 million more shares on loan today than yesterday. That was the same amount that AMC had. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at a $6 strike. But that's looking, yep, that switched. It went back down to a $5 strike for the calls. We had 12.4 thousand contracts at a $16 strike an hour ago. We now have 15.7 thousand contracts at a $5 strike. And puts, highest amount of volume for the day today is at a $4 strike. There was 20,000 contracts an hour ago. There's now 22.8. That's going to cause the spread right now on the call versus puts is $4 to $5, which means that the market's suggesting a closing price on AMC somewhere between $4 and $5. So my 501 estimate on AMC might be a little off. Calls total price right now on AMC and Ape is at $6.72. Still getting the consolidation. I'm not seeing the breakout for an inverted head and shoulders till perhaps going into tomorrow morning. Maybe within the first hour and a half of market open. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC, Ape, and GME have not been on this list today. I don't expect them to be, as we do have low volume currently. They are not. Trigger price for SSR for AMC is at $4.47. Ape at 1.665. 700,000 shares available to borrow. They did finally borrow all the rest of the ETF shares that were available. So far for the day today, I've seen on Sonko Tracker a reporting of about 400,000 shares borrowed so far. Fees are 142.4%. NASDAQ is down 0.36, Dow Jones is up 0.05, and the SP 500 is down 0.29. We have 4,052 decliners to 2,227 advancers. That's about where it was an hour ago. No change really as of right now. Inflow versus outflow. I'm only looking for banks that have changed by more than 2.75%, plus or minus. Currently, we have Western Alliance is down 3.48. First Horizon's down 2.93. Oh, yeah, okay, just updated. Zion Bank is down 3.14. Coinbase down 5.7. That's the end of the big movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.63%. DXY is up 0.45 and consolidating. Oil is down 2.51%, but on an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.71 to 0.68, and BlackRock is definitely on a downtrend. Vanguard's is looking like a small downtrend, not quite as severe. SPY is down 0.32 and on an uptrend. VIX showing up 2.93 and consolidating after the early morning market run up. VBR is down 0.47 and with an uptrend. VB is down 0.64 on an uptrend. Tesla is down 2.36 on an uptrend. Amazon is down 0.95 on an uptrend. Cinemark is up 0.87 on an uptrend. Doge is down 1.21 and consolidating. Bitcoin is down 0.99 and on an uptrend. GameStop is down 2.57 and on a small downtrend. HYMC is down 1.97 and consolidating after having been on a downtrend earlier this morning. NCMI is up 2.89 on an uptrend. Hood is down 0.89 in an uptrend. Ape is down 2.43 and majorly consolidating, and AMC is down 1.61 and also, actually it's on a very, very slight uptrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, we have approximately $2.7 million more inflow than outflow. 16.22 million shares traded so far for the day today after 231 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 27.38 million shares traded by the end of the day. I didn't think I was going to make a volume prediction for the day, but it's now within my 10 to 30 million volume prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.97, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, we've got more buying pressure than... Actually, hold on a second. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 50.97, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.79, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.69, which is slightly below average. And on the buying pressure right now, the divergence was within the last 10 minutes. On Ape, there's approximately $150,000 more outflow than inflow. 4.25 million shares traded so far after 233 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 7.11 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we've had a divergence in the Vortex indicator within the last 8 hours with more selling pressure. RSI is at 48.34, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.95, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than the buying pressure with an RSI of... Sorry, strike that, reverse it. More buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.75, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 51.64, which is average. Oops. Sorry, I've got... I had 2 apes up there for just a second, and I don't think you guys saw that, but I did. All right, guys. I think I need to go to break. I didn't go earlier because I was having too much fun talking with you guys, so... Who just quit? Yucca just... Yucca,
come back and
Yucca's back.
I'm outta here.
Welcome back, Yucca. Good to see you back.
Hey.
I just love the drama.
Are you coming back?
That's what you want to know, huh?
Are you back?
Yeah, I'm like the Backstreet Boys. I'm back. I can talk for like 5 minutes.
That's a rainbow.
Yeah, that's a rainbow group.
I didn't. You know who else I didn't? I didn't like Backstreet Boys. I didn't like Boys to Men. I didn't like New Kids on the Block. I didn't like any of those bands. In fact, I felt like we were going through like the dark ages of music when all those boy bands started hitting. It was like the 2000s. Like the 2000s was like it felt to me like the world had ended in music. Yeah, I couldn't
Chippendale.
stand
You like Chippendale?
couldn't stand any of those, man. And no NSYNC or anything. I mean, it was just like I really legitimately felt like the music industry was forcing down our throats garbage, and it just bothered me to no
Isn't
end.
that's how it is every time,
All
Casey?
that's it's all the time, right? But I mean, at least sometimes it's not garbage though. Like, I mean, grunge, I didn't feel like was garbage. It was good. It had its place.
Casey, did you like that group? Did you like the group Power Tools?
I don't even know who that is. Oh, that's the music you had me play the other day, right?
No,
Wasn't there?
Yucca's.
Oh, that's the one.
No,
Yucca. Yeah, that's
no,
right.
no. But there's a no, but there is a two. There is what's his name? He has so many names now. I don't know what's his name, but his real name is Arthur. But he goes by Bob White. He goes by who else? What other? It's a man of freaking mystery. He was posting about Power Tools. Isn't there like a Power Tool? Isn't that a band?
I don't know.
That was your group, Yucca.
Desus says, "How about the Menudos?" I have no idea who that even is.
You don't know who Menudo is?
I've heard of it, but I probably even heard some of the music before, but I just don't. The name doesn't ring a bell, so it's a naming problem for me.
You know who Ricky Martin is, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Well, that's gay, but also, yeah. I mean, he started.
I didn't say I liked it, but I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's gay or not. It can be
Just
good.
because you know.
It could be
because you know. That's it.
George Michael's freaking awesome, and it doesn't matter. I don't care what his sexuality is. It's still freaking good music.
No,
What was the name of that song?
Oh, I agree.
Yucca?
Menudo was like part of the. They like started the whole boy band craze in the late '90s or early '90s, I believe, or maybe in the late '80s.
I think just pop music is the root of all evil, and let's leave it at that. I don't know.
You know what? I'm kind of with him on this. Like the whole idea, but the only problem with that though is you got Michael Jackson, and that's pop, and you can't tell me Michael Jackson's crap. There's no way I won't feed into that.
I guess
He was the king of pop.
I know, and he was great, and you know, and I don't. The man he had major talent.
Yeah, but maybe pop was made to, in a way, to control or manipulate people and what they listen and what they do and stuff like that. And Michael didn't want to conform because he was kind of a rebel. He didn't allow himself to be controlled basically by the music industry and the likes. So,
I mean,
boy bands didn't stand a chance against Michael.
Yeah.
I know a YouTuber that wears Michael Jackson's hat from Smooth Operator. Not Smooth Operator, Smooth Criminal. I actually like Smooth Operator. That's Sade. She's awesome. Hat girl? Oh, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they just traded kids in and out of Menudo, and they would just keep the band going, and they'd have people write songs for them. And you're right, I didn't like Boys to Men, but holy crap, the lead singer was extremely talented. You got to admit, that kid had a voice.
Timberlake?
Still does. No, Boys to Men.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know any of these guys. I don't know what they're. I don't know any of the names. I just know Justin Timberlake is the only boy. Him and Marky Mark were the only two guys from like some boy bands that actually made something better of themselves than the boy bands that they were in.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
The Funky Bunch.
I love calling him Marky Mark. If I ever saw him in person, and I would probably hate myself afterwards because he would probably give me this like one of those like evil stares and then like threaten me with my to within an inch of my life with those like the big freaking muscles he has and everything. But I don't think I could resist not saying, "Hey, Marky Mark," when I saw him because I don't know why, but That's what if I ever see him in person, I'm gonna do. Hey, Marky Mark, because I bet you he hates that. I bet you he hates that so much.
He hates it. He's come out and said he hates. When
Oh, he
people
does?
say that and everything.
Oh,
Yeah, and it's like, dude, your whole freaking your whole career based off of that.
I knew
Why
it.
would you not embrace it?
I knew he had to, because I can just imagine the look that I would get if I said it, because it's like that one dark moment in your past history that you're just not proud of and you wish you could take back, where you sold your soul to the devil, but you did it because it paid the bills.
The Good Vibrations was a good song to dance to.
That's what I'm saying. Marky Mark, Good Vibrations, go.
Feel it.
That was the hottest piece of garbage ever, but I loved it. It was the hardest piece of garbage that I've ever heard in my whole life. But you couldn't stop from wanting to groove to it because it was kind of catchy. But it was such hot garbage.
The girls always want to dance to it, so you had to get out there and pretend you liked it. All right, you're probably prairie dogging right now. We know you got to go on break.
No, actually, I'm not. I'm not at all. But yeah, I should go to break though.
Casey, if you have a chance, maybe check that video from These Nuts Santies.
All right, I will do that. I'll check it first thing on my break. Thank you, sir. I'll see you guys back at 1:10, and we'll go over the numbers for the day today, and I'll go back into the back of the big
Sounds
tramp.
good.
And then I'll probably just finish. I'm only going to do one extra. I'm not going to do an extra break today. I'll just. I don't know. I'm kind of in a zen moment right now, and I know I'm getting off a couple days coming up here, so it's like I can. There's no reason why I can't push a little extra harder and put a little extra effort in for the first 3 days. Yeah, push.
Okay.
Push.
We like it when you push harder. Yeah. All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
I'm sorry I put you guys through that. I know I probably shouldn't have said that. Let's see here. Let me put the message back up on the screen. That's like one of my favorite movie quotes in the whole wide world. Is Training Day, when he was sitting at that poker table playing poker, and the guy's like, "You ever been to jail, homie? You ever got your shit pushed in?" And he's like, he doesn't, he's just looking at me, and he goes, "You ever got your shit pushed in?" "Yeah, I got my shit pushed in." And one of the guy goes, "I got my shit pushed in real good." And then he knew he was screwed. The look on his face, he was like, "Oh, I'm screwed." And he throws the poker table. He tries to run for it. I love that scene. I feel like I've been in a situation like that before, where it's like, "Oh, I'm screwed. If I don't say the right thing right here, I'm hosed." We'll be back at 1:10. Bob says, "I'm in town for work classes for licensing and went to AMC for lunch. They were packed." That's awesome, man. I'll see you guys back at 1:10. See you in a bit.
Houston, prep to ATO.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's take a look at the numbers here, see what we got going on. Taking you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, or else I won't be able to see it. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now, we have about 57.41% going through off exchange on AMC. EDGX is sitting at 7%. The combined total on that 64.41% are about 0.41% higher than I would expect. So we're really right on target. My guess is that by the ending hour of the day, we're actually going to see a little bit of maybe a little bit less volume than normal going through those exchanges. CHX volume for the day today is at 120,000 shares. It's 0.67% of the total daily volume. Not very much. I view 300,000 shares or more as a lot. On Ape, for the day, we've got about 43.5 thousand shares traded so far, or 43.5% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 7.26, combined total 50.76, or about 13.24% less than it should be. 2,932 shares going through CHX, nothing unusual there. CHX on GME is at 564 shares, nothing unusual there. Taking a look at Ortex. Highest amount of volume for the day today, going through. I keep saying, man, my mind is someplace else right now. I need a cup of coffee is what I need. reset my brain here. Total shares borrowed an hour ago for the day was at 970,000 shares. It's at 1.15 million shares right now. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to maybe slightly rise there to 29.67%. Cost per ends at negative 1.16. Average 345.44, max at 370.63. Today there's 186 million shares, 186 million shares on loan. Compared to yesterday, that's about a 1.7% or 1.7 million share increase. Vortex is suggesting about 622,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at Ape. An hour ago, there was 199,000 shares returned for the day. That has not changed. That leaves that estimated short share interest of the free float at 8.53%. No borrowed shares on Ape whatsoever today, and that's showing up. That's showing us zero cost to borrow or no readings for that, as there were no shares borrowed. Shares on loan amount is at 80.44 million shares. That's 1.7 million more shares on loan today on Ape than there was yesterday. Options. Highest amount of call volume for the day today. An hour ago was at a $5 strike. We had 15.7 thousand contracts. It's now 19.7. Highest amount of put volume for the day is at a $4 strike. An hour ago there was 22.8 thousand contracts. It's now 23.4. Market is still suggesting a closing price between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is at $6.68. We did lose a little bit of value there and did dip just below this line that I've got drawn up here. But did seem to find some support at that 667 Fibonacci retracement point that I've got here. So we'll see if that continues to hold. It's been tested 3 times today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC, Ape, and GME are the only 3 I'm looking for. And none of which are on this list, likely due to low volume. Trigger price for SSR is at $4.47. Ape at 1.665. Shares available to borrow is at 700,000 shares. No change in the last hour. Fees are starting to go back up. They went from 142.4 to 150.3. NASDAQ is down 0.31. Dow Jones is up 0.24. The S&P 500 is down 0.17. We have 3,843 decliners to 2,467 advancers. It looks like the market's a little more advancing than it was an hour ago. Let's see what the big bank movers are. Plus or minus 2.75% or greater. And I will read off the ticker. Looks like Western Alliance is up down 3.16. First Horizon's down 2.82. Zion Bank is down 2.92. Coinbase is down 5.05. And those are the biggest movers. Also, it looks like Silvergate's down 7.89, and First Republic is up 4.69. Ethereum Classic is down 1.6% and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.49 and on a slow rise, slow uptrend. Oil is down 1.48 on an uptrend. Let's see here. Mortgage-backed securities are starting to see a flip here, going upwards after a downtrend for a big portion of the day today. We have Vanguard and BlackRock both doing the same thing. Vanguard is down 0.64 and BlackRock's down 0.66. SPY is down 0.19. On a very strong uptrend. VIX is up 2.13 and on a downtrend. VBR is down 0.27 on an uptrend. VB is up 0.43 on an uptrend. Tesla is down 2.14 on an uptrend. Amazon is down 1.31 on a downtrend. Cinemark is up 0.87 and on an uptrend. Doge is down 0.92 and on an uptrend. Bitcoin is down 0.71 on an uptrend. Breaking 29K right now. GME is down 3.56 and trending down. HYMC is down 0.2 and trending up. NCMI is up 2.8 and trending up. Hood is down 0.54 and consolidating for the most part. Maybe a very slight uptrend. Ape is 2.43% down. Consolidating. AMC is down 2.11 and on a very slight downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately, let's see here, $2.6 million more inflow than outflow. 18.83 million shares traded so far for the day today after 291 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 25.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is within the 10 to 30 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 49.66, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 48.41, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.29, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.06, which is slightly below average. On Ape, there is approximately $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 5.34 million shares traded so far after 291 minutes worth of trading. Oops, I did something wrong there. We're currently on pace for 7.13 million shares traded by the end of the day today on Ape, which is within the 1 to 20 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.73, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.81, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 43.98, which is slightly below average, and on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 46.78, which is slightly below average. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. And I'm going to head back to the back of the big tramp again. Gentlemen, I'm back.
Yeah, crazy. Hello.
Hello.
You
Welcome
just
back.
decided to show up or something?
Yeah? Yep. Man, I'm tired. I have like a major case of the tired hit me when I came back reading these numbers this time. Holy moly. It's like my brain suddenly decided like, okay, you're done today.
You got the beach on.
Power down.
I don't even know what I was.
Got the beach on the mind.
I mean, I don't think so, but maybe I do. I don't know.
Subconscious is a powerful thing.
Yeah.
But Brian's here.
Brian?
Now you're in trouble.
How's it going, man?
I just wanted to express my disgust with this market manipulation and these damn hedgies.
Let's express away.
Screw them, man. Screw them.
Screw them.
I can't do it like KC does.
You really have to. You really got to mean it.
Yeah. I might pop a bowel or something. I might get a hernia.
You might crap a short.
I might crap a short.
He'll have hemorrhoids for weeks.
Yeah.
I can do it just because I have to practice. You get nothing for Joe Pounce because Joe Pounce likes it when I say that. How you doing, Brian?
That's something like Joe. I'm okay. I'm just disgusted, you know.
I know.
Disgusted, and I'm inebriated with disgust. I'm inebriated with disgust. That's the word.
You can drink it?
Boy.
Wow.
I'm appalled. I'm appalled. That's right. But everything else is okay.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah. How are you guys?
Doing good, man.
Doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
That's good.
But I think we're all the same as you. I mean,
Are you appalled and disgusted?
I'm appalled and disgusted.
Okay. That's good. We're all in the same boat.
Yep, it's a big boat.
Big boat. Need a bigger boat.
Gonna need a bigger boat. Who said that?
Jaws. It was the.
Roy Scheider.
Yeah.
Roy Scheider.
Yeah.
Roy Scheider, yeah.
I don't remember what his name was in that movie, though.
I don't either. All I remember is Quint. Quint was the boat captain, right?
Yeah, Quint was the captain.
And Dreyfus was the biologist or zoologist or whatever. Scheider was the sheriff. But I don't remember his name.
I don't remember his name. He was like captain or something. They call him captain or chief. They call him chief.
Chief, yeah.
100 men watcher.
Chief Joe is here.
Sharks in the water.
What's up, guys? I heard you guys were talking about me.
Hey, Joe. You're the chief. Man.
Joe, I'm so glad Joe's here. I feel like Joe's been hurting today, and I feel like he wanted a chance to come in here and have some retribution to get back at you guys for poking fun at him all the time. Is that what am I feeling this correctly, Joe, or is it just me?
No, yeah. Today, I just heard Brian join, and I was like, wait, is this a donkey or Brian? I just got to come in and just make sure who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
I've never disparaged Joe one bit. Never.
Joe, show us on the KC doll where the bad man touched it.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
It all started about a year ago.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. He did wear a glove, so I don't know.
Close.
Lies. All lies.
We love
Yeah,
you,
and-
Joe. You know that, right?
Yeah, no. I'm just I play along with you guys.
Okay.
I just like Don said earlier. There was some confusion too, dog, but I wasn't talking about your mom. I was just harassing the people in the chat.
It's just fun.
He went straight to
No,
my mom.
I had to run an errand earlier, and I was just about to sign off, and I look down, and I see Yucca say, "Oh, hey, you know that foo dog? He's like 4 foot tall." I was like, damn, I'm getting trashed in this chat.
Right, he's still steering wheel of your Corvette. You use the booster seat or what?
I have to use a boot.
He does. You see him when you see him drive his hot pink Corvette. Food Doc puts a couple of books.
You get the
Did he write
booster?
Well, I don't know how he reaches the pedal. I don't know.
Man.
couple of pillows, couple of hard pillows under my butt. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
2x4s. 2x4s on the
He says
pedals.
he has to wear high. He wears some high heels too, just to help him up a little bit.
I've lost control.
No.
Oh yeah. 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 No, I just wanted to jump in and say that I really appreciate you guys, and I know I joke around and stuff, but I'll take it as much as I give it. Damn it.
How many YouTube followers you got, Joe?
17 million.
You do
Just
super
kidding.
chats and all that?
Yeah, I do super chat, but no refunds, just like Casey. So don't ask me for one. Well, look, actually, I gained one new subscriber. So to that person that recently subscribed to my YouTube channel, I really appreciate it. Hope you enjoy my positive videos. I have a total of 18 subscribers. So yeah, I'm moving on up, guys.
Pretty good.
I'm moving on up.
You have more
than me. I think Brian's donkey has more fans than I do. So, but you know, he's
Yeah.
big, so it's okay.
I need to get my
It's
YouTube
okay.
page. That'd be good. I got to get my donkey YouTube page, but you know, that's so much work.
Yeah. So yeah,
Does he have
18 million?
8 hours a day or what?
Sometimes just leave a live camera, and then he can host a show just like Casey, and then he could just people can just
Super
talk while
chatting?
he's just doing his thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just leave it on
You
the
would get
webcam
lots
and for
Like 24/7. Okay, I'll do
8
that.
hours. Yeah,
I can do that.
you go,
Yeah,
Brian.
feed the donkey a lemon or something and video it. That would be hilarious. Probably.
Okay.
check.
Yeah. He's more
Yeah,
active.
or you animal control at your house for animal abuse, Brian.
Brian, you need to get your donkey to do sports picks, like picking Super Bowl,
Yeah.
baseball games, and football games.
Okay. There you go.
You may
That's
be a
good.
savant.
Wow.
The donkey says. Yeah.
Donkey savant.
Casey, you know how you can start your show after production? You can have the donkey, Brian's donkey pick either AMC or Ape or GM. Which one's going to go up the most today? And then the donkey can do it, and then we'll just follow
See-
the donkey. So people can say, I get my financial advice from a donkey. So what's wrong with that?
I'm from San Diego, and in San Diego we have something called the Donkey Show from those parts, and it's not actually from there. You have to go across the border to see it. But so whenever I hear somebody saying like, "Oh, you need to have a donkey show," I'm going like, "No, I don't." I'm gonna pass, hard pass on any kind of donkey show from my end.
Wait.
You'll get more subscribers, Casey. I'm just helping you out. We're helping you out.
Okay.
What's
in the donkey show? I don't...
Please elaborate on. Yeah, what is the donkey show?
I honestly don't know. I never saw it. I have no idea. I just heard about it all the time, and I mean I could tell you what it's about, but I don't know that I should. It's
Does it involve
it's not.
The
It's
donkey lady.
Does it
it's
involve
not.
little?
I don't know. Actually, let's just not even go there. Let's pretend that it didn't even happen and say no to donkeys. How's
probably a
that?
good thing.
I
Yeah.
think it's some dark web stuff, Casey. I don't know.
I'm telling you, man. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff out there, and it's just sometimes better left said unsaid. What is this? How do they say it? Left unsaid.
Sane.
Yeah.
Left alone.
Yeah.
Left alone.
But that's what I think of. That's what I think of when you say let's do a donkey show, and that's what I instantly start thinking of. I go like, no, I'm gonna.
I thought that was just folklore.
Yeah, well,
About the donkey.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Urban legend.
I don't know.
I
I'm
thought a
not
legend,
seen it.
or urban myth or a legend or something.
I will say this. I know that the story is more heavily told in the military. So, and I was brought up around a lot of military people, so I hear a lot of military stories and stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just wondering. I know Yucca's probably with a customer right now, but he's got his ear pods in, and he's hearing all. And he's grinding away the first layer of his teeth because he wants to get in here.
Oh yeah, he does. Yep. He wants to get in on this.
Yeah, that's how I see it.
He's probably Googling it right now.
Yucca probably manages all.
Yeah, can you 3D print what the donkey show is and maybe show us?
Oh, man. All right, customer, you have to leave now. I got things to do.
He's
I
like,
thought we're gonna stop talking about.
he's locking the door behind him, shutting the door, locking. They're like,
he turns the open sign to close.
Casey's gonna have to add a disclaimer to his channel. No real animals were hurt while doing the show.
Man. Speaking of animal abuse, earlier when I was on break, I saw a Reddit post that said, "What's the worst name you could name a dog?" And my response was no. I think that would be the worst name that you could name a dog is no, because you just kind of no.
No.
And the interesting,
Come here, no.
The interesting thing is Bruno has no in the end of it, and so I never really thought about it. But here he came over and he's like, "You're calling my name? I hear you saying my name." He knows what Bruno sounds like because he's got the no in the end part of it, so he knows I'm talking about him. What do you guys think? What's the worst name you could give a dog?
Foo.
Foo.
Freaking Foo.
Dog mom.
Well, I have a deaf dog, and the way I tell him no is like a karate chop. Like, oh, I can't do it because he's looking at me.
No, Foo shows him the chancla, and then the dog knows.
You do karate chops in the air, and he knows he's in trouble.
Oh man, if I do a karate chop, I can't do it right now because he's watching. He like breaks his heart. He like loses his mind. If I do a karate chop in the air, oh my gosh. The funny thing is the little helper dog. So I got him a service dog. The little service dog is learning sign language, or our sign language that I use for the dog.
You got your dog a service dog?
It's called the food.
Yeah. Yes, he's
You sure it's not your service?
Are you taking away from people who need that dog?
No, like he's deaf, so someone can ring the doorbell.
Oh, the karate chopping is making more sense to me now. I see. Okay. Okay. I'm on. Yeah, I got it.
And then he doesn't know his name, obviously, because he's deaf. So I give him the thumbs up for good, but he just thinks that's his name, is thumbs up.
Oh.
So
what do you call it?
And he responds by putting his ears down really quick. So if I give him a thumbs up, his ears go down and they pop right back up. So then he knows. So that's his name is actually good in sign language, but in English, yeah, it's really weird. But
You
he
don't
doesn't.
say.
What was that?
Go ahead.
Oh no. So then karate chop is bad, and then a down wave means come here. And sit is just my hand flat over his head. Then he sits. And he used to beg, which was come up, like you're like, come up here. If you do that with your hand, like come up here, and then he would like stand up on his hind legs. So I got him trained pretty good. But the little dog that I bought to help him out with the hearing, he's learned all that crap. So if I can't call one in sign language. So the little dog speaks 2 languages now, little bastard.
Man.
He's a bilingual dog.
He's a bilingual foo.
Wow.
And he watches me as much as the deaf dog. They're really weird. It's so weird having a deaf dog.
When did you get? What age was the deaf dog? I mean, what's his name? Good. It's good.
His name what's Good's name?
Yeah.
Good's name
Good. It's good.
What does
his name
Good
is
do?
Winston.
Okay, so his name is he does have a name, but he doesn't know it. But so Winston, how old was he when you first picked him up?
He was 8 weeks old.
So and he was deaf from the beginning.
Oh, he's here. Yaka yaka.
No, someone got him for me, so it was a gift.
Yuck is here.
They're like, yeah, let's piss off Pooh and give him a deaf dog.
Oh, jeez.
He was a gift. I know the breeder knew that he was deaf and would either have to be put down or, because they don't allow that gene to propagate because he's a full breed Boston. So he was either going to be put down or he was going to get home somewhere without papers. So he became a gift to me, and I have a feeling that my kids knew that the dog had a problem, and that's why I got it. Yeah, when you get a $1,200 dog for free, you're like, what?
Exactly, Pooh.
Yeah.
Very
Is it
affordable.
considered?
I mean, look at all of you. You got a $1,200 food dog for free, and you're like, what's the damn
This
catch here?
food dog has issues. This food dog has issues. We don't know what to do.
So all the sign language he learned then came from you.
Yeah, from a Pooh.
Like nobody else.
I had to come up.
Nobody else taught him the sign language. It had to have come from your in his interactions.
From Pooh.
Yes. So I decided I needed to make up, like if I take him for a walk, I hold up 3 fingers.
So, who came first, you or the dog?
Is it the pointer finger, the middle finger, and the pinky?
Yes.
Yeah, that's let's go outside.
Who else in this relationship?
It's the W in actual American Sign Language, and I kind of know a little bit of American Sign Language, so there were some things that I took from that, but most of it is just our own little language, and it was weird, but I love the little guy. He's fun.
And how old is he now?
Have you done magic with peanut butter?
He's 4.
What's magic with peanut butter? What's magic with peanut butter?
Elaborate, man.
Only people who take mushrooms would do magic with peanut butter.
Magic with peanut butter. What is
Joe's
that?
here.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Yucca?
Yeah,
Got
please
it.
tell us the peanut butter. What's magic with peanut butter?
If you have a
How does that do it?
dog, if you have a dog, I know dogs like peanut butter.
It's something
Or
to
maybe
eat.
they don't like it, but they keep licking themselves and just so wherever you put the peanut butter, it'll just
They lick it?
they lick it and they just.
That's kind of gross, man.
So if you want to put it on your nipples, you can do it.
Oh my! All right.
If you want to put it on your.
We knew. Back to donkeys. Back to donkeys, Yucca. So, do you know anything about? Have you ever heard about the donkey show? Have you heard about that?
I've never heard about that.
Okay, that's it. That's all.
Brian
No. That's perfect. I just wanted we wanted to verify whether you'd heard it or not. That's it. That's the end of subject. That's all we wanted to know.
Yeah, that's the end of story.
Have you heard about the donkey lady?
About the
Never
what,
heard of
Brian?
You heard of the donkey lady?
The donkey lady. Where?
From Mexico.
In Tijuana.
I don't know. I don't know where you hang out,
It's
Brian.
a legend. It was a legend I heard about. But I'm not gonna say anything.
Yucca's playing innocent. We all know better.
Mm.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we know you know yet. You just don't want to say it. You know you got your VIP card.
Oh yeah, Mr. VIP.
Exactly.
He gets one free viewing.
If anybody knows where to go, I'm pretty sure he knows.
Yucca, are you gonna take that from Joe?
All right. I don't want to fight.
Oh, but
I don't want to fight.
I'll just agree with him.
What
Let me
about
see
donkeys? Do donkeys like peanut butter?
Yeah, Brian, have you ever given your donkey a peanut butter?
No, he don't like peanut butter.
Are you sure?
Yeah. He likes carrots and
Donkey.
corn. I like corn on the cob.
Corn doesn't like
Corn on whose cob?
Corn on the cob.
Corn doesn't like cob. How's the weather over there in San Antonio, Brian? Pretty humid?
It's
not
humid
bad.
here.
Yeah?
It's been worse.
Over here in El Paso, we had 40 days over for 100 degrees.
Wow.
It's so hot. It's so
Yeah,
hot.
but isn't it dry? It's pretty dry over there, right?
Yeah, it's dry heat.
Yeah. It's the humidity that's bad. I mean, I don't mind the heat. I kind of like I like the summer heat and stuff. I like it better than winter.
Yeah.
I can't take winter.
How about mosquitoes? Is there a lot of mosquitoes up there with you
Yeah,
guys?
they
Casey and
spray.
Brent?
They spray a lot, so I haven't really noticed a lot. I mean, there's a few. I mean, you
I
have to go
mean,
to certain places.
I got a
You go to the
bug
park.
zapper in my house.
Mm-hmm.
I have a literal bug zapper sitting here right next to me on right now. So mosquitoes are a thing.
No. Wow. I don't think I've seen a mosquito in like 3 years. Maybe longer.
No, they don't make it out to your island over there, fool. They don't fly that far.
Blue Island.
Yeah.
Your island.
It's too dry. That's why, fool.
No, I mean I left a bucket in my backyard and it rained and it filled up with water. I was like, damn it, I'll get it tomorrow or whatever. I went out there and there were like 1,000 mosquito larvae in the bucket, all ready to go and attack a food.
Attack a food.
Boy. And they, I don't know if you've ever seen mosquito larvae swim. Oh, they look so creepy.
You can
Yeah,
use those for fishing. You put them on a hook and go.
Hey, in the
fishing.
chat, Nana says that she knows about the peanut butter. So, sorry,
Oh.
Nana.
Does she know about the donkey lady?
It works
but the
on
dog-
dogs. It works on dogs.
Apparently, Nana likes the peanut butter.
Might, yeah. Crunchy.
Oh, crunchy or plain? Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
You guys are bad.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so I've got Splinter saying, just checking in. Casey, have you noted the cup and handle 5-day 30-minute is probably easiest to see. So I went to a 30-minute on AMC here, and sure enough, this is almost exactly textbook like I've told you guys from the past, where you take the top of the two sides here, and I know this is part of the handle right here, but the top, I mean, it does meet up at around the same price point at around $517. The bottom is $451. So when you math this out and you take the top 5.17 minus the bottom at $451, you get a total of 66 cents. You divide that by 2, gives you 33 cents. You subtract that off the top of 517, and it gives you the handle as having a low point of $4.84. And lo and behold, what's the low for the day today? $4.84.
These nuts.
So, if price were to start moving up quickly, then this would be a cup and handle, and you can actually calculate out to what that would be. You would just simply add 33 cents to the 517, and the top of the cup and handle would end up being $5.50. And if we go back in the past here and we take a look at 550 as a possible level of resistance, you can see, sure enough, right around 550 in here is the level of resistance that we've seen from the past. So seeing price moving up to that 550 range is a very strong possibility in the near future. And then also, I will mention that I think some of the technical analysis that I had was talking about moving price up on AMC as well. When we take a look at the 1 hour time interval for the Ichimoto, what does the Ichimoto have? What is the Ichimoto stating in here? Let's see, was it this one? No, it's not this one. It's the 4 hour. The 4 hour chart has us moving back up and seeing 650 at some point in the future. But 550 would be a stopping point on the way up there, as there would be some level of resistance at that point. So 575 is what I put down for the buying pressure that would kick in. As that would likely launch us above the red cloud for the day. So it's a very strong possibility. There might be some good analysis to that there, as the numbers do match up pretty well.
I don't know. I think it looks like a cup and a broken handle.
Right? I mean, I know all about cups and broken handles. I'll never live that down.
Yeah. That'll never get old, I'm telling you.
I was so devastated, man. If you only knew.
Shit.
Dude, it's like a 4.5 hour drive up there. A 4.5 hour drive up. It sat through the whole movie, the Elvis movie, which is, I don't know how long. And then right as the credits are playing, I turn to kiss my wife and the thing falls over and cracks on the floor. I was just like, no. The moral of the story is that if you ever take something like that to give to somebody and you have others, take a backup. That's the moral.
Good.
Yeah, that's the moral of the story.
Or don't kiss the lady.
Yeah, or don't kiss the lady.
You want to kiss the girl, right?
It was a
mug, not a lady.
It was a good movie. At the end of the movie, I wanted to kiss her. So.
Oh, Jeweler, thanks for pointing that out. I always take a backup lady. No wonder things don't work out for me.
Millions just said, did he say testicle analysis? Why not? Why not? We'll just start calling it testicle analysis from now on. I don't mind it.
No, it's a technical term. Technical testicle analysis. I've had some inspections, I know. Joe. Where did Joe go?
He's here. He's on mute.
I'm still here. I'm muting. I'm making myself some lunch.
You're making peanut butter?
Yeah, it's peanut butter and jelly sandwich again. So
You're slapping on some peanut butter?
I don't have carrots, so just some bread.
Trevor says the scrotus indicator. The huevos. It's the you need the huevos indicator.
Nana and Yucca like the crunchy peanut butter, the extra nutty peanut butter.
Mm. Extra they have extra crunchy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who serves extra crunchy peanut? I mean,
they have salty or unsalted?
Jif has extra crunchy. Huh.
Casey, is it Jif or Jiffy peanut butter?
It's Jif.
Jif,
Jiffy
yes.
Jiffy was the name. It's Jif, but it was Jiffy peanut butter when they had their mascot or whatever you want to call it. The Jif mascot was Jiffy, I think, wasn't it? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like
you're very good.
Was he
very good? I'm glad you.
Was he a kangaroo? I don't remember. I feel like it was a kangaroo. Jiffy.
Think it was a young puppy dog that liked Dusty.
Yeah, the mascot left the peanut butter for the lube. He went to the Jeffy lube.
God. Don't get me started on lube. Oh my gosh.
Lube. Okay. All we need is not to join, and we can have a really good party.
It was Jiffer. In 1958, the brand rollout in the U.S. involved a heavily publicized house-to-house distribution of free sample jars from special trucks emblazed with the then Jif mascot, the Jiffaroo, a blue kangaroo. What?
Jiffaroo?
Wait. What is this for, though? This is for...
But isn't a kangaroo Vegemite?
Holy shit, I wasn't even alive in 1958. How the hell do I know this stuff? What the hell? I don't even... I don't remember it being a blue kangaroo. I just knew it was a kangaroo, and I thought his name was Jiffy.
His name is Kanga.
No, Jeffrey was the Toys R Us.
No, Jiffy. But apparently it was Jiffaroo, not Jiffy. I don't remember. I don't know how I know this.
Thanks, Yucca, for this history lesson about Jif peanut butter.
You got it anytime, man.
Appreciate it, dude.
Well, do they have? Do you guys know of any brands of peanut butter that have the nuts in it, but it's got also that what's that thin shell around the nut that's not the shell part, but it's got like a covering for the nut. I don't know what it's called. The sheath. I don't know what is that little, you know what I'm talking about. Don't start with me. No, what is it?
Looks like a little hat.
No, it's
envy. It's a skin.
It's like it's like skin around the nut.
Yeah.
It's not skin, but it's almost like paper. It's like paper.
It looks like a beanie, like a beanie.
I only use the uncircumcised nut.
Difficult to shave. Yeah.
It depends on.
There we go. Tron said the husk. Let's go with husk.
Yeah, the husk.
The husk. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, okay.
Is there any peanut butter brands out there that have the Dynamite put nut skin? It's the nut skin. Is there any peanut butter that has the nut skin on it? I'm curious.
Hey,
the skin on the nut.
I got a call.
I'll pass on that. I'll have none of that, please. No.
That's the best part. Wow, I'm red over here right now. If only you guys could see me, I'm like
Only one clap.
I'm like Rudolph the red-nosed
ran
reindeer over here.
Bill ran away.
They probably all had to put themselves on mute because they're laughing too hard.
Oh,
Oh boy.
have a good one, Casey.
I'm not, I'm not even trying to kid around. I'm being serious. I'm being serious here.
You guys
Stop
are
making.
lying, myself.
You haven't had good nuts at a baseball stadium if you hadn't had it with the nut skin. Just saying. Poor Misty.
Oh man.
Oh,
Mama
boy.
showering the
That's almost as good as butt drugs. Not quite. Not quite. Oh, she's missed that. She was gone, guys, when we covered butt drugs. We got to get her back in the back of the Big Tramp. We got to have her watch. We got to have her watch that.
Casey, you're gonna have to have a ladies' day in the back of the Big Tramp and ban, the foos and the yuccas. They can all get in here.
I think they all get scared, intimidated, which I can
Just
understand.
ladies and no guys in here.
Oh, just the lady. I got you. Okay.
I think we tried it, but Brian scared them away when we tried to get them into hot tubs. So I think he scared them away.
Hey, do not include me in this story, okay? You can. I don't know what you're talking about, so.
Around maybe 1 a.m, Brian just started sending messages to get girls in the hot tub, and it didn't go good. It didn't go well for him.
It worked. Yeah, it worked. Yeah.
Look at
What are you
Jay.
talking about, Joe?
Ever since then, we don't have any ladies in the hot tub. None.
Look
The bathtub.
look at Jathan over here
I
saying,
haven't
"Did
opened
you?"
the bathtub up in a while.
He says, "Did you know you can get high smoking the peanut skins?" I feel like this is.
I've never been that desperate.
No, I know. I think Jathan's pulling
That's
some
just
legs
nasty,
here.
Jason.
Yeah.
That's nasty. That's nasty.
I want to know who told Jathan this, and I want to find. I want to find them and hunt them down and congratulate them on trying to start a new thing.
Apologize, Nana. Nana's right. A lady never tells. So yeah, what happens in the hot tub stays in the hot tub. So okay, that we'll just leave it at that, Nana. Okay.
There you go. Thanks, Nana.
Yeah, we've had some wild nights. It's because I usually join the chat late at night or late afternoons. So.
Hold on 1 second here.
Hey, C,
Mm-hmm.
are you typing?
I am. I was typing furiously.
All right.
Feverishly.
Hey,
even.
Trevor, they sell protection for that. Some covers you can use. That way, you don't get a rash. So, there you go.
Dynamite says, I heard banana peels too. "100% true anarchist cookbook tested when younger." Yeah, okay. I'm not going to try it, but I'll take your word for it. Well, it is 2 o'clock. It's time to take a look at the numbers and see what we got going on, guys. So let's do that real quick here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got about 57.93% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 6.94. The combined total on that 64.87%. That's about 1.13% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day. CHX volume is 120.6 thousand shares going through that exchange. Nothing unusually high there. Taking a look at off exchange for APE, we've got 41.85 million shares going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 7.41. Combined total 49.26% going through that through those exchanges. It's about 16.74% less than I would expect to see by this time of the day. 2,932 shares going through CHX, not a whole lot. GME CHX is 500 and actually let me refresh this. 564 shares going through that exchange. On Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.15 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now 1.73 million shares. That's going to have the effect of lowering or raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 29.71%. Cost of borrow ends at 1.16 negative. Average is 352.29 and max is 370.63. Shares on loan for the day today is 186 million shares. That is 1.7 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. And Ortex is estimating that about 622,000 of that was in new short interest. APE has not changed in the last hour. Still 199,000 shares having been returned for the day. That's going to leave the estimated short share interest of the free float and the cost per borrow numbers all the same. Shares on loan is at 80.44 million shares. That is also 1.7 million shares more on loan today. And when I say also, it's because AMC had the same amount. Options. Highest amount of volume in call options as of an hour ago is at a $5 strike. There was approximately 19.7 thousand contracts. That has changed to 20.3 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts volume for the day. And do note at the very bottom of the page down there, there's a $10 strikes in both calls and puts and volume that are kind of kicking in. You can see that there has been no volume. There was no open interest volume on a $10 strike, which means majority of that is all new volume. $4 strike on puts was the highest amount of volume as of an hour ago. There was 23.4 thousand contracts. There's now 24.4. Market's still suggesting a closing price on AMC between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and APE is almost dang near exactly solid where we opened up the day at. No, wait a minute. I guess we opened up higher, didn't we? Actually, I can't remember now. Did we open? I feel like we opened up at 674. Maybe it was higher. Hold on. I can't remember. I want to look real quick here. I really feel like it was like that was the price on open. It was actually, this is saying 671. Yeah, it looks like we opened at 671. So we're about 2 cents higher right now as it stands as a whole. But our overall trend for the day-to-day has definitely been a downwards trend. I would have probably drawn something a little bit earlier that I wasn't seeing because I was looking at a 10-minute interval, but it looks to me like this is kind of like this is a breakout that we're seeing going up right here is after having broken this level of resistance right here that we had from earlier in the day that was formed. So we're seeing that end of the day kind of push going on right now. Let's see here. AMC, APE, and GME. Let's see. are not on the order list by Fidelity on highest amount of orders for the day, likely due to volume. Trigger price for SSR is $4.47. Ape at 1.665. Shares available to borrow is still 700,000. And no changes in the last hour. Fees are last seen at 150.3%. NASDAQ is down 0.27, Dow Jones is up 0.22, and S&P 500 is down 0.16. We have 3,805 decliners to 2,526 advancers. I think this is slightly more advancing than it was an hour ago. Let's see who the big movers are in the banks. Plus or minus, I'm only looking for banks that are plus or minus 2.75 or greater. Man, this is really taking a long time. I need to update this tonight. I guess I'm just going to read the old data here because I know this is not updating right now. But there we go. Finally updated. Silvergate's down 5.26% for the day today. Western Alliance is down 3.13. First Horizon down 2.9. Zion is down 3.11. Coinbase is down 4.5. U.S. Bancorp is real close. It's at negative 2.68. And that's it. Those are the biggest move of the movers. Ethereum Classic is down 1.09 on an uptrend. DXY is up 0.44 and consolidating. Oil is down 1.6 on an uptrend. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.72 to 0.71 and consolidating. SPY is down 0.19 and is on an uptrend. VIX is up 1.83 on a downtrend. VBR is down 0.22 on an uptrend. VB is up 0.37 on an uptrend. Hold on a second. Tesla is down 2% and on an uptrend. Very slight. Amazon is down 1.28 and on a downtrend. Cinemark is up 0.93 on an uptrend and maybe a little bit of consolidation currently. Doge is down 0.83 and on an uptrend. Bitcoin is down 0.03 on an uptrend. GameStop is down 2.55 and on an uptrend. HYMC is down 1.77 and kind of consolidation, I think, right now. NCMI is up 2.77 and on a slight uptrend. Hood is down 0.51 on an uptrend. Ape is down 2.43, consolidating, and AMC is down 1.21. And I think we're kind of breaking into what appears to be a little bit of an uptrend right now after having consolidated. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day, we've got about $3 million more inflow than outflow. 20.17 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 340 minutes worth of trading, we're on pace for... Oh, that's not right. We're on pace for about 23.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 10 and 30 million, so it looks like we're going to hit that. On a 4-hour time interval, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 50.97, which is average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 52.25, which is average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.27, which is average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.77, which is slightly above average. On Ape, there's approximately let's just call it $400,000 more outflow than inflow. 5.62 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 341 minutes worth of trading, we are on a pace for 6.42 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 1 and 20 million, so it looks like we're going to hit that. On a 4-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.88, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.01, which is slightly above average, or below average rather. On a 30-minute interval, there's currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.66, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 55.83, which is just slightly above average. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. I had a closing price combined on AMC and APE of $6.79, so we're about 8 cents shy of that number right now at $6.71, now $6.72, so pretty close. Not so far, not too bad. I'd like to see that 9 cent increase right at the end of the day here. Will Bowler saying SPY looks like it wants to tank. So let me show you something real quick here, Will. I'm gonna take you over to the SPY real fast. I want to show you something. Historically speaking, of course, I'm gonna take you to a weekly chart here. So each one of these candlesticks is going to be a week-long candle. And historically speaking, I would say that in the as far back as I can go, there's only been like 2 major recessions on this particular chart here for the SPY. The 2 different recessions were the 2000 .com bubble in 9/11, and also the 2008 bubble would have been the other significant recession, the housing market bubble. So what I want you to do is look at the Ichimoto cloud like I normally tell you guys, and this is just taking a really big look at where price moves on a weekly basis. And you can see here that price did move down through a green section of the top in the early 2000s or late 2000s in September. Price moved down through the green cloud and continued and did retest at one point, but never broke through the red cloud. Came down, and then at the very bottom of the cloud down here, broke through at a skinnier point than the larger point down here. And then price tested multiple times on this and never broke through back down before it started heading down before the 2008 housing bubble. And it broke through the green cloud again, this time the start of the breakdown. Well, actually, I should say it broke down below the cloud starting around January of 2008, whereas this one was a breakdown underneath the cloud around December of 2000. This time, we got the breakdown in this recession, what I'd like to call as a recession, but has not been labeled a recession, and we broke down through this starting right around perhaps maybe like June of 2022. This is the only time historically that we've ever broken up back through through a red cloud like this. And if we were to break down now and move down and move back through the green, this would be the only time in history where a pretty significant green cloud was formed afterwards, after a recession period, and then we had broken down through it a second time. Because it never happened before. This here, it did retest right here, the cloud, but never actually broke through it. So this, what we're witnessing right now, and I've tried to say this on a couple different occasions, is something entirely different than anything that we have ever seen before, if this does start to move in that direction. So what I would challenge you to do is to look at this weekly chart and watch for one specific thing. There's two indicators that you can see on a Ichimoto cloud that will tell you that the price is going to start to fail. And one of those is either the lagging line touches the price line, or price comes down and touches the conversion, breaks past the conversion. Usually when it hits the conversion, it'll rise back up and retest it, and that's when it'll break through and hit the base. Once it hits base, once price gets down and starts touching base down here, it definitely will, I would say almost definitely, break through the cloud. If we go back historically and check that out to see if that's true, we can go back to that 2000 time frame. And here's a chance right here where it looked like it wanted to. Price was moving up. It came down. And it definitely touched the baseline in here, and that's when it really started to tank and started to have a break. Wanted to break down through here, but then never actually did, and it kept on rising up. So it didn't hold true back then. It still managed to recover, and then back here, price hit the baseline, and then hit the cloud afterwards and bounced right off the top of the cloud. So that's once it hits that baseline, though, it usually tends to bounce. Here's where it hits the conversion, retests the conversion, and breaks through the base, and then never actually made it through the cloud because the economy was too strong at that point. And I would suggest 2004 would have been war era time, right? So we were doing a little bit of 9/11 post, or I guess, what is it? Invasion into Iraq. So the economy was probably strong at that point because we had a working economy for war production. But if this is going to break back down, heading that direction towards the cloud to break through the cloud, how long would it take, right? And the answer is if it were to break anywhere through this portion right here, that could take all the way up to December of this year. That's where this cloud goes up to. The end of this cloud right now would take us into January of 2024. But that means that we would have to start seeing price starting to move the other direction and coming back down here fairly soon. So that's something to be watching out for. Watch price to be kind of reversing and coming back down and getting ready to come back down to this base level, which is around 418. Otherwise, we're going to keep seeing more green.
Do you think there'll be a troubled asset recovery program? That's what I think.
There might be.
Some of those lines with the volume was there was always volume on the dips.
Yeah, there usually is. Right?
I mean, that's a smart thing to do, but then you have what you were talking about, how it didn't cross, and then there's that coincides with the troubled asset recovery program, or TARP, as most people call it. They threw a tarp over our face.
I'm trying to remember how to spell this right. Okay, I always forget how. Okay, so hold on a second here. I'm answering Will's question. That's the name of the indicator. It's called Ichimoku, or otherwise known as IC. You're absolutely welcome, Will. And that if you look up how to use that indicator to make trades, you'll see that it tells you can use that indicator on any time interval. I personally prefer to look at like 1 hour and 3 hour clouds or time intervals, but Webull doesn't have a 3 hour on here. They got a 4 hour. They got 1 hour and 4 hours, so that's what I got to use. In regards to what it is that you're talking about, Fu, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but it's we're talking about unprecedented things, right? Like things that would probably occur that it would all involve things that we'd never seen before, and it will be uncharted territory, and we'll have to probably explore it as brand new adventurous apes.
Well, we didn't have a plunge protection team either.
They were put in place back in the 80s, I think. 80s? No.
Really?
No, hold on. Let me think back here. I think it is the 80s. Pretty sure
Do they have this much leeway?
I think the plunge protection team was created by Reagan, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. Let's see. The president's working group on financial markets, known colloquially, I can't say this word, colloquially as the whatever, as the plunge protection team, or was created by an executive order 12631 or 12631, signed on March 18th, 1988, by United States President Ronald Reagan, which has a very set standard of people who sit on that team. By the way, I don't know if you guys know this or not.
So Oh, I'm sorry. A lame duck president issues an executive order that stands to this day.
Reagan was a lame duck president? Oh, because he was...
In 88.
Yeah, in 88 would have been... Yeah.
What where does Colonel Sanders play? Where does he come in?
Well, he comes in the coleslaw.
Gross.
Damn fool.
I will never eat coleslaw. I hate coleslaw. I'm not. Nope. I won't do it. Nope. Can't make me do it. You know, I had some friends. I don't know if this is a dish that's like popular in like the Southwest or whatnot, but they made. Do you know those Hawaiian bread rolls?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're real good, right? So they make this dish where they take what is it? Pastrami, homemade coleslaw, and then put it inside of one of those and Swiss cheese. And they melt the Swiss cheese on top of the pastrami inside the bread roll, and then throw a slab of that a little bit of that coleslaw in there.
Wait.
Coleslaw?
Casey,
Coleslaw, yeah.
how do they melt the cheese inside the pastrami? How?
No. I mean, to melt it on top of it. I mean, they just throw it in the microwave, you know.
Oh,
And
okay.
they put coleslaw on it?
Yeah, coleslaw. I know it sounds really gross, but it was super good. I've never I don't like coleslaw at all because it reminds me of like I don't really like anything that's pickled. No, it's not hot.
It's cold, so it's
Oh,
cold. It's a cold pastrami.
No, it's a hot. I see what you're saying. Yes, it is a hot pastrami because they're heating the cheese up on the meat. Yes, it's hot.
So it's a hot. What is it? Can't even say it. Cold slaw, right?
Coleslaw. Yeah, it's cold. The cold slaw. Yeah, it is. The coleslaw is cold. It's COLE. Coleslaw is cold. So it gives it like it's a hot sandwich with a cold cabbage and whatever else, cabbage, carrots. My kids call it red lettuce. Red lettuce and carrots and whatever other stuff they put in it.
Well, I know how to make KFC coleslaw, believe it or not. Hey, you can find anything on YouTube, but
I wouldn't eat your slaw.
I'm a slaw.
Hey, KC, can you hear me?
I can.
No. Oh, we can't hear you.
Hey, sorry about yesterday, man. My friends wanted to stay at their house.
Hey, it's when I didn't hear back from you, I wasn't going to interrupt your good times, so I was like, well, he's busy, and that's all right.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, no problem. No worry.
Yeah, they got that takeout. That county line barbecue is outstanding with that marbled brisket.
Oh, you got that? You got the moist brisket at County Line.
Yeah, marble brisket and the sausage was phenomenal.
Oh, good, excellent. Did you get with jalapeno in the sausage or no?
You know I did.
It's good stuff, man. Did you stay away from the bark on the meat like I told you?
You know, that's the way that marbled was. It's it's such a different style.
Mm-hmm. Did you eat a lot of it?
Yeah, we ended up getting I guess it was we got 3 plates and brought it back to his house. He didn't live too far away. But he knew all about, was it Rudy's?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You're if you ate the bark, you're in trouble. I just want you to know. I hope that plane flight for you back home was okay.
Hey, can you hear this?
Yeah.
What am I hearing?
Yeah,
Was that you farting?
I'll talk to you guys. Yeah, we're up in D.C. right now. I'll give you guys a holler. I just want to say, hey, sorry I couldn't hook up, but next time.
Sounds good, man. Not a problem. We'll hook up later. He said hook up too. I don't know if he did that on purpose. Do you think he did that on purpose? Said hook up, or do you think that was okay? Whatever.
I was biting my tongue. I wanted to hear it all out.
Yeah.
Sorry we didn't hook up, man. I had the magnums ready and everything.
Oh, jeez. Whatever. Why does a hookup? I really want to know, why does a hookup have to be like a girl thing? Why does that have to be like? I mean, why can't you just hook up? You know, like it's making a connection.
Because the hookup.
When you're making a connection,
you don't say that to a guy.
When you're okay, so when you're backing up your hitch, your trailer, when you're hooking up your trailer to your boat, you hook it up, right?
You hooked up.
That's a connection.
Exactly what Fu said.
Yeah.
So that's why you're trying to hook up behind him.
Damn you.
No, it's all determined by the modern culture about the young people. So you can't say you can't say groovy anymore, because right now, if someone said groovy to me, I'd be like in your groove or what? But they don't see it that way, and the young kids determine the culture of slang.
Yeah,
So,
I get it.
hook up.
Yeah.
Did you hook up?
All right.
Yeah, hooked up.
So
I hooked up with Yucca. I hooked up with Creeper. Yeah, we
On
were
that
all.
note,
See what?
on that note, Casey, are you gonna do a toast?
Well, we need to, because Doug's having his birthday later this week, so we need to wish him a happy birthday. You want to go? I'll go get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right, get a drink. Oh, Pro Jeweler wants us to hit him up now. Look at that. Gay.
Sounds peachy.
I laugh because I'm more up to date on young people culture than my kids. And they're like, what does that mean? I'm like, nothing. And they're pretty, they know stuff. Maybe they're just pulling my leg. Catch me outside, Jim Eagle. I'll catch you outside, bro.
All right, I'm
back. Got $5 bills for a fin. You know what that means.
All right, I got a toast here, so I'll make the first toast to Doug, who's got his birthday. I think he said 2 days from now. So we'll wish Doug a quick happy birthday here. Doug, I hope you have a wonderful birthday. May you have much future wealth ahead of you, and health and wealth, and that you may not blow up your future son-in-law's hand with a hand grenade, trying to keep him away from your daughter. Cheers.
And cute baby too.
All right, now Yucca, did you have a toast? I'll toast with you too. What you got?
I don't have anything.
Oh, okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers to nothing. Casey,
Okay, cheers to I got a toast.
Oh, okay.
here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Yep.
I thought,
Cheers
ahead.
to following your dreams.
To following your dreams. That is a good one. I like that, sir. Cheers.
You know, never give up.
Your
Cheers.
wet dreams.
Never give up. Never give in. How does he? What did they say?
Yeah, darkness is really cold and it'll swallow you alive. So,
But
you know, don't forget your butt drugs while going in the dark.
well,
Never.
and a cheers to we love Casey the mostest.
Here-
All the toasts.
Here we go. Never give in. Never, 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 never. In nothing great or small, large or petty, never give in. Except to convictions of honor and good sense. Never yield to force. Never yield to the apparently overwhelmingly might of the enemy. Cheers.
Cheers.
Salud.
Are we gonna be able to ping you?
Ping me.
What?
Psh,
Are you-
I
are you
might
guys gonna-
I might show up in the back of the big tramp on occasion here and there. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
are
You
you
can.
guys doing Greco?
Are you gonna have your your pager on?
No, I don't know pager. What do you mean?
Are we gonna be able to send you a message on your pager, on your Motorola?
My phone. Yes, I will have my phone with me.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're gonna be on vacation.
I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe. I don't know if you wake up early enough.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, I see what they did there. Those bastards.
What? What'd they do?
They sold off so they can sell my options. Those mother effers.
Mm.
It's all right.
I don't want to know.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's not. It's just having a little fun. Had a little dry powder and it just went in, and I'm okay.
Yep.
I'm okay. I'm doing just fine. God damn it.
It's gonna squeeze, man. It's gonna squeeze this week. Casey's gonna be on vacation. So watch your blood pressure. Don't forget to take your medication.
I'm not taking the blood
Sure,
pressure
yeah,
machine with
but-
me, so I don't know.
You're done? That's it? You're tapping out?
Huh?
Are you still taking the medication? You're
No,
not
no, 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 no. I'm taking the medication. I'm not taking the blood pressure machine with me, though. I'm not going to go measure my blood pressure while I'm on vacation. Screw that. And I told my wife, too, I said, we're drinking. I've been good. I've only had like 2 or 3 drinks for like the last month and a half. And so I feel like I've been doing really good. And I said, you know, if I'm going on vacation, I'm drinking beers and we're going to have a good time. And I'm like, I'm not gonna sit there and be like, I can't drink because I am blood pressure. Screw that stuff. Oh no, it's too much blood pressure. Screw
You sound
that.
like you
Yeah,
You
be
sound like-
careful.
you sound like you need a drink with an umbrella in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, hell
You're
yeah.
gonna be drinking a Bud Light.
Pinkies
umbrella,
up.
smearing the
Pinkies
clear.
up all the way. Pinkies up.
Pinkies up.
Yep.
Smearing the queer.
I don't have
Smear
any problem drinking a daiquiri on the beach. I'm okay with that, you know.
Yeah, Casey knows about that game, Smear the Queer.
We used to play
Are
that
you
as
packing
kids.
the leopard banana hammock or
What? No, I will
Are you
not be.
taking
No,
the?
I don't wear banana hammocks. No, no.
I mean, you're on the beach, dude. You might as
Mm.
well get your cheeks tanned.
Nope.
Or
That
burnt.
would require me to go out and like clean myself up, and I just don't feel like doing that.
Like wax?
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I feel like you can clean yourself up without waxing. But yeah,
So definitely manscaping.
definitely not doing that. I'm just gonna be me and head out there and free balling.
And I'm free balling.
That's right.
Yep. Good old Tom Petty.
I miss that guy. I really wish I'd seen him in concert.
I didn't like him at first, or for a long time.
Yeah, I can understand why. I mean,
He
I
wrote
get it.
songs.
He what?
He wrote some really good songs. I mean, wow.
Did you know
I
how?
just never respected him.
Did you know how picky he was about lyric writing? I saw a video one time. The dude is like super anal retentive in lyrics. Like he was like majorly critical of other people's lyrics in their songs, and it was almost as if he felt like he was on like a different level of lyrical writing than most, which I thought was kind of interesting. I mean, because you just sang one of his songs, "Free Falling," and it's not. I mean, there's good words in there, but it's not the best. I don't know.
Yeah, look, but let me just put it bluntly. He wrote some really amazing songs, but he kind of did go a little Bob Dylan, like, "Hey, I could have written that," or, "Well, you didn't write it." You know? Well, Bob Dylan was one of those. Well, then why didn't you write it? You know, fucking babies. You had your talent; they had theirs. It's all good, you know.
Yeah. Did you see? I think it was called a movie called Yesterday. It was about some dude who like gets in a car accident or something like that. He gets in a car accident when he wakes up from his coma or whatever it is. He finds out that the Beatles never existed, and he's a musician. And and so the Beatles are literally just like a figment of his imagination, and so he starts playing some of the Beatles music and starts becoming this like amazing musician. And everybody's like, "Oh my God!" You know, he's like the new hot next big thing, right? And they had this scene in there with the guy that the Irish kid with the red hair, and he sings Evergreen. What's that guy's name?
Sheerlander or
Sheeran, Ed Sheeran. Yeah, Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran's in the movie, and so they have like this like music battle where like they both come up with songs on the fly, and of course, you know, the one guy that just does another Beatles song, and Ed Sheeran like walks out like in shame that like he's been bested by, you know, this guy that creates amazing music one song after another. And sometimes I wonder, like, does that really happen? Is like, do some of these musicians, do they have like these little like background clubs and stuff where they like have music competitions where they like writing songs on the spot where they compete and stuff, or is that just all movie stuff? It made me just kind of wonder if they actually have things like that.
Did you ever watch that movie 8 Mile with Eminem?
I never saw it. I probably should. Was it good?
I didn't think I would ever freaking watch it, ever watch it. And I sat down with a friend of mine, and she was like, "We should watch it," and I was like, "Gas." And yeah, I think that happens, but I don't think it happens on a professional level. I think it happens more on an amateur level. And if that was anywhere close to what that guy did, now I don't listen to but maybe one song of Eminem, but the fact that he could get in there and destroy people like that in a competition was just impressive. If that was real, and apparently nobody's ever come out and said it wasn't real, that's impressive.
Well, I've actually seen.
The movie's actually really good. I was blown away, and I love seeing movies where I don't know anything about them, and then I just learn everything. You know, I don't know.
There was.
I'm not explaining.
No. I saw a video a while back where somebody was talking. They were doing a breakdown on kind of like a cross section of his music and his lyrics. And one of the things that they were mentioning about his lyrics was that some of the synchronization and the syllable workout or breakdown of some of the syllables on his lyrics are just insane. And the mathematical genius of how he kind of takes some of the words and fits the right amount of syllables in the correct period of time that he needs to fit them into is mathematically genius. And I don't remember. I wish I could sit here and tell you guys the way that it was presented, but apparently there's something really special about his lyric writing. So
now I'm not saying I like the guy or anything, but I mean you got to give credit where credit's due.
I'll be right back. I gotta let Bruno in. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Poor Bruno. How do you let a food dog just stay out there? Poor little guy. You see how mean Casey is to a food dog? I see in the chat people do like 8 Mile. I was not impressed with his music at all. But when I watched that movie, I realized, you know what, that's someone else's taste, and he was at the top of the echelon. I mean, the guy is just amazing. He's a dick, yeah, but whatever. Plus, when Howard Stern landed on his face with his open butt.
Whose face did he land on?
Did you guys see that? Didn't Howard Stern land on Eminem's face?
No.
In Emmy Award? Yeah.
No.
It was called Fart Man.
I remember the Fart Man thing, but I don't remember landing on anybody's face, though.
He landed right on Eminem's face with his butt cheeks like 2 inches from his face, and Eminem was just like, he was pissed. I'd have been pissed. But Eminem didn't do anything. I would have been punching balls. Yeah, there's a video of it.
I don't remember that.
It was Fart Man.
It was during the MTV Music Video Awards. I remember that. I remember it totally, but I don't remember anything about him landing on him.
His butt cheeks were right on Eminem's face. It was hilarious.
So that's interesting.
Can you imagine having someone's ass flying towards you, like, in the middle of, like, 200 people, and you don't get up and start throwing punches at their testicle and ass? I mean... No one remembers that?
Wow.
I don't remember anything.
Yeah, I don't remember anything. Fucking shroom, motherfucker.
We got Billy saying, anyone remember Yo Mama from MTV? I don't remember that either. I don't think I watched that. I would have been more interested in House of Style with Cindy Crawford and Sheryl Crow. Sheryl Crow's my girl.
She's another one. It's a good songwriter.
Mm-hmm. Throat Yogurt says, win Zern. I don't know, man. I do not know. I feel like a lot of people are really waiting on it, though. And it'll happen when it happens, you know? I wouldn't worry about it too much.
I agree. I wouldn't worry about it.
Gwen C is very obsessed with Zern. Almost to
a T.
Man, he's just like, everything's about Zern. He's in love with Zern. He hates Zern.
Whatever.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, what was that? A bird?
Yeah.
I am like a bird. I want to fly away.
Can you guys hear that in the background?
Is that Yucca's background? That's not mine.
No, it's mine.
Oh.
But you can hear it though, right?
Like, what in the hell is going on over at Yucca's place? It's Casey.
Kids are playing games.
Oh,
okay. I think I'm thinking back to MTV from back in the day, and I feel like I stopped really kind of caring about MTV too much once the 2000s hit. It was just kind of like, eh. It's funny because Melissa's about 5 years younger than me, and so that's kind of like her prime era was like that. You know, she's graduating in probably like 2000, 2001-ish, somewhere around there. So that was like where she grew up, was in that era. So she was really into, like, you know, the I'm so I was shocked to find out. I feel like I found out with, like, in the last year or two that she was a big fan of Boyz II Men. I had no, and she's a huge Britney fan. I knew about Britney, but I had no idea.
Do you want to hear a funny story about Britney Spears?
Sure, let's hear it.
So, around the time that Britney Spears came out with "I'm Not That Innocent," so that was the song. My daughter was like 3, and that's when the planes hit the towers, and then Afghanistan and all of that happened. And my daughter was just little, and she had this little jukebox that she could plug in these little cards that would play songs, and one of them was "I'm Not That Innocent." And with all the talk that I was having with friends and everything, my daughter thought it was "I'm Not Afghanistan."
Oh, dang.
And oh my god, it was so funny. And there were a bunch of other ones that she had, because we just kept buying her, because we were like, all right, I mean, if you're gonna do "I'm Not Afghanistan." So whenever I hear Britney Spears, I always think of "I'm Not Afghanistan." So I love Britney Spears. So don't be talking crap about Britney.
I never said anything bad about her.
I know you didn't.
I think, to be honest with you, I really think some of the music's really catchy, but it's not anything that, I mean, I feel like it's kind of empty it makes me feel empty on the inside, but, you know, but
have you seen her naked, fool?
Yes.
Dang you, Yucca.
The 5-man applause. Good job.
Oh boy.
So I've seen her naked, and that's a lot of people would never believe that, but I mean, here we go.
Is this like a is this like a thing where like who has Fu seen naked? Is it a
No, it's yes. It started with Joe Pounce. He was talking about an actress, Scarlett Johansson, and he was like, "Oh yeah, she's so hot and everything." And I was like, "Yeah, I've seen her naked." He's like, "No, you haven't, Fu." I was like, "Oh, yes, I have." And of course, I didn't tell him that it was, from a movie. And so every time he mentions an actress, I always say, "Oh, that's awesome, Joe. I've seen her naked." And he gets mad and he's like, "No, you haven't." And I want to see pictures. And I'm like, "I'm not going to show you pictures of her, Joe." So it's just a funny, stupid thing. So every time that Joe mentions an actress or whatever, I always say, "Oh yeah, I've seen her naked." And Joe doesn't know if I'm being truthful or not.
Well, I am severely at risk of not getting a bonus point today, and like both Einstein and Apex have a price prediction of 676 combined, and we're at 675 right now. So those two guys would both get bonus points. This would be the first time, I think, the first time ever that two people on one day would get the same bonus point for the day. So I'm really hoping for a last minute 3-cent run here to close out the day so that I can steal the bonus point away from those two guys. But as it stands, we're at 676 combined. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I can't believe how close we got to nailing these numbers here. I can't believe how close all three of us were, because I know I put my numbers in before either the other two guys did, and both the other two guys put in their numbers without, I think, knowing what the other one was putting in. So it's kind of crazy.
I'll buy some shares for you, KC, to help you get to that point.
You don't have to do that, but I'm sitting here just like, it's like a nail biter for me. I'm sitting here going like, oh man, it's so close. It's like 675. It's so close to these numbers. It's crazy.
So if there's a tie, it's just a tie. You don't have a bonus off or something?
Yeah, no. There's no bonus off. It's a beach off for the bonus. Jim says, "I've got a twinge feeling that we'll hear from Zern today. That we will hear from." Nice.
Oh, well. Hope his twinge is correct.
Yeah, I mean, that would be kind of cool. Some people were saying if they put in the 10 business days that it would align if she had given her opinion on the 28th, that it would have lined up with the 8th for the meeting. But if the shareholder meeting is on the 8th now, we're past that point, because even if they were to file that today, it still wouldn't, it'd be 10 days from today. So it would be like the 11th is when it would probably go through.
Yeah.
Well, Jim didn't say where he had the twinge feeling on his body, so we don't know if it's like I'm twinging in my colon.
Real Rugged says he loves Ben Stiller. I'm actually really a Ben Stiller fan too. I like his work. I think he's not for everybody though. A lot of people don't really understand his dry humor.
I think I like him in some movies and not others. Depends on the role.
Yeah. Well, I feel like some of the movies that I don't like him in is because other people messed it up. So I don't know. It's hard to say. Like Zoolander. I didn't like Will Ferrell in Zoolander, and I felt like he kind of ruined, like some of it was ruined for me a little bit because of that. I feel like it would have been funnier without him.
Yeah, if you had some insights to that whole New York fashion, you might be able to laugh at it a little bit more, but it's a foreign world to me, so, you know,
Yeah.
not for me.
See, we've
I
got.
mean, it used to be for you, what didn't it? What weren't you a runway model, Pro Jeweler?
No. No.
Dude,
Yes, you were.
he's literally throwing these questions at you when you have 30 seconds to defend yourself. Go.
Oliver,
No.
I know. Saw you on the walkway.
I never been on the walkway.
Have you been on a cat walkway?
The cat,
No.
the quad. All right.
Are you too sexy for your shirt, Yucca?
You're too sexy. You don't even wear a shirt, Pro Jeweler.
Yeah.
I've seen you.
Time's up. Bell is rang, and it's that time of the day. I hate to break it to you guys. Your battle is over. As usual, guys, it is that time of the day. I'll see you in the back of the big tramp here in just a minute. I'll come back in a few. All right, guys. It is that time of the day, unfortunately, and as usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink. Get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. I'm only going to be here for half the day. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk, too, because they like getting outdoors. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie. That's, after all, what we're here to do is support the movie theater, AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep, beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now on S10. Dan, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and own.